「 studiato, testato, sperimentato. Studiato, testato, sperimentato.
I fucked it up. I fucked it up. Hold up. Let's see if I can fix this. I'm trying to use a bunch of different features on OBS. I was trying to be cool. Now we'll try again.
Bad criticism can be such a
Yeah, I don't think I
valuable
could.
thing. It can show us what not to do, or make us better appreciate our based and true pill takes even more. But when a piece of truly dogshit criticism becomes something more, completely misunderstanding what the fuck they're even talking about, it's then you feel a driving, burning anger in your heart. With that in mind, today I want to talk about the worst review ever made, and what makes it so special. Today I want to talk about Zingus's YIIK, the worst game ever, and why I love it.
Another actually postmodern RPG, Undertale, while shitty, yeah, what Alex says here isn't 100% unreasonable. The only boss that really changes up gameplay, Yuzu, does so in such an insane way that I am confident his fight was barely playtested. The dialogue is written like there's a thesaurus open directly next to the keyboard, and nobody ever actually says anything clear and concise enough to fully understand.
And welcome everyone. Hello again. This is Hellcry, and with me today is LinguisticSpaceship.
Hey, that's me, LinguisticSpaceship. If you can hear me, say, hello. Just want to test that. We're working on the audio balancing a bit more, right?
Yeah. I was trying to make sure, because I've gotten a lot of complaints with earlier streams that something's too quiet or too loud, and I definitely get it. And so I'm trying to use the feature on OBS to like put everything in the audio mixer so that I can like actually tune everything so everything's not crazy loud.
Yeah, everyone's saying hello, so they can't hear me. But yeah, you did ruin my trailer, though, so -2 points for that. I can't get over that.
I'll live.
I won't, I'll die.
That's good. That is good as well as that, as they say. Turn this down a little bit. Anyways, while we're here, I got a little bit of fun preamble before this, which I'm going to mute your thing, and I'm going to set it to loop. So this is just going to be the funny background video while I'm talking about other stuff that doesn't matter and isn't related to this at all. I was telling Linguistic earlier that I wanted to talk about Wendy's Nacho Cheeseburger. Today I had a Wendy's Nacho Cheeseburger, and like how this happened was yesterday I was scrolling through Twitter, as I do, and I saw an advertisement for the Wendy's Nacho Cheeseburger. And I was like, I have to try that. So today I go ask my roommate, he has some stuff he needs to do. He needs to like go get stuff, right? And I'm like, okay, yeah, well, we can go do that. Do you want to get anything to eat while we're out? And he's like, yeah, I want to like a hamburger. And I'm like, okay, that's a perfect opportunity to go to Wendy's and get this nacho cheeseburger. So I do. I go to Wendy's.
Big mistake.
Get the nacho cheeseburger. And like the nacho cheeseburger is pretty good. It's okay. But the best way I could describe it is it is what I think Taco Bell would make if Taco Bell was saying, yo, we're going to make a cheeseburger.
That's actually some pretty good advertisement. Now you're selling me on it.
It had like jalapeno like crisps baked into the bun and whatever, and then it had like tortilla chips in there and then like nacho cheese sauce all over it. It was definitely fattening. I'm a fatter person for eating it. But it was
How much
very
do you
tasty.
I am curious. Do you remember? I'm like
guess-
205, I think.
Yeah, guesstimate is like 240, something like that. I need to
Damn,
work
you're
out.
fat.
I'm also 6'4". What other weird preambles do we have? Oh yeah, first month of my video game, My Mundane Life is Threatened by the Tropes of an RPG is over, which means we have the numbers for how much it sold in its first month, and it was 112 copies, which is great. That's a success because all we're trying to do is break even with that, and that makes us break even with the costs of publishing and hiring the composer, licensing the software. I bought some stock assets as well. So that's good. What else is there? Oh, I just finished recording the audio for the next Y2K video. So that will be coming out hopefully at the end of this week. I can't make a promise there, but
I think the video is the best one. I think
very well
it was actually something I wanted to talk about for a while. I think people will be happy with it because I had a conversation about that very thing with some funny guy on Twitter.
I also want to stress with it, I wrote this like immediately after, like almost the day after I finished writing the script before it, and I wrote like most of it that day. And I know I sent it to Chella and I think you, Linguistic. I don't think I sent it to Alex at that point. But usually I send it to those three because I'm like, okay, I think this works. I've read it over a couple times. Is there anything I'm missing? Am I like forgetting something? Did I like bring up something and then not explain it, but not in the way that I think it's funny and I'm being coy, but like literally just forget something? So that's usually why I send it to them. And you guys all said it was good, so I recorded it today. But it was written a while ago and just got finished up recently. It was a lot of... So like... Usually what holds me back on releasing a video is having to summarize something. I know, Linguistic, you were there with a lot of the FNAF video, and that was like a lot of the problem with it. Like, I just was like, okay, like, there's this thing that happens here, but like, you played the game, so you know that. But I still have to summarize it.
Yeah, it's this weird thing where you have to almost write it for people who haven't played it, even though ideally they should have, right?
Right,
But you still need to write it that way.
So that stuff I tend to, or something that I'm like, okay, look, here's the dialogue from the game. This explains it outright. But I still have to go and say, hey, this is kind of what this means, right? Because I have to. That's just how it goes. So those stuff end up holding it back. And then like what basically happens is I write a huge rough outline, which is like the bulk of the script, like almost everything I'm going to say. Then I have to go back and get direct quotes from the game. Because I will often go, okay, it's this dialogue, and I'll say like a few lines from it and type it in there and be like, it's this one. Like, this is the one I'm referring to or whatever. And then I have to go back and do that, and then I end up having to summarize, and then sometimes I go through and I was like, oh yeah, there was also like, if I'm talking about this, I should also talk about, for example, I talk about Rory's mom. And I also should probably talk about the drunkard and the lady in Frankden that mentions Candy. So like I have to go and get all that dialogue, and then because those are NPCs and they don't have voices, I have to talk to people, ask them if they want to voice the characters or whatever. It's a whole process. That's where most of the time takes, or where it takes the most time making the script, and it actually doesn't take that long. It's just I tend to take a while to do that.
And the rest of the time is eating Wendy's burgers. So.
And the rest of the time is eating Wendy's nacho cheeseburger.
We are not sponsored, but you should definitely have them because they're amazing.
Yeah.
I'm just taking your word for it.
Yeah. So what's next? I have to edit the audio. I have to edit the audio people gave me. I have to put music to it. I have to go into the game, and because this is something I did in the last video, record gameplay footage, but also from different angles so it looks interesting. And then it will be released after that, which isn't a lot, but it's still wacky. Still a lot of work to do. Other than that, if you don't want to wait all that time, man, that was a burp. I opened a Patreon that you can go to, patreon.com/hellcry, and there I posted the script for the video. So every time I write one of these scripts, I'll post them to the thing when it's approved, when the people that I have proofread it go, yep, that looks good, I'm going to post it there. And that's what I'm going to be recording off of, essentially. There's a lot of things that are going to be cut from that, and there's going to be things that are worded differently from that. And, you know, just kind of a preview that you can see if you really want to. Other than that, I could talk about commissions, but I don't want to be honest. I did open up commissions. There's information on that on my Twitter. If you want me to draw things for you. Should I show them the thumbnail for the video? Would that be fun?
Oh man, that'll be a good teaser. It's a good thumbnail.
Yeah. So, other than what I've already talked about, I'll give one more teaser for the video, which is the thumbnail. Jesus Christ, where'd there we go. Which is this. Here is the thumbnail for the video. So when you see this in your recommended, don't get scared thinking it's an awful video about Y2K, because it's actually just my video for Y2K. Linguistic, do you have anything that you think we should bring up before we get onto the singing?
I do. I want to bring up some unrelated Twitter drama that has nothing to do with anything at all. Could you put that on the screen for me if you could?
Okay. 1 second. I'm gonna... Where's my thing? Maybe later in the stream, towards the end, I'll show my my commissions and actually read that all out, because it would be really funny to read it all out.
Yeah, that would be funny. There's the not safe for work part's pretty good. Are you showing it on screen? I can't see it with their share screen, so I'm just kind of guessing.
I'm sharing it now.
Okay.
Do you want to reenact this?
I can try. There was this person named Lex on April 13th, 2022. These are when these screenshots were taken. They made this thread that I can't access because their account's private right now. But it's basically filled with every Y2K critic-ism that you can have. So, stuff like Elisa Lam and all that stuff. I mean, you can see a little bit there. The soundtrack is downright offensive, which is an insane statement. And I was having this conversation with them where I was talking about concepts that appear in the game and like interpretations that are a bit beyond service level. And they kind of go off. They say, like, what the fuck are you talking about? The end of the game is clearly very real in the game's universe. Otherwise, the meta aspect wouldn't be there. Are we talking about the same game? And I was talking about the idea that Chapter 6 doesn't happen at all, where it's Alex entering the soul space is just him entering his mind dungeon, and it's just his projection of, like, what his ideal ending would be. Which is, you can probably debate me on that. But there are elements to that are true. And you know, the second thing is about Elisa Lam, and I'm like, well, Alex is this character that's obsessing over this missing person. It's not treated as a good thing. Even these other characters call him out on it, and they're like, even the final act of the game, he's still obsessed with finding these women he barely knows. It's weird and creepy. And it's like, yeah, you know, yes, that's exactly it. And you know, blah blah blah. YIIK should have subtlety. Subtlety exists, and you should try learning it sometime. And blah blah blah. And they don't respond to me. And it gets to a point where they say, have you even played the game? And I'm like, well, here's my play time. I kind of have. They're so unwilling to accept the fact that I've thought about it a bit more than they have. Not to be rude, of course. That they just assume I haven't played the game. I was making up fan fiction or something. Of course, this is entirely irrelevant to the Zingus stream. It's not going to be relevant at all, and you can just forget about this whole thing. I just thought it'd be funny to share.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. So I guess with the fun Zingus stuff, I should talk about my interaction with Zingus, because I did have an interaction with Zingus. If you guys know and you're aware, or you look on this channel, you'll see that I had a bunch of live streams. 2020, I guess, maybe no, 2021 probably, where I watched a bunch of Y2K essays, and I did what we're going to be doing today, which is, you know, watching them, commenting on them, pointing out logical fallacies, pointing out things they miss, etc., 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 etc. And around that time is when I think it might have been a little bit later, Zingus's video came out, and we watched it together in the YIIK Discord. We were just like, oh yeah, why not? Zingus had come into the YIIK Discord before, and I think he just posted the word YIIK and then left. If I remember
immediately left.
Which is cringe. I think that was before his video even came out.
Yeah, maybe about 6 months or so.
Yeah. Also, on a side note here, Zingus is a Redditor. And, like, while Linguistic is a Redditor, and Linguistic is one of the good ones that I forgive.
Yeah, the novel does bacon at midnight.
And I forgive for his Redditor crimes. Zingus is unapologetically a Redditor, and I think that makes a lot of things make more sense. Let's see. He was a moderator on like a Hollow Knight shitposting Reddit, right?
I think he still is.
Right. And he basically, because of that, had a bit of an audience because Hollow Knighters are insane and are really obsessive that Silk Song hasn't come out yet. I'm so annoyed by it, to be honest. It is just annoying to see it happening all the time. But it seems to be that between that and just being a goofball on Twitter talking about indie games is where his audience came from. And then he released this video. It gets picked up by the algorithm, as almost all Y2K videos do, because it's haha funny bad game. And you know, very quickly he ends up getting a lot of views and subscribers. So a lot of people, like outside of that one, you know, Discord call in the Y2K Discord where we're watching it, I apologize to anybody that came in and met me through that. That was very funny. And I'm sure you understand me more as a person than some of these other people. But a lot of people outside of that didn't see that or may have forgotten it were asking me, hey, why don't you do this thing with this video? Why don't you watch it on stream, pause it, and talk about everything that's happening with it? And so I messaged him and I was like, hey, I tweeted at him first because we were watching it and we realized very quickly something about it. And I was like, hey, it's kind of weird that this is happening throughout this video. And a lot of people were saying that it's really good. There's a lot of dick riding going on for Zingus's video. It's actually kind of weird. Especially with what we noticed about, which we're going to go over today. I know, I'm always the guy, we're going to talk about that later, guy. But yeah. So he ended up DMing me talking about it, and I pointed it out to him. I was like, hey, I'd like to do a live stream like this, like I did with Tisnakerer, where we talk about your video and like discuss it with each other. And Zingus had told me, no, like it was my first video, so like I just kind of want to move on from it and start working on other things. Which I find really funny. And there's a lot of weird stuff with it being his first video where he thinks it's absolved of criticism, while this is X Studios' second video game ever. And he even shit talks Two Brothers at one point, as right, like all of them do.
I actually don't remember that, but it's probably because it's one of the more minor parts of that video. Because there's honestly quite a lot about this video that really pisses me off. That
Yeah.
I just don't remember that.
He may or may not, but I find it very funny that, you know, it's his first video. We should forgive him for his egregious editing mistakes, his egregious use of other people's footage, his egregious poor writing, and all of that. He's not making money off of YouTube, except for now he's monetized, so he is making money.
Yeah, I mean, his writing was like, and his like the way he stole footage and the way he wrote things. When we finished that video in the YIIK cord, we were very convinced it was plagiarism, and like I think that's still debatable to the extent that it does it.
Yeah, so it's all really weird that we're not allowed, or you know, from his perspective and from his fans' perspective, that we're not allowed to criticize this video. We're not allowed to talk about the faults in it. It's his first video overall, even though he's criticizing somebody else's work. Fuck you. I know people don't like to hear the F word like that, but no. If you release a piece of work, a piece of art, I struggle to call this art, to be honest. But if you release a piece of work, you are open to criticism. You cannot shield yourself from this criticism. I am open to criticism on what I do here, what I've done in the past, my video game, my artwork, any of it. I get that some people don't like the way I talk during these live streams. I understand that. I am empathetic to an extent with it. But I also am like, it's not super serious. I don't think I'm the arbiter of good information or anything like that. This is my perspective, me criticizing the way that these people make their videos and making fun of them for stupid stuff that they are being stupid about.
Yeah, I mean, part of what makes it interesting is just like if Zingus made like a piece of art or a video game, like that's fine, but he made a critique video, so him being so like unopen to critique at all is fascinating.
Yeah, so what gets even funnier is he's like, I want to move past this, whatever. I send him Bob Vid's video about Ouija the God plagiarizing somebody else's video. And what is really ironic about this whole situation is like when Ouija the God plagiarized whoever it was. Let me see if I can find that Bob's vid. Well, it's not. It's everything wrong with. I'm a bit mixed on Bob's vids personally, but he was completely right in this situation. So it's a great video. Where is this? Yeah, Clickbait Thievery and You. So, Soul Brother number 3 made this video, and I had watched this because back when I was working at Amazon, I would listen to video essays during like well, not even just Amazon. Also, when I was working at other warehouses, I would listen to video essays on my drive to work, just because like that and podcasts. If somebody put out a video essay I thought was interesting, whatever, and I was like, oh yeah, I want to get a microphone like I have here and this stuff. I should probably watch this video. And then when Ouija put out his video, I was like, oh, this is oddly familiar. I feel like I've seen this already. I've already listened to this. And then Bob Vids put out this video pointing out how Ouija the God accidentally, mostly, probably, in good faith, accidentally plagiarized almost one-to-one the same video. And it was an interesting situation. And so I thought it would be funny to send that to Zingus, because he was claiming that he didn't intend to plagiarize or anything. And I was like, oh yeah, remember this situation? This has happened before. But what is more egregious about this is Ouija the God just completely forgot, right? He forgot about this other video, plagiarized it on accident, and then apologized. Zingus openly admits in his video that he watched these other videos, and that you should probably watch them first. But if you watch them first, you realize everything that he's saying is what people said before him. And while with Ouija the God's example here, where he's talking about audio equipment and like which ones are actually good and all of that, and which ones, you know, are like something that is way more tangible, this is an opinion on a video game. You probably shouldn't be saying one-to-one the same things as somebody else when you're expressing your opinion on a video game.
Because it almost the videos almost have presented as if it's the public's opinion versus Zingus's opinion, but they don't really differentiate that well. They'll often use third-person language like the player as if it's like a universal experience.
I didn't experience
that. And then that's how they do it. Yeah, me either. So,
like,
it's very interesting wording.
I've said this time and time again. When I first played Y2K, like, yeah, the battle system is not great, but I had fun with it. I didn't have an issue with it. When I first played it, I was like, oh, you know, this is kind of cool. I thought the reason people didn't like it was because of its ending. Specifically that it's very similar to something like The Matrix or Fight Club. And I thought that people thought that that wasn't interesting. I thought that they thought it was, you know, kind of... I thought they thought it wasn't well written because it was very similar to that. Oops, no, nobody understood that it was like Fight Club at all. And I'm sitting here going, oh yeah, I think I know why people dislike this. And watch a single video essay and be told a completely different game. Every time I've listened to any of these video essays, it sounds like they're talking about a completely different game than the game I played. But I didn't play a different game. I played Y2K, a postmodern RPG, 1.07 on my Nintendo Switch in December 2019. I can even boot it up on here. I still have my first save file. Where is this? I also did play it with these Joy-Cons. This may have been cheating, but I could talk about that in a second after I pull it up. Where is it? Oh, there it is. Act Studios with an A. Look at this. Hellcry, that's me. Switch Chad. I think I even had these stickers on it. This like D-Brand's blue sticker on it when I played it. Because I bought all this stuff like at once. You played Y2K. They play. I think you have it flipped. They played YIIK and I played Y2K.
I feel bad for the people who played YIIK.
YIIK. Yeah. Let's see if I can get this funny Bob's Vids vid off of my face for a second here. Oh, there you go. YIIK Postmodern RPG, a work of fiction. Oops.
Soy.
Load game. There we go. Look at that. Those are my first playtimes. Why does one of them say the F slur? That might have been
What?
something funny. Anyways. Ignore that one. That would have been I think that was me being funny in a call when I was doing third ending stuff. But anyways.
Maybe I give you, yeah, it was the third ending.
Yeah, I was just like, oh, it'd be really funny if I named myself this. But yeah, you know, 22 hours. That's a playthrough level. I wasn't level 51. That might have been a different thing. Because it was like level 30. Yeah. About 22 hours level, or this one's 20 hours, level 29. Going into New Game Plus. That sounds about right. So,
Yeah, so you're a 1.0 Chad. I'm a 1.25 Chad.
I'm a 1.07 Chad. Specifically.
Yeah, 1.07.
There is a difference. It is extremely minute, but there is a difference. I have played 1.03 since then. I've played 1.25. I was in the public beta testing. What some people don't know is beta testing was handled just in the YIIK cord, and they just talked with us, the people in the YIIK cord, when 1.25 beta testing was a thing. And it was like a year. So yeah, I don't know. It ends up being weird because again, like our good friend, what was it, Lex? Whenever you talk about this, some people go, "But did you play the game?" Yeah, I've played the game. I've played more of this game than you. What are you talking about? Did I play the game? So after I sent Zingus the Bob Vids video, he just blocked me. He said he didn't want to talk about it. He was trying to move on and do better things, and then he just blocked me. This gets to be really funny because Zingus's whole account only blows up because of this video. And then he goes on a podcast.
Yeah.
And all they're talking about is his YIIK video. He's released like 3 other videos by then and plans to release another one. All they're talking about is his YIIK video. And he goes, yeah, I'm kind of the YIIK guy. You didn't want to talk about it because you felt like I was going to criticize you and make you feel bad for what you did. So that's why you didn't want to do it. It wasn't because you wanted to move on and work on something else. It's because you know I was going to call you the fuck out and talk to you straight to your face about what you fucking did. Because I know what you did. That's why you didn't want to talk to me, and I know that. We don't have to pretend it's anything else. We don't have to pretend I'm calling you out right now, because it's obvious to everyone else. It's not a big deal, man. I don't hate you. I'm not shit-talking you. I'm criticizing you for what you did. The things you did, specifically. If I wanted to shit-talk you, and I wanted to talk ill of you, I'd point out the fact that even though you're monetized, you're struggling to release a video. I could release a video every month. I could release a video every week if I really tried. And they would have more substance than any of your videos. My editing is better even when I don't try to edit the video. All of the footage I use is completely my own. I don't cheat and use other people's videos. And when I do, I even credit them, which is something you failed to do until somebody pointed out that you use their videos. And who was that somebody? LinguisticSpaceship.
Oh, yeah.
And even then, when you did credit them, you typoed their name.
Yeah, he did not care at all. I mean, my name was Konami Code at the time, which I have now renamed myself. I'm a new man. But yeah, it was Konami Code just spelled normally. It was supposed to be 2 Ks. That's like the cool part of it. Like, come on.
Mm-hmm. RaceVic? Who is RaceVic? I might have seen a video by RaceVic. It's funny how when he plagiarizes something, it's fine, but when YIIK quotes a book, it's the end of the world. Yeah. Let's see. What else we got? I haven't read in a while because I was just preambling. So. Okay. So if Zingus is here or isn't here or left because he was upset with what I've said so far, baby move. I hope you're enjoying PAX. Yeah, the trailer I made, so this microphone only records mono audio, just in general, and everywhere else it just works. It's just like, oh yeah, okay, so it's mono, so we're just gonna make it stereo, except for Audacity, which I use to record my voice, because like then it just records only one audio channel, and when I bring that into the editing software, it's like, oh, it's just mono. It's fucking great. Cool. Whatever. Woke Oak.
Yeah, Wilcox a Chad. I think the whole chat is actually full of Chads, actually, all base people.
Maybe not a single unbased person. And even if
Yeah.
Zingus was here, you know, they're kind of based in their own Redditor way.
I mean, yeah, they've got things hooked up for them. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
So, do we think we're ready, or are we never ready?
I don't know.
It's like dropping the atom bomb.
Part of me wants to define some words before we get started, actually.
What words will those be?
There's like one big word I always feel like I need to define before any of these.
What word would
with
that
a
be?
P.
Penis?
It is dickish, for sure. Very phallic. Anyways, this word, for those who aren't cued into what I might be talking about, is pretentious. So a lot of people say pretentious, and people don't seem to understand what this word means. I mean, cloaqually? No. How do you say that word? I don't remember. Generally, when people say it, they'll tend to say it meaning, oh, it's artsy, it's has its head up its own ass, it's assumes more of itself or something like that, where they kind of use it close to what this means, but they in themselves are often being pretentious. They are attempting to impress by affecting a greater importance, talent, culture, etc., than is actually possessed. They believe that they can assess the intent of an artist, which you literally cannot do. And I have this conversation too many times on Twitter and on Discord and everything. You cannot assume the intention of another person, ever. It is
Ever played the
literally
Beginner's Guide?
impossible. I do have a video on the Beginner's Guide I've been cooking up, but it insists upon itself. That's a good version of what people say is pretentious. No, pretentious means I think I know what I'm talking about, but I don't actually know what I'm talking about. That's what it means, like in a very general sense. So when people are criticizing a game but are failing to understand what the story is literally written for them, which I'm not sure why I'm bringing this up. There's nothing that could ever happen like that. They are being pretentious. Or if I say, you know, there's so many different ways to be pretentious. They can assume that a game is trying to be a Paper Mario clone, or I don't know, maybe like Undertale. To assume that people are trying to make Undertale, to assume the intent of another person and to project that, stating it as a fact, is pretentious. That is literally the definition of pretentious. And you could see so many examples of this. It's not hard. a great example is in Manga Common's video on Velma. He misrepresents the intention of the staff by saying that they took the wrong lesson from Spider-Verse, which that's not at all what they're referring to. But he assumes their intent in the most bad faith way possible and decides to be pretentious and tell everyone that what he is saying is fact about the situation. There you go. There's another fun example.
Very non-specific.
Not specific at all. Anyways, 348,000 views later, and 1 year ago. How long ago, actually?
I think
May 11th.
Oh, yeah.
We're going to go into the YIIK video. YIIK, the worst game ever, and why I love it. Zingus now has 5,000 subscribers. Congratulations. Your first video brought in a lot of viewers for you that you haven't seemed to retain in a meaningful way. Since, you know, maybe your Brutal Orchestra video did alright, but the others... rough that I made one video that has surpassed these in less time, but...
I'm so ready.
Bad art can be such a valuable thing. It can show us what not to do, or make us better appreciate good art even more. But when a piece of bad fiction truly becomes something more than just another poorly conceived book or movie or game, is when you can feel a driving, creative, passionate force behind every aspect of its design. With that in mind, today I want to talk about the worst game ever made, and what makes it so special.
Oh, he's going to talk about Chocobo GP?
Why doesn't he talk about Poppy Playtime instead? I mean, that's the worst game ever made.
Is he going to talk about Joyville?
Oh, shit. Yeah, that's...
Hold on, let's get some other games I can call out for being way worse than this.
And YIIK? I mean, I can name many. I mean, Superman 64 is an iconic bad game. And like,
Iconic. I have a copy of Superman 64.
That's awesome. But I mean, like, there's so many, like, iconic... Like, you ever watch fucking AVGN? There's so many, like, games that are, like, worse than this, right?
Code Shifter, Finding Nemo, Chibi Robo Ziplash, Animal Crossing City Folk, Sonic Riders Zero Gravity, Mario Kart Tour. Man, I hate Mario Kart Tour. Oh, relevant. Maybe it was last video, last stream. Sino Alice. Fuck Sino Alice. Only If. Man, we can keep going on. We can keep going on about games that are way worse than YIIK. Big Bumpin', the Burger King game.
Lisa? Okay, that one's a joke. Lisa's a good game.
Atari ET. Damn.
Yeah, but picking Atari games like cheating. Like, all of them are like, whatever.
Yeah, they're pretty rough. Why do I hate City Folk? City Folk ruined Animal Crossing. It ruined all the fun I had with it, which was that the villagers had personalities. Oh, and that they made this pathing system that just makes everyone's village just look like it just makes it all dirt. It's like it's a cool concept, but it just made it all dirt. It made everything look ugly. That's a good point, Jella. For YIIK to be the worst game you've ever played, you must have not played many games at all. Yeah, we'll get to that later. It's definitely a hyperbolic title for views. Yep, it's definitely what they do. I mean, Big Bumpkin. Okay, look. Big Bumpkin coming with a Burger King burger makes it better than some other video games.
I think that makes it better than YIIK. I mean, I love Burger King.
Wild World is peak. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know if it's better than YIIK before because of it, but it's like pretty decent. Like Burger King burgers aren't that good, to be honest. But you know,
oh, you're wrong with that one.
You get a burger. How can you complain about a burger with your food with your game? Oh, sick. Guy who's only played Hollow Knight and Undertale. Well, he's played a little bit more than that. Let's be fair. Pokemon Dash sucks. Let me throw out some other games that people will be mad at me for. Plants vs. Zombies 2, Super Smash Bros. 3DS. I think that one's worse than Brawl, to be honest. Gundam Evolution. Fuck Gundam Evolution. That game. Oh, no. Re-Chain of Memories specifically. I like the original Chain of Memories. Re-Chain of Memories is lame. Mickey Speedway USA. I really like kart racers, if you guys don't know. I'm a bit of a racist, you know. Back for Blood was not very good. I think it just felt unfinished.
So there's is that in terms of having like a big message, the issue I have with that is that all these videos that talk about the game don't talk about the message at all. And if like the closest they'll get is that they'll say an extremely basic theme, which all stories have. I mean,
it's like the hero's journey.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with Anonymous Agony, but I think people don't like that game, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like, you know, that is a like story heavy game. Let me think. I mean, like there's like, I don't know. I don't feel like it matters, to be honest.
Yeah, I think what gets really annoying to me about this whole thing, when it comes to like the worst game I've ever played or whatever, right, is that like, it's just mid. Like at worst, it's just mid.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to bring it up, but my game, Super Combat Massacre RPG, it's not my game. You could consider that to be a really bad game. I mean, if you look at backlog, those are really low, and like I feel like that has a really strong message it's trying to say. It's about pretty extreme subject matter. I think that's a good example.
Yeah. But, as Zingus will say, there's a reason. YIIK is uniquely bad. And it's like, so far, you know, yes, we're only 25 seconds into the video, but we have gotten nothing. You know, he did the room. It's bad, right, guys? Ha 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 ha. Thing. And then he's comparing Y2K to the room. Okay, cool. But the what we're getting so far, and yes, we're not very far into this, is Y2K is so bad, but it's unique in the way that it's bad. Well, I can assume that just from the beginning of this. Like, you're not telling me anything interesting so far. You don't have an interesting premise. You're not setting up anything. You're just going, what makes it so special? I love this game that's terrible. Okay.
Today, I want to talk.
This is... I hate to be this guy. Like, I get it. In high school and maybe middle school, you get away with writing your essays like this. But, like, there is no hook here. I am not interested in this. This is the most YouTuber, like, fucking, incestuous YouTuber kind of writing ever. It is so boring.
It has the voice and everything.
It is... Ah, yes. I am so smart. And by the way, this is what this is. But why it's not this thing? Great, cool.
Bad
Thanks.
criticism is such a wonderful thing.
About Y2K, a postmodern RPG.
Any bets on whether he understands what postmodern means? Can we set up a poll? Can we do a poll? That'll be funny.
Yeah, we can do a poll. How do we do that? Like straw poll?
No. There's a poll system.
Oh shit, there is? Sick.
There we go. Yes, no. How do I set how long it is? Okay, I can just
I
end
don't know.
it,
We'll
whatever.
figure out.
Why are you so
PA.
mad at this guy in particular? I'm not mad at this guy in particular. I hate all video essays.
For me, there is particular reasons that we will get into because there are things about this video that are very unique to it.
Yeah, I need to clarify that before we go any further. I hate all video essays. I tell my friends that like watching video essays all the time about how fucking cringe they are. They're all terrible. They have worse writing than middle school essays by literal children. And for some reason, everybody on the internet likes to share them around like they say anything important, when most of it is self-aggrandizing bullshit that fails to understand what art even is in the first place. Because the people behind it have never had a creative outlet ever, and have seen the nerd writer write a video and went, oh, I could do that. That's a really cool thing to do that makes me seem smart and interesting. I should do that instead of doing anything with my life otherwise. And for some reason, it's a trick, it's a con that works. And that's why I hate video essays. Oh, that, and there's like, because it's so popular, it ends up infecting people's minds and making them think in fucked up ways about all kinds of shit. Little tiny things, little suggestions that they say throughout these videos end up forming a meta-narrative in your mind that you slowly accept over time, even if you don't realize it. And, yeah, that's why I don't like them. I've watched them for years. At one point, I liked them because there was like a lot of informative ones that talked about like history and interesting things and details that would actually do research. But this isn't a researched essay. This is a glorified op-ed opinion piece that is not even his own opinion. And we'll get to that.
And as a devious thesis.
Hating on an
Dubious,
entire
I mean.
medium is wild, but alright. Bruh, at least they script this stuff. This is a live stream. And there will be more substance in this live stream than they have in their entire videos. By the way, I also do scripted videos. All my other videos on my channel are actually scripted. I used to like them until you watched my video essay on why Hentai Clicker 3 wasn't so good. Man, Hentai Clicker 3 was peak. I don't think video essays are a medium. I don't think that video essays are art, actually.
Oh, that's awesome.
So I'm not hating on a medium. I'm hating on a format. And I'm hating on the metagame of it. Like, there are people that make video essays that I respect. Obviously, I'm going to say the same people I always say. Future of Sound Productions makes video essays about Metal Gear Solid. And they are some of the best, well-written videos about Metal Gear Solid. The guy understands the series. He understands the writing. He does research. They are genuinely the best videos on Metal Gear Solid you can find on the internet. I know, I've looked. And they're not all opinion pieces. They're mostly talking about certain aspects of the story and the implications of them. And that's fascinating. Those are wonderful videos. Errant Signal does mostly opinion pieces, but he talks about really random indie games that maybe even other people are not talking about. And he speaks about them with such nuance that you understand exactly why he does and doesn't like it, and you're never given the impression that this thing is bad because he doesn't like it. He's just talking about an aspect that he didn't find captivating about the work. Those are some good video essays. Nerd Writer I find to be okay. Some of his stuff gets a little wild sometimes, but generally he's alright. And then, you know, we're not going to go down the list of every video essayist ever and we go, yeah, this guy's okay. Yeah, this guy's alright. Okay, this guy sucks. This guy's the worst. But it's just a matter of there's more video essays out there that are terrible, that affect the way people think about things, and the way that an opinion piece can be written like an essay and people turn around and say that it's a fact. And that's the problem I have.
Yeah, I used to parrot videos like this when I was like in middle school. So it's really weird when you get to people who are like in their 20s and they're clearly just copying a video essay they watched on YouTube.
Oh yeah, and that's the other thing I hate. I hate when I'm having a conversation with somebody about something. They bring up a piece of trivia from a video essay that I've either seen or seen recommended to me. And then I go, okay, I know where that came from. And then I ask them, okay, what's your opinion on it? and they go, "Oh, you should watch this." No, I don't give a fuck about Super Eye Patch Wolf. I don't want to. Oh, in fact, I've already seen Super Eye Patch's opinion on Nathan For You, and I think it sucks. I think his video is bad. I don't like his opinion on Nathan For You. I want to know your opinion on it. I'm asking you. I'm in a conversation with you. I'm not talking with Super Eye Patch Wolf. If I was talking with Super Eye Patch Wolf, I would ask Super Eye Patch Wolf what he thinks. But I'm not talking with that guy. I'm talking to you. Let's not talk about this video essay. Did you watch the thing? Oh, you did. You just watched the video essay about the thing. Cool. Or you did. Okay, let's talk about it. Oh, now you're struggling to talk about it. Well, how can I help you so we can talk, have an actual conversation here, and not just defer to somebody else's video? I shouldn't have to watch a 3-hour video to have a conversation with you about anything. Like, this is just how communication works. We just talk with each other about our opinions. You should be able to express your opinion. But, and I'm not making a straw man here. I've had people literally do this. Different people, several times, for years. And I just don't think it's okay. I think it's cringe. Begging me. I mean, I can't hate anybody for hustling, but I can criticize them, and I can tell them how they did a bad job. And so, that's what we're doing here today. Hey, yeah. Let's see what else we got here. Turn this YouTube chat into a war zone. More likely Konami being Konami. Also, I will say about I know this was a while ago, the Metal Gear Solid 5 demo, Ground Zeroes. Yeah, it might be cringe that they released that as a cheaper priced game, but that also was just phenomenal. It's just tight. Great gameplay. It's not as expansive. I think actually Phantom Pain might have been lesser if it was included, because that was so confined and iterative on itself that if you had that in the Phantom Pain, it would take away from how grand and spacious so much of the areas and the way that you can approach everything differently really was in that game. But that's a whole. I know people probably won't agree with that, but that's my whole. I have a whole bunch of hot takes about Metal Gear Solid: The Phantom Pain because I think it's an amazing game. Video essays are more accessible. That's kind of true sometimes. Like, I get that it might be easier to just watch it is easier to just watch a YouTube video. And sometimes they're shorter than the stuff. That's not always true, though. And that's what really gets me about it, is sometimes you would have just been better off watching the thing yourself and having your own opinion. Pop media critique, and if you want to end up not sounding like an elitist instead of complaining, do open access. I'm not saying that we need to close access for critique. I'm just saying that we need to not default, and this is especially the thing, because I had replied to a tweet recently about Vizzy Pop and Has Been Hotel. I haven't watched Has Been Hotel or Hell of a Boss. I haven't watched.
I think it's more so about Hell of a Boss because Has Been has like nothing to it at the moment.
Okay, yeah, I haven't watched either of that. I don't know anything about it other than that people don't like it, and it's really popular to hate on it. But they were.
I like Has Been.
Vizzy Pop was complaining about video essays, all saying the same thing. Yeah, they do that. They all do that. And I don't have to watch any of the Has Been Hotel ones or Hell of a Boss ones to even know that. They do that. Look at any topic, and they do often repeat each other, or if you look at FNAF videos, they cite each other, and then they'll reiterate what somebody else said in a different video, but in their own words, kind of, and then act like it's something new.
Yeah, FNAF's weird because like they will just say Matt Pat as if he's just like a part of the franchise. I feel like it's a similar way for other video essays, but it's just that part's silent, where they just kind of it's a part of this meta narrative that they're all a part of. They're all like copying each other.
Yeah, and it's really weird because, like, look, metagame of YouTube. I pull up YouTube, I look at what's popular, what's trending, whatever, see what's successful, and I go, wow, everybody is talking about Garten of Banban right now. They're not talking about Garten of Banban. Right now they're talking about Starfield. And a little bit of Armored Core, but Starfield's discussion with pronouns is like the huge thing. I could just make a video talking about Starfield's pronoun, whatever, right? And if I make it look good enough and I put a funny thumbnail and clickbait title, it will perform. That is the metagame, right? And so you have these video essays who are looking around in their sphere and they're looking for the next thing to talk about. And I know people like Manga Common specifically will look at his audience and they will bring, hey, you should talk about Vela and how terrible it is. So now he comes to it and he goes, Velma is terrible and my audience thinks that this is terrible. Am I going to confront them and maybe go, no, actually it's great? Or am I going to go, yeah, you guys are right. This is fucking dog shit and here's why. Surprisingly, it's mostly that one. And you don't have to be really smart to notice that. That they specifically will look at trending topics, pick to talk about something, and then say the thing that other people are saying.
Yeah, and speaking of, it's interesting that when Zingus wanted to start their YouTube channel, the game they chose was like an easy target. One that likes to get like tons of views. There's been like tons of essays already, and like Zingus's whole brand is, oh, I'm the indie game essay guy. So there's this interesting motive with that.
Yeah. Where what did I choose to start my channel with? A video on something. I also chose something I didn't like, and that was the .hack Legend of the Twilight adaptation, the anime adaptation. I know exactly why I don't like it. I know exactly why it's inferior compared to the manga. I know why it happened as a production reason, why it's inferior. And I explained that all in my video. But nobody gives a fuck about .hack, unfortunately. .hack is awesome. I love it. It's been a franchise that I've been in love with since I was 7. So, like, I know things about it. I was like, oh yeah, I want to talk about this thing. And I talked about it. The video still doesn't have a lot of views. And there's things that are not great about it. But every now and then I look back at those old videos about anime and I'm like, you know, I was kind of cooking. Bro, you're just playing devil's advocate to be a hipster. Yeah. But yeah, I don't know. Metagame of YouTube, of as far as being successful, is to talk about what's popular. The metagame for sustaining an audience and building one is to not conflict with them. And the metagame beyond that is maybe do as least work as you possibly can. So maybe you don't have to necessarily write your own video. Maybe you can just kind of repeat what other people have said. Maybe you could just agree with them, and that helps build your audience and helps all of this. You don't have to bring anything new to the table. Bringing something new to the table is harder than just going, yeah, Velma's really bad. Look at all the writing in Velma. It's so bad. I'm so offended that they would even try to paint this as a good adaptation. Why would they make all the characters mean and bad? Never mind that we've had adaptations of Scooby. I don't even like Scooby-Doo. Why am I talking about Velma? Oh yeah, it's because my audience asked me to. Literally, Manga Common's words in his video. Come to rest ASMR video in the background for a few minutes. It's despite someone. I will say with my .hack video, it did really well. Better than I expected it to when I released it. And I know that a lot of people in the .hack community liked it, which was cool for me. I like it when people in a community that I don't interface with directly like my stuff. Hellcry ASMR, that could be even better. It reflects on the popular YouTube channels. Shared opinions. There's one of the most likes. Yeah. It's sad, and like, it's weird because like nobody really points this out. Like when I openly talk about criticism and I talk about how people accept criticism, it's often said to me when I have a disagreement with somebody that I don't accept disagreements or criticism well. And I don't think that's true. Most of the time, whenever I reply to somebody that is criticizing me or disagreeing with me, I'm like, okay, but this is what I meant. This is what I was trying to get at. And if anything beyond that happens, beyond that, it's like, this is stupid. I hate this. This is dumb. I just tried to clarify why I said the thing. And if you don't understand why that is, why are we continuing to talk? Stream to Wendy's and get a nacho cheeseburger and do a mukbang? Yes. Stereo mic. Yeah, I do need a stereo mic so you can hear it from both sides. Anyways, let's get back to the Zingus video. There's enough preamble, etc. on bullshit. Funny montage.
Just like Snaker's video.
Yeah. Same song, right?
No, Snaker uses Wilhelm's theme.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
This is using trailer footage as well. That's the release trailer. I know that 'cause I'm a nerd.
Yeah, with that, is it straight up just the trailer?
No, I don't think so. I think a bit of the first part is just the trailer for one of the early builds of the game.
Well, because I remember the walking scene that he shows.
Yeah, so you know the part with the Sentra's head? Alex is only there. That's a part of the trailer. I talk about it in my third ending video, actually.
Yeah.
And they also show Chandra and Alex only in the party, which is also part of the trailer. So I don't know to what extent it's edited. I would imagine maybe it's 2 videos combined.
Yeah, I think it's really odd because I'm like, one of those doing that, just taking the game footage from the trailer, or just taking the trailer and then cutting it in a couple places and then putting some other footage is the cheapest way to do a montage ever.
Well, to be honest, it's the best part of this video in terms of editing, because the rest of the video is basically going to be no editing at all.
Yeah. So what is YIIK?
Let's figure out.
Y2K, or YIIK as we're going to be calling it throughout this video because of the Roman numerals in the title, and also because it's way funnier.
Ha 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 ha.
Well, how many times has that been said?
Is a true gem
It's
of
like
a
a
bad
cliche.
video. Almost every single aspect of its design is holistically bad, committing just about every poor decision you could possibly make as a game designer. It's tedious, incredibly poorly written and paced, with horrendous combat and dungeon design, and one of the most unlikable protagonists and cast of characters ever put into an RPG.
Could you pause this for a second? They say a cast of unlikable characters. If I recall, they do not elaborate on that point at all.
Oh,
they
yeah.
don't. They basically don't talk about any other characters or why they're unlikable. It's just kind of dropped. I think at most they'll talk about Claudio being annoying or something, but like that's it. So, I mean, you can continue. I just want that to be known.
It's an important thing to note. This is the beginning of the essay where we're doing... If I'm going to do the... There's a funny thing I did once with a manga comment video where I took it and then I put it to like a rating rubric. And I also like looked at how teachers in like middle school grade the essays. So this is the thesis. This is, the beginning, the opening should have been the thesis, but I get it's a YouTube video. We can just set that aside as the opening.
And already, even as a thesis, it's like an opinion piece. And it's pissing. And what pisses me off is that they're using a thesis as it, because like they're basically for kind of objective things almost, right? So this thing has this and this and this, and I'm going to prove this. using my words. But, you know, this is an opinion. It's like, you know, you don't have to prove your opinion that much. You know what I mean? You know what I'm getting at? But like they're trying they're doing it using very objective language.
It's you go, okay, here's my opinion, and I'm going to back it up.
Yes. But they're acting
here's
like
the problem.
Here's why Y2K is an accepted bad game. Why you should think it's a bad game. The player thinks this. The player thinks that. That's the whole problem with this video from beginning to end.
Oh, so it's literally telling you what to think. Isn't that what I was kind of going on about with video essays? That they're not about, you know, it's not about necessarily, oh, this is my opinion on it. It is, this is a hot topic. I should make a video on this. And then people use it to substitute their own opinions. So here you go. Zingus is telling you what to think right now.
And this is a hot topic because YIIK is a thing. I think part of it is that they're trying to capitalize on YIIK releasing, because they do talk about it in this very video.
I also find it like this. The thing that I find interesting about this is there was something Andrew told me once, and I agree with this. This is a really important piece of information for anyone making anything ever. Not making a decision is a decision. So when I write my essays, I specifically attempt to not tell you that this is my opinion and you should accept this as fact. I go out of my way. I don't, you know, over-iterate, oh, this is my opinion, hey, this is my opinion. But I do not ever try to use any language to assume that my language is above anyone else's. This is a deliberate choice because I hate when videos like this, and there's way more than just Zingus, assume your opinion and forces an opinion onto you and tells you that this is the opinion you should have. I think it's disgusting.
And the thesis is what is YIIK, and with the way they word it, it's very clear they're advertising this to a bunch of people who don't know what this game is about. They're basically defining the opinion for this game for them, and that's part of the purpose of this video. It's almost like indoctrinating. And I think he'll even state this in a few minutes too. He'll say that.
I find myself completely obsessed with this game. A game of this level of quality is extremely rare, especially one with any amount of passion and heart behind it. And what makes it even more fascinating is how dangerously close it often comes to action.
I also find it weird, the whole passion and heart conversation. I hate those descriptors at all.
Yeah, it's this weird way to make it more relatable and like wholesome.
Soy. Yeah. Really soy.
That is actually very Reddit, actually. Wholesome.
Yeah, wholesome. Ooh, doggo. You can pet the doggo. Anyways, let me see. I think I wrote this January 10th. I never want to hear anyone call my game, My Mundane Life is Threatened by the Tropes of an RPG, a quote-unquote passion project. It's art. It's my art. It's nothing more. It's nothing less. All that, and it's a shitty game.
Actually being good. While every aspect of
and that's also a frustrating statement too. He's already proving his thesis statement wrong. You know, it's so bad, but it's actually really close to being good. So how is it the worst game ever? That doesn't make sense. If it's close to being good, it's probably like a 4 out of 10, right? Like, what does that mean?
Right.
Bad, yes. Every single one of them contains just a few interesting ideas that scrape right along the edge of resembling something good. It's a game openly inspired and supposedly providing commentary on RPGs as a genre.
That's weird footage to be put in here.
That is weird footage.
That?
And what does that statement even mean, providing commentary on RPGs? I think I've heard people say this before, but where does that come from? I don't know.
As somebody who edits a video and edits a script and does this, so what you do oftentimes is you're like, this is what I assume Zingus did. I'm not saying this is what he did. This is an assumption. I'm probably wrong. Okay, let me just ramble about this game. Okay, let me edit it so it doesn't sound like a ramble. Okay, there we go. And I think that might be how a lot of people write their videos. Way I write my videos is, okay, here's what I think is the thing. This is my topic. This is the ideas that I'm going to cover throughout my video. Okay, let me write this out. Okay, now let me fact check that. Let me make sure that that's correct information. Let me look back at the thing and then look back at my words. Okay, that's right. Cool. We'll move forward. And then when I go to edit it, I go, okay, so it's supposedly providing commentary on RPGs as a genre. Okay, can I provide footage that is relative, related to that? Can I put something on screen that kind of gives you an impression of that?
Yeah, and it's interesting footage to show for that. Because I actually have a less charitable look, because I think Zingus rarely, if ever, uses relevant footage at all. I feel like they just kind of do random bullshit like 90% of the time. Yeah. I don't feel like this visual means anything. But it is an interesting statement, because I don't know how it's supposedly providing commentary on RPGs, because I also think that's a statement they do not back up in any way.
It seems to take so few lessons from the things that inspired it. However, fascinatingly, almost nothing about YIIK feels happy.
So I also hate this statement. Doesn't take any lessons from things that inspired it. This is a thing that a lot of people that don't make anything say. They believe that everything is a copy of something else. They think that when I make a game, I should just make Paper Mario, but I want to make Paper Mario but better. And, I saw that Final Fantasy 16 had this whole lore system. I should put that whole lore system in there because that's a good QOL thing. Yeah, that's not how game development works, buddy.
Yeah, it's a weird thing where inspiration for a lot of people just means plagiarize.
Take ideas, and then take all the good ideas. Don't take any of the bad ideas. But also, make your game completely unique and different. But also, you might as well make one that's just exactly this old game instead. Wow, that's impossible. You've said 8 contradictory statements there.
Past. The people who made it, Axe Studios, crammed so many ideas into it and desperately wanted it to be something that it just turned out not to.
Desperately wanted it to be something, and they're going to say that turned out to not be. It is something. It is a released product.
It is a deeply...
They wanted it to be a video game.
Sure is a video game. You can
sure is a fucking video game.
flawed experience. We're going to spend a lot of time discussing and understanding these flaws, but each one comes from such an interesting and genuine place. The driving force behind YIIK is so personal and legitimate that, despite the flaws in its design, make me kind of...
So you want a realistic, down-to-earth show that's off the wall and crazy?
I love the game.
Yeah.
And what's frustrating about that statement is also they don't back that up either. The interesting place. They will basically just talk about the game directly, and then they're going to mention like one thing about Andrew and Brian's mother dying later on, to just build up this weird sympathy story, and like that's it. That's the extent of it. They're not going to talk about the inspiration at all.
So let's see, what do we got so far?
Sorry for the spoilers, by the way.
We got this whole thesis down, right? And he doesn't elaborate on any of it. I think this was an issue when we first watched it. I'm remembering now.
Yeah, the flashbacks.
I'm having PTSD war flashback. I'm remembering now. I'm remembering now because I was like, we were watching it and we were like, man, he's like plagiarizing all these other videos. And then I got to the end and I was like, wait, what was his opinion? Like, what was his thing about the game? What did he say this whole time? I'm fucking lost. Because everything he said was more or less somebody else's opinion that he reiterated, but he didn't actually say anything by the end of it. He didn't actually tell us why it was a good game or why it was a shitty game and why he loved it. He didn't. He didn't tell us anything. And we're already failing at the thesis. We're failing 2 minutes into the video. We failed at the opening, which, okay, we forgive it. Shitty YouTuber hook style opening. And cool. We'll give you a pass there. It's your first video, whatever. But then you put your thesis out and you don't follow up after anything on your thesis. Anything you introduce, anything you say you're going to talk about, you don't talk about. That's not even just like a first video problem. That is just a problem. That is like bad writing. Bad writing. Middle schoolers have a more cohesive essay.
Look at the YIIK fan talking about bad writing. Look at us.
Should I begin?
I think I've gotten a bit ahead of myself, so let me rewind a little bit. What the hell is YIIK? What is this game? What's it about? Well, there are already at least 3 really excellent videos.
At least 3. Running Shine, to Snakerer, and Uric Salad Bar.
Hey, look, he watches videos. Interesting.
Watched. He's recommending them to you. They're excellent videos. I disagree. I've talked about all these videos, so if you want to know my opinion on those, you can look at the live stream tab on my YouTube channel, and you can watch my live streams on those. Man. So these are the videos that he's going to plagiarize from. Here's him sourcing them. And more.
Out there about YIIK. I know from a lot of responses I've gotten on my Twitter that plenty of people still have no idea what the hell this game is. On paper, it's pretty easy to explain. Well, kinda. YIIK is a turn-based RPG heavily inspired by games like Persona and Earthbound, about a man named Alex, who, upon witnessing a woman being attacked and kidnapped by strange otherworldly entities,
Attacked?
assembles a group of friends to learn more about the strange things going on in his small town, Frankton. He meets up with Michael, his
I also don't know if I would say Frankton's a small town, but you know, okay.
childhood friend and photography enthusiast, Vela, the perpetually angry goth girl, Rory, the self-proclaimed scene kid with a dead sister, even though that was a 2000s thing, and this game is
1999.
Okay.
that 1999, but whatever. And Claudio and
Yeah,
Chandra,
fair point.
brother and sister searching for their own lost sibling. The plot gradually becomes more and more expansive as the game continues,
I think he flanderized Chandra and Claudio there more than anybody says that the game did.
Well, yeah, I mean, you know, I'm not going to make a racist joke. I'm
introducing
sorry.
the
I
ideas of
apologize.
multiple realities, the ability to travel between them, entities known as soul survivors who seem to be behind a lot of the supernatural happenings, and a reality-destroying comet that approaches all realities.
Now this one I find weird. This is a weird thing to say. Where the fuck did he get that from? That's not what the game says. I know, I'm extremely aware of this because my Vix video covers like this next section of this game, like right before this scene. No, that's not what they said. They said that Alex is, going to destroy his reality. Because they always do across every reality. It's not that a comet comes and kills everybody at New Year's. That's some weird fan fiction you made up. That's not what the game says. Sorry.
It's weird how people do not get the comet even on a literal level. Like, they just do not understand what the game exactly says about it. There's a weird confusion with it. I don't understand it.
At the turn of the millennium on Y2K. This all sounds fairly basic and moderately Earthbound reminiscent, which is something I'll be saying a couple more times in this video. But let me just clarify, that YIIK is some of the most bizarre and insane actual storytelling I have ever seen in any work of fiction, not just in video games. The thing YIIK is most famous, or infamous for, is probably Alex himself. People have endlessly called out Alex for being one of the most unlikable and annoying protagonists of all time, and, on the surface, this doesn't need to be a bad thing. Plenty of very
Guts is annoying and unlikable. Like, I'm pretty sure in the story of Berserk, everybody's really sympathetic towards Guts because he's fucking suffering throughout all of Berserk. Everybody that's in the audience, I mean. I feel like everybody's like, damn. Guts might be a little whatever, but he's like, yeah, he suffers a lot. The fuck is this relevant for?
good stories have protagonists who are either unlikable or who have done very bad things in the past.
Omori?
Yeah, and so he's saying that Guts is unlikable because he shows him and then it moves on to or MIDI. That's my term for it. For very bad things.
Did bad things. Very bad things. Let's compare Alex's crimes to Sonny Omori's. I'm not going to spoil Omori. I'm not going to spoil Omori unlike Zingus here, but one of these killed a person.
And the story uses them to reinforce its themes. but YIIK makes the bold decision to place almost its entire focus on Alex and his thoughts.
Hey, Hellcry. You know what I think is really funny about that statement? I think this video kind of showcases what I mean.
Oh,
If you'd
yeah?
like to play it or not.
Oh, okay. Let's see. What is this? ZBmon 2? Oh, what is this?
The thing YIIK is most famous, or infamous for, is probably Alex himself. People have endlessly called out Alex for being one of the most unlikable and annoying protagonists of all time. And on the surface, this doesn't need to be a bad thing.
Isn't this interesting? There's a point I'm trying to make with this, isn't it?
Who are either unlikable or who have done very bad
Y2K
things
makes
in
this
the past,
bold decision to
and the story
place almost
uses them to
entirely in
reinforce
Alex's
the
thoughts, and Zingus makes a
But YIIK
video
makes
almost
the,
entirely based
bold
on
decision to place almost
his
its entire
thoughts,
focus on
in
Alex
quotes.
and his thoughts.
And I think
The
this
game's
comparison is
infamous
interesting.
monologues often
Because
stretch
I
on
think
for
Zingus
minutes
is a
on end.
very
Alex
Alex-like
recites his overly verbose
personality.
thoughts directly to the camera, often about things the player
why I
either
made
already
this.
knows or definitely does not need to know. Alex is not just the main character of the story, the entire experience centers around him, through constant self-reflection.
It's fucked
Now,
up how
when-
this is
yeah.
better
Never
edited
learned
than
anything
Zingus's
from.
whole video.
I mean,
The
yeah.
caricature of an annoying, pretentious college student, and the way the game conveys this is by forcing the player to listen to paragraph after paragraph of his pseudo-intellectual rambling. YIIK has never heard of less is more, and every dialogue scene stretches on, without any understanding of why people even listen to dialogue in video games. These monologues are so infamous and offer so little that, after the game's release, developers added an option to severely reduce their length. The actual storytelling often grinds to a halt, so characters can ramble on about their one defining character trait, or long, overly drawn-out explanations of concepts the player either already knows, or is barely learning anything about due to the game's writing style. The game shotguns so many different concepts directly into your skull, while initially explaining
God,
none of them,
camera
only to later
movement
do so in the least engaging way possible. Long, drawn-out monologue. Video games that are dialogue-heavy are not necessarily bad, but the problem here is, after you get past the sheer number of words getting thrown at you, nobody ever actually says anything. The dialogue is written like
Nah, I
a
forgot how
thesaurus
funny
open
this
directly
thing
next
was.
to the keyboard, and nobody ever actually says anything clear and concise enough to fully understand.
Oh man, when we get through there's so many points in there where we need to stop and consider what he just said. That is so wild. I do agree. Saying someone has an Alex-like personality sounds like it should be considered a very serious accusation. Maybe. I do think it's a bit cringe when people do that offhandedly. But somebody that is criticizing Y2K and talks about how bad the prose is and then continues to ramble on like this. Like, I know somebody in there said, well, he scripts his videos. Honestly, I think I'm more coherent in a live stream than this guy is scripted. I'm probably a bit more coherent when I'm drunk in a Discord call than this guy is when he's scripted. Yeah, it's a little funny, huh? There's so many points in that we need to stop and talk about things, and that's
Yeah, I was listening to this at work. I'm like, we have to stop like 20 times like the first 5 minutes.
And how long is this clip? Like, first off, dude, you wrote a 1 hour video on Y2K. Those 2 minutes of rambling. That is, whew. But yeah, I think when people say, "Oh, you're just like Alex," it's so fucking cringe. You're such a fucking loser for that. But I'm fine with calling video essayists people like Alex because they think they're really important and that everybody should listen to them. That's why they made a video, right? Like, I mean, you could talk shit about me and say that I'm like Alex because I bothered to make my videos about stuff, but I don't know. I'm not celebrating, well, not yet celebrating the fact that I have 1,000 subscribers or whatever and going on podcasts talking about how I'm the Y2K guy.
The game's infamous monologues often stretch on for minutes on end, where Alex recites his overly verbose thoughts directly to the camera.
Overly
That was,
verbose thoughts, and he started with holistically bad in his fucking video essay. Okay, dude.
On top of that, stretch on in, that monologue that we made fun of was 2 minutes long. I think that's longer than any of Alex's monologues. There might be.
I feel like some of them towards the end of the game get pretty lengthy.
Yeah.
But this one isn't that long. I mean, I've made cutscene videos, and you can watch them, and you can kind of see like how long they actually are. I don't think they're that bad. I think most of them are engaging if you just pay attention to what he's saying, and they're funny.
Yeah, that's the thing I was going to say. They're so funny. He says Alex just says wild shit left and right, and it's great. He's talking about...
the text on the screen. Read it. Look at what he's saying right now.
The last thing he sent me was allegedly scary. Turned out to be a picture of 2 elephants locked in the throes of passion. That's hilarious. Like, first off, it is funny to go, oh yeah, the last thing that he sent me that was scary was actually just elephant porn. Yeah, that's funny on its own. But then to go, I'm going to elevate talking about elephant porn to make it sound really cool. 2 elephants locked in the throes of passion. That's hilarious. Who the fuck writes that? That is comedic writing, and that's something I have a problem with a lot of times. We talked about this the other day. The Trolls clip, singing killed my grandma. No way did a motherfucker, not a grown ass adult, put pen to the fucking paper, right, and singing killed my grandma, and then had a motherfucker talk it out, say the words, and then edit it in the video, into the movie, have people animate it, have them score it, and not know that was a funny ass line. They know it was funny. It's funny.
Often about things the player either already knows or definitely does not need to know. Alex is not just the main character of the story, the entire experience centers around him, through constant self-reflection that he and the player barely learn anything from. Alex is almost a character.
I wonder if that's a narrative aspect, if him being the narrator plays into the story at all.
It's a weird concept to be bringing up because I feel like it's a nothing statement. The story revolves around the main character. Yeah. What does that mean?
Actually, there's great 2 replies here. David the Zeta nerd. The problem with the funny defense is that humor is the most subjective thing. I would know. I find so few things funny and dislike unfunny. But I also sometimes avoid humor in general, so I'm biased. And then immediately jam-packed, great response. I don't even think it was supposed to be a response. But comedy is subjective, and my objective opinion is correct.
Yeah, jam-packed's right with that one. I mean, yeah, humor is subjective, but I feel like it's a failure to not recognize it as humor.
Yeah, even if you don't think it works for you. If you go and say, oh, they thought they were being smart and they were being verbose and they had a thesaurus next to them while they were writing this
because the
dialogue.
Biggest example is the elevator began to shake, vibrating with motion line. That's a joke, but everyone pretends it's not.
Yeah, and I don't have a problem if you don't think it's funny. If you don't think it's funny, that's fine. But you can recognize that the intent is humor. He's supposed to be... He comes out and tells you, I'm a liberal arts major at the beginning of the game. And then he proceeds to have the most, verbose, I'm so important, self-aggrandizing dialogue. That is a joke. I don't understand how you cannot see it otherwise, personally.
Caricature of an annoying, pretentious college student, and
he's not a caricature. That is who he is. This is one line that
almost
this is what drives me insane at this point. It's like, dude, he's not almost a character of an annoying, pretentious college student. That is literally his character. That's not your perspective on him, or maybe they were trying to make this joke, but they kind of failed. No, they literally captured it. It is literally who he is. He even tells you this in the first dialogue of the game. This is such a reach.
the way the game conveys this is by forcing the player to listen to paragraph after
forcing you. You know you can skip through it if you really don't want to listen to it. Forcing you, though. Okay.
After paragraph of his pseudo-intellectual
I'm playing
rambling.
RPG and it's making me read
YIIK has
text.
never heard of less is more, and every dialogue's
YIIK's never heard of less is more. Dude, you made a fucking hour-long video that is plagiarism.
stretches
I'm
on
so excited to get to the
on
plagiarism
without
shit.
any understanding of
It's
why
so
people
good.
even listen to dialogue in video games.
Understanding of why people even listen to dialogue in video games. Whew, that's a big thing to say. I don't think you understand why people listen to video essays, because you're failing as an essay and you're failing as a video. It's just like, this is the problem I had the last time me and Linguistic tried to go through this video and like make jokes about it, was every criticism he puts out, or everything that sounds like a jab at Y2K, is something that directly reflects onto himself. Everything that he's talking about it is something that he fails to do himself. He, just like Alex Eagleston himself, did not play through the game and experience that and learn from that experience and learn to not do that, which is hilarious because he's claiming that Y2K didn't learn from other people's, examples that people set out. Neither did you.
I love this video. It really is the best essay ever. Sorry, the worst essay ever. I love it.
Yeah. It's just rough. It's rough, man. Why do I listen? Like, also I think this guy played Disco Elysium and liked it. And that game has plenty of the same kind of, like, not exactly the same. It has a different aesthetic to it, but it has the same kind of, like, pseudo-intellectual writing. Oh, I'm so smart, cool. And, like, it's played for comedy just the same way Y2K is. Why do you listen to the writing in that game? Why do you listen to the writing in Stanley Parable? Because it's funny, because it's entertaining. Why the fuck do people listen to the writing in this game in video essay form for fucking years now? Millions of views across all these videos. I think they did understand why people listen to writing in video games. Because otherwise, why the fuck are we still talking about it?
These monologues are so infamous and offer so little that after the game's release, the developers added an option to severely reduce their length.
So
Hey!
I made a video about this, about reduced monologues and how it actually does not change a whole lot about the game. It maybe removes like 3 monologues in chapter 1 and that's it. So otherwise it's the same. So when he says severely reduce their length, that is fan fiction. Zingus did not play reduced monologues mode. I know that's a guess of mine, a kind of fan fiction-y, but you would probably know what was changed, right? You know, if you played through it. So we didn't do that, so he's just saying it.
And there's even more fun to the reduced monologues mode. Hi,
Oh, yeah.
I'm the guy who suggested and edited some of the reduced monologues. I suggested this when we were doing 1.25 testing because I thought it would be funny. I thought it was like, people complain about it, and I'm like, oh, it'd be funny. It would be a fun way to re-experience this story, to like have maybe one that's a little more introduction nice, and then you can go back and you can hear Alex ramble all you want. And then it would be really funny on top of it if we like made fun of other RPGs by going silent protagonist mode. And he was like, oh yeah, that's kind of like Kafka. It's Kafka-esque. And I was like, oh yeah, it would be like crazy. Like imagine the dead sister scene. Imagine that. Imagine that scene without Alex talking and everybody freaking out at him. And I think it's artistically beautiful. I think it captures exactly how Alex feels in that situation because he doesn't feel like he did anything. He feels like he's completely right. And you just have to guess. You have to guess what the fuck Alex did. And I think that would be so cool. And, Andrew agreed with it. And he goes, okay, well, what monologues do you think we could reduce? And I said, well, maybe some at the beginning, so it's like a little friendlier as an introduction. And he kind of liked the aesthetic that it was like developed because of that. And that's really about it, because as I got further on, I was like, no, so many of these are important to the story that you can't really cut them down that
I mean,
much.
I even argue that the ones at the beginning are integral to the story. I think they harm it without them.
I don't disagree. It is mostly like when you play through it, like there's a specific feeling towards it, the kind of like whimsy to it, the way that it is with reduced monologues, because like, yeah, you're not picking up on like aspects of the story and you're kind of getting eased into them a bit more, but it feels more odd and weird and kind of stuff, and that's a specific feeling that's interesting. But that's what I find really funny is that like a lot of people say, "Oh yeah, they did this because everybody hated it." No, we thought it was funny, and we thought it would be a funny trick to kind of like make people play the game more times. And yeah, the silent protagonist mode wasn't just fuck you, yeah, you don't like him, don't let him talk. It was literally that it would be hilarious.
Yeah,
It
and
would be
I
a
don't know.
hilarious experience.
I mean, like, it's not a well-liked thing, but I feel like it's an interesting experimental part of the game just to have it very heavily monologue-based, and I feel like it's part of what makes the game special. And I feel like this desire
It's a lot of its identity.
Yeah, and like if you're not into that, that's fine. It's just I have this issue that people will play a sports game and then they'll want to be a first-person shooter, and that's my metaphor. They want to they play this game and they're like, yeah, but what if it was something completely different? What if we removed this identity and made it something that I liked more? And they're not really interested in exploring the artist's vision, but rather their own.
Why is it this way and not the way I would prefer? Well, maybe it's because there was a point to it. Maybe there was an idea behind it that you're missing.
Yeah, which I don't think it makes it like free from criticism, but I feel like a big part of criticism is that you need to understand what the fuck you're talking about.
100%. This is the problem with all criticism online is you need to understand the intent of the artist. Even if that means you have to ask them directly, what did you mean by this? You have to understand that before you go and say what you're saying is criticism.
Yeah, and if you're just talking about something that's you're blatantly wrong about, your whole criticism is void because it doesn't make sense, you know? But then you talk to them about that and then they'll get all pissy about it, about how they have the right to criticism even if they're just literally incorrect. You know,
and to throw you all a bone, and using it specifically, you have a right to your own opinion. That's what this is. This is your opinion. This is not fact, and this is not criticism. It's your opinion. And anybody that cites this video to me and tells me that this is a good video, go fuck yourself. That's a shitty opinion piece. Oh, yo, you can never understand the intent of the artist. You can't divine this. This is not something you can actually know. But you can ask them about it, and then you can say, okay, if your intent for, I don't know, they wanted to make this look like camo, and they wanted to have a military aesthetic. You can't really see that very well. I don't know. You see that. You can assume that's their intent. But, you know, maybe it wasn't. Maybe it was something different. I can't really know. I don't know the artist. But if I could ask them and I go, was that your intent? Then we go, oh, yeah, that was that. Cool, you picked on that. You picked that up. That's your intent. Okay, cool. Yeah, I think you captured what your intent was in this art piece, this shell for this game, for this fucking Xbox controller.
Yeah.
Or, that's kind of dog shit. Camo doesn't look like that. You kind of should go back and do something different with it. There you go. That's when you're in the realm of critique.
Yeah, I feel like there's also people, when they say interpretation, they just kind of mean fan fiction. So kind of like what I mean is like if you're talking about a story, you're giving your thoughts on it. It's like I have an interpretation that I don't fucking know. Alex drinks soy, okay? And like you're really serious about this. But then there's like nothing in the text that supports it, or maybe there's like a line in the game that's like Alex doesn't like soy. But then they'll just like ignore it to like support their quote unquote interpretation when really they're just kind of making their weird fan fiction. And like you'll see this a lot in quote unquote criticism, where they'll be like, here's what the intent of the artist is, and like here's how you can know, and like it's just all bullshit, you know?
Yeah, that's your assumed intent. That's what you think they mean. Jampack says, so you can only critique if you know the artist. That's actually pretty significant. I'm not saying specifically that. That's close. That's a lot closer.
I think the best critique is when you know them.
Definitely, because that's the only time that it actually reaches them and means anything. But you can, like, if there's a news article about something that they directly say their intent, you can take that intent and then compare it to the thing, and now you're in the realm of critique. You might not be able to get into any nuance, like deep nuance about it, but you're in the realm of critique. You're actually taking what they said that they intended to do and comparing it to what they accomplished.
Yeah, I also think there's this, you can attempt to kind of understand what the vision is, but like you can't, I mean, the beginner's guide, but
yeah,
you can't enforce it. You can't be like, I think this is what they're going for, but you can't be like, this is absolutely what they're going for. You can't do that.
If people call it fanfic or opinion piece, it might make better videos because then you know what video you're actually making. I 100% agree. I think it would also make it better because, hey, here's my op-ed about this thing. That would be fucking great because then at the end of the day, when like other people see it, they don't think that it's something more. That's also a problem I have. I have a problem of like person writing it thinking it's something more, and then like other people seeing it and thinking it's something more. But yeah, like if you want to do this in a different way and say, okay, well, opinions can be critiques and you can assume, which I don't think you can assume the intent, but if you think that you can, we could just say that that's the lowest level of criticism. And then better criticism is using interviews and what they've said about it to inform your opinion and compare it versus what you feel about it. And then the best one are when you can talk with them directly and ask them what their intent was and compare that intent to the artwork itself. Either way, we're operating on the lowest and even further below than that level of criticism. And this low level criticism is most of what's online, even when there's interviews and information, because sometimes they just misrepresent that to inform their opinion, to side with their opinion. So yeah, he's going to assume the intent of why they reduced the monologues. I just told you what the intent was, what I discussed directly with Andrew when I was beta testing 1.25, why it got implemented the way it did. Let's see how his critique compares.
The actual storytelling often grinds to a halt, so characters can ramble on about their one defining character trait, or long, overly drawn-out explanations of concepts the player either already knows or is barely learning anything about due to the game's writing style.
I'm interested to see what he says they already know throughout this video, because I have the impression that he doesn't know anything.
Shotgun so many different concepts directly into your skull, while initially explaining none of them, only to later do so in the least engaging way possible. Long, drawn-out monologues. Video games that are dialogue-heavy are not necessarily bad, but the problem here is, after you get past the sheer number of words getting thrown at you, nobody ever actually says anything. The dialogue is written like there's a thesaurus open directly next to the keyboard, and nobody ever actually says anything clear and concise enough to fully understand.
He said the same thing twice, first of all.
Yeah. Literally the same thing twice. The other thing that's really funny about this is I see Homestuck fans talking shit about Y2K, when that is literally how Homestuck was written.
Yeah, Homestuck is written way more verbosely. This game does not have verbose language at all. Remember, Zingus started as Zingus with holistically bad. That's a pretty big word. I don't know.
Yeah, it's like... It's pretty often when you're just reading through Homestuck that you encounter a word you maybe only encountered one time before. And you go, what the fuck does that mean again? Just because it's the writing style of that thing. And it's funny. And it has its humor to it. But, like, it's funny that I see Homestuck fans complain about the way Y2K is written sometimes.
Yeah, I used to have I guess to bring it up, I was originally going to make a Zingus response video, and I had mixed feelings about it, so I never really did it. But, like, parts of the things I've been showing, like the trailer for this and the monologue thing were a part of it. I had a bit where I was talking about this section, and I showed up the full screen for this entire scene, and then they say nothing that's like a big word at all. Like I need to like check back on that and see like what the biggest word they say is, because it's nothing, you know. I mean, can you remember like what big words do they say in this game, in this entire game? They say precocious.
Precocious, epistemology. There was where he says nubile, which isn't even really that big of a word.
Yeah. But they'll very rarely do it. It's not a common occurrence at all.
Yeah.
Directly into the game's other most noticeable story flaw, how goddamn confusing understanding any of its concepts is.
Is it?
Fucked up, man.
Yeah, I find that frustrating too, because even when I first played the
At first,
game, I didn't like, obviously I didn't understand everything, but like I feel like in a literal level you get a pretty decent grasp on how the concepts work, like the soul space and soul survivors and stuff. It's just that the game has conflicting information, but like it's very obviously part of the point, because the game really points out the conflicting information to you with Potomichael. He literally talks about this.
Yeah. Everyone around me is acting like they just don't understand what's going on. They're like purposefully ignoring it or whatever. Yeah. I always love that line. But do they need a new vocabulary or something? Man, so like shit. What was I going to say? There's so many things that are so frustrating already, and we've gone over a lot of them. But it's like the thing that's frustrating about understanding Y2K's story is almost every single video essay understands it to an extent, and then they pretend they don't understand it. And it is so frustrating. They go, "Oh, this is supposed to be a game about self-improvement. Okay, oh, I get it. All right. Oh, but he doesn't improve at the end. This is a flaw." Hey, man. You get it. That's the whole point. Ta-da! You figured it the fuck out. It's not more complicated than that. Like, that is all you need to know to understand the game. That it is about how Alex needs to improve, how he needs to become a better person. But even the one time he does something good, he reluctantly does it, and it tells you that in the title of the chapter.
Oh,
and it's
man.
just, and even then, you don't have to apologize to a fucking person in that whole chapter.
That whole bit's insane.
No, the game isn't about him improving and becoming a better person. It's about how he refuses to do so at every turn. And I know there's some losers out there that go, "Oh, well, do you think that's a compelling character?" Yes. Yes, I do. I liked BoJack Horseman. Lots of people liked BoJack Horseman. Same fucking character.
It starts out like a pretty focused story. The game is divided into 6 chapters, and although it classifies the last one as merely an epilogue, that's
Wild check.
Interesting.
Cat chased. Last one is merely an epilogue. This is something we talked about a little bit, not in any of these streams, but people don't understand what epilogue means. Like, that means something when it comes to storytelling. That the story has ended. Now there's more. But okay.
where the real conclusion to the game lies. Usually in a classic
real conclusion.
small-town weirdos find out something much darker is going on kind of
Stranger
story,
Things.
you want to gradually introduce mysterious concepts with little explanation and slowly reveal their secrets. Season 1 of Stranger Things and basically the entirety of Gravity Falls are both excellent examples of how to pull off a story like this. And
Is that the story that Y2K is, though?
No, it's funny that they also say classic, because I think you can replace that word with modernist. You think?
Yes. Also, classic being Stranger Things and Gravity Falls, which are relatively new. I would never classify those as classic stories. If you talk about Jumanji, that's a classic story. You know, it's kind of old enough to be considered a classic. It's got to be at least 20 years out before we call it a classic.
YIIK does kind of start this way. It has a decent introduction to how Alex is going to act in the game by making the first line of the whole thing a monologue directed right at the player, and then immediately has him be a huge dick to his mom. After the grocery list his mom gave...
A huge dick for his mom? I think he might have an Oedipus complex.
Whoa. Jocasta?
He also didn't mention the phone call?
Uh,
Because, like, here we go. Like, you're talking about how it needs to gradually introduce concepts, right? Is the phone call not gradually introducing a concept?
well, no, Zingus doesn't understand the phone call, so he's just not going to talk about it. You know, that actually is an Alex thing. That's literally what he says in the game.
Oh, okay.
And then the game is like, I don't like recognizing things I don't really want to confront yet, so, you know, really funny.
Okay.
Gave him is stolen by a cat with a mustache. He follows it to an old abandoned building, and the game's supernatural elements
It's not a cat literally with a mustache. It's that his whiskers look like a mustache.
start right away.
Come on, Zingus
He
never seen a
starts
cat
fighting
before.
monsters and experiencing bizarre and genuinely
He should every time he looks in the mirror.
Damn, dude.
kinda cool visuals before he meets Sammy, a girl who's been living in this building for most of her life. After a fairly
Most of her life.
insufferable first
Okay.
meeting, Sammy is taken
Where are you getting this information? It's not what it was.
away by mysterious entities known as soul
They
survivors.
must think the
and Alex
ginger
learns
line
how to
isn't
reflect
funny.
on the insanity
I don't
of
know
his
why.
day
Isn't
and
Zingus
process
a
the
ginger?
bizarre things he's seen. I'm not gonna lie, this is a pretty decent introduction to this story. It's plagued by
I
a
think
lot
you
of
should
YIIK's
relate to that.
overarching issues, sure, but it clearly establishes our protagonist and the flaws he has to work on, sets up a character who clearly means a lot to him, gives him motivation to get her back and understand what's happening, and throws many interesting, unexplained concepts at the player that will presumably be explained in the long term, setting up mysteries to be unraveled over the course of the game.
You know, that's kind of similar to this video essay.
Well, we'll get back to
Then,
when he talks about the likable characters, because we're
That
going to
actually
see him talk
happens.
about Claudio,
At
right,
least
guys?
not in any actually interesting ways. YIIK has a severe problem with its pacing and structure. It fails to understand the principles and purpose of setup and payoff.
I don't need to say it, but Zingus also fails to understand the purpose of setup and payoff. He doesn't understand the purpose of a thesis statement. Because, like, first off, he didn't really make a thesis statement, but everything that was in his thesis statement is not anything he's going to address.
Leaving many of its ideas muddled and confusing. Alex's character flaws and general jackassery will be set up as a major plot point and then barely discussed for 3 entire chapters.
What the
Really?
fuck does he mean? What the? I don't know of a single point in this game where it's not the central point of the game.
Yeah, this is a weird thing that people say too, and it's like, no, characters will constantly bring up how annoying he is. Like, Sammy does it, even, like, a couple times.
Mark even makes fun of him. Is that, like, what you do?
Until suddenly returning at the very end as if it was the main focus all along.
It is because he's illustrating his character. It's illustrating, like, the things he does so that you can see, like, how he's a bad person. Like, it's kind of obvious that's what it's doing. That's the setup, right? Am I wrong?
I'm watching the Zingus video, twirling my finger, shaking my head, so everybody knows I don't agree with it.
Concepts like the soul
I feel like some of the other criticisms in other videos, feels like they were saying that it was almost complained about, like, it's too much of the focus. But now Zingus is saying that it's not enough of the focus.
Ah, so they're actually saying something original. That's interesting.
I don't know.
space and the soul survivors are interesting mysteries that are set up early that the players will want to understand themselves, only to be offhandedly explained by Vela 2 chapters later with zero sense of mystery, in another drawn-out dialogue scene with nothing to keep them
I
interested.
hate that too. I hate that.
Okay, so
because, go on.
this is something that's really frustrating because it's like, okay, soul survivors. Okay, Vela tells you exactly what they are, right? Cool. Like, first off, it's Vela's perspective on it. It might not be entirely true. But let's say Vela is 100% correct. Throughout the rest of the game, Alex disagrees with what Vela said. He keeps trying to make it more complicated and more nuanced than what Vela even explained to him.
And even Proto-Michael in the game talks about the difference between how Vela describes Soul Survivors before what they've compared to what they've seen. It's something the game explicitly tells you is something
Vela,
weird.
You even said it yourself. Soul Survivors do not kidnap people.
And this is kind of the postmodernism of the game, because it's kind of this meta-narrative that she's trying to tell you. And then there's just things in it that aren't really true. You know?
Nope.
Concepts like Proto-Alex, Proto-Michael, and several other non-Proto things will come wildly out of nowhere with no setup at all.
Okay.
I'd argue Proto-Alex is built up with the very first phone call.
I'm like, yeah, all of them are.
Well, an entire fifth of the game is spent setting up the mystical Ultimate LP Legend record, which never pays off in any meaningful way.
You get it. And it's literally one of the best weapons in the game.
Yeah, and you also learn more about Vela's character, more about her trauma and everything. And also it leads Alex into waking up the Essentia. So there's like 3 things that it does.
And it gets close. Alex gets a little closer to Vela, and they might have like a relationship, dude.
Yeah, and you also meet Claudio and Chandra, new party members.
What payoff are you looking for?
I don't know, because it's weird because the
doesn't
LP
explain it.
is directly used in the narrative. Like, it is important to progressing the plot. So I don't know.
YIIK has zero idea how to budget out its runtime, wildly tossing in new ideas at every opportunity, then either leaving them unexplained and confusing, or over-explained and boring. And a lot of these ideas are interesting on paper, or have implications for the game's story and characters that could be really interesting if established and paid off correctly, but
I will disagree and say everything is established and paid off correctly. You just are illiterate.
without the development to be truly impactful. I don't want to make any assumptions, but it seems like
Fucking that's a good statement.
Then why the fuck are you? Why have you been for the last 9 minutes?
this came about from overambition and the unwillingness to cut or trim down the runtime.
Yeah, you want to know why that is?
Hey, Linguistic.
What's up, buddy?
Isn't there like Wikipedia that like specifically documents a lot of what is it called?
Development history? Oh, cut content?
Development history, cut content.
Yeah, on the Honors of 99 Wiki, I've been working on a page called Development History. It's very busted. It's a lot of just links to shit, but you can learn quite a lot by just looking at it and seeing the evolution of the game. But something that it shows is that there's a bunch of links to like packs and stuff, and you can see as early in like 2015 maybe that the game script was pretty set in stone. I don't have this written down anywhere, but Episode Prime, which I believe released in year 2017, which is just a demo for the game, the full script of the game's in there, and you can just look at it, and it's basically the same, except the ending one isn't there. So I'm not super familiar with exactly it, so you can correct me if I'm wrong, but they wanted to release the game in like 2016 or so, and that was
the plan.
Yeah, that was the idea, and then they made a script for the game that was effectively first, I guess they did like a rough draft, and then they like polished it up a bit, and that's basically what it was. They didn't do that many revisions, and then they recorded it, and that was a big problem, because if you have all this stuff recorded, the unwillingness to cut it is because to redo it is a lot of money. So
yeah, so voice actors are hundreds of dollars an hour, and they require at least like 2 hours for each of them. They want to get paid appropriately. And these are professional voice actors. Outside of if people want to be rude, Yuri of Wind, I think he did a fine job. And
I think he did
deserves to
better
be
than a
paid for
fine
his
job.
work.
I think Yuri was great.
Right. I think he deserves to get paid for his work as much as anybody else in the game. And they did. But having them come back costs a lot of money. And, if you watch the YIIK live streams where they're talking about IV, having them come back was a huge amount of money that they they had to set aside for a while to make sure that they could do that with IV. Just to have them do some new lines for that game. It's ridiculous.
So whenever they wanted to add new stuff, like the cave dungeon, the Boombox Spectre, and like the canon ending and other stuff like that, they can't voice act it because it's just too much, and it would just be weird to you can't like edit the existing content too much. Like you can only trim it down, and that's about it.
You could trim it down, and you have to give it context. And so much of the story is reliant on what is said and by who and what, that to remove some stuff outright might make it incoherent, as you discussed with the reduced monologues.
Yeah, like if you're like everyone complains about the Dali monologue, but like if you remove that monologue, you are missing so much of what's happening.
It literally tells you almost everything about Alex's character right there in that monologue. So on top of that, the unwillingness to cut or trim down anything is a fucking lie.
Yeah, I mean, if you've seen Combat Lobster's video, look at all the stuff they've cut.
There's entire dungeons that were completely redone, and even looking at IV, they still redid dungeons again. And like things have been completely overhauled. Stuff has been taken out. Stuff has been added. There is no unwillingness at all. Andrew, or the YIIK account, even tweeted out one time that you can't be precious about anything. That you have to kill your darlings, I think is the literal phrase. This one, that's the Renpai logo.
In the initial scripting process, I'm sure a lot of these ideas made much more sense than they do now. They were likely intended to be more intertwined and fleshed out, and as the script ballooned to massive size and the game likely ran up against its budget, they couldn't be as developed.
Yeah, they were assuming that the script was written along the game or something, I think. Do you think that's what it implies, or am I wrong?
Sounds like it a bit, but it's also, I don't want to assume.
As they were originally intended to be. Scenes that
even though they talk about the script on the Tumblr page they had, they talked a lot about the development of this game, and it's interesting.
On Tumblr.
Yeah, there's so
completely
much
available for everyone to read. It's not hidden information. It's not hidden in the YIIK Discord. A lot of it was public.
Events firsthand or with more elaborate visuals were cut back to just be monologues or stilted dialogue sequences, robbing them of any mystery or tension. And I know this is the case because a few scenes have been changed after release to be more visually grandiose.
So now we went from I don't want to assume to assuming to I know this is a fact.
Interesting. And I think Zingus is kind of onto something with the Golden Alpaca scene, but it's more so, Andrew talked about this in the YIIK Cord, but it was about how when they wrote the script, they were expecting the visuals to be more interesting than visual novel cutscenes. And the Golden Alpaca cutscene 1.25 is more so like what they were thinking in their head, right?
Yeah.
So that's part of it, but like the script was made in mind to be what it is. It's just the visuals turned out to be not as great as they wanted.
Even as everything we've seen with IV, they have not changed the script one bit.
No, people say the game's rewritten and it's not. It's the same script. It's just added onto.
Same script. Just, hey, this is a cutscene now. And that was part of the thing, is like they wanted it to be cutscenes like it is now. But budget restrictions, so Zingus is a little bit right. But it'll also, like, okay, if we have this cutscenes and we go send this to another studio, that's thousands of dollars. Okay, well, we need to make this game work. And we need to have it release as is, like as a product. If, we go and do the scenes that we can work with. On top of that, you have to understand, Brian wrote the entire animation software basically for this game. The way this game looks and the way the animation works is not some kind of cool little, oh yeah, I hopped into Unity and here's this cutscene editor and put that in there. No, Brian had to write all of that. Every single bit of it is programmed by Brian. The way that the characters animate from in their poses in combat and everything was an animation system written by Brian. The way the cutscenes work, completely original, written by him. It is not a matter of something simple. It is not at all simple at all.
Yeah, and it's actually back to the idea of criticism, because people are like, well, you know, criticism ideally is for the creator. Sorry, go on.
One more second. And this is also mentioned on the Tumblr that we just mentioned.
Yep.
He did mention that he had to write the program. Like, he had to write how it works in Unity. That it wasn't something that... It wasn't tools. And in the live streams, he reiterated this. That this wasn't tools that Unity has natively. And now they do. They didn't then. What were you saying?
So the big thing about criticism is that ideally, if the creator sees it, they should be able to do something with it. Like, oh, here's how I can refine my product, right? Every review talks about the writing being the problem, and then what IV does is that it changes the presentation, and suddenly everyone likes it more.
Yeah.
Suddenly everyone thinks like Mon commented a video where he talked about YIIK IV a little bit, and he's like, yeah, they reduced the dialogue, even though they actually added more text to it.
Yep. Yeah. It's all placebo.
Yeah.
I mean, even the reduced monologues is a placebo.
So everyone's jerking themselves off about this fucking writing bullshit when that isn't the actual problem.
And there is this mental illness. There's this mental illness. I mentioned it in Running Shine's video, where people, they saw that they redid some of the menus, right? People go, oh, it's just like what Running Shine said. And then you listen to what Running Shine said. It was nothing like that. It was completely different. They went in a completely different direction. They didn't watch the Running Shine video. They just wanted to make it different on its own, the way they wanted to make it. And people think that it's Running Shine. No. None of these videos helped. None of these videos did fucking anything. First off, they fucking suck. But on top of it, no.
Yeah, I hate when some of them kind of pretend as if it's like this very useful piece of criticism, when it's very rarely, like, if you want to deliver something helpful and you actually want to help someone, you talk to them, right? Like, why did that guy make that Garner Banban thread where he talked about the models being bad, having all these polygons? It wasn't to help the Year 4 bros, even though they say to. It's clearly just to be funny. Like, look how bad these models are. That's all it is.
Yep.
That's all these reviews are. Look how bad this game is. Here's my opinion and why it should be yours. It's not about helping X Studios at all. And they say it is, but the rest of the language does not support that.
Even more so. Okay, you think, okay, some of these scenes probably wanted to be more grandiose than they are. Okay, now you understand that might be their intent, right? So you should work off of that assumption. Okay, so why didn't they get to do this? Okay, you assumed the budget restrictions. All right, okay, cool. Okay, so like, why didn't they do it anyway? Like, what other things are there? And it's simple. You know, it costs a lot of money to make a game, and they thought that this would, if you paid attention and you were fine with the way it looked, because like, I don't know, most fucking RPGs look like this. This is kind of how most of them handle shit. Yeah, Persona 4. Persona 4 doesn't have a lot of interesting visuals. I will be that person that says that. Persona 4 is not a visually beautiful game. It's okay. It looks pretty good sometimes, even. So, you know, Persona 4, that's millions of dollars. Huge studio, hundreds of people. They can get away with doing this. Maybe it wouldn't be so bad if we did this. Maybe this is good enough and we don't need to shell out thousands of dollars on hiring an animation studio to do something for a few
and now
scenes.
IV has like
or
more
maybe
cutscenes than fucking Persona 4 does.
It's true.
With more elaborate camera angles and more direct story progression, namely the iconic Golden Alpaca scene, which was transformed from two dialogue portraits yelling at each other in an empty room to an elaborate scene that
That room isn't
Really
empty.
sets up twists about a few characters.
Yeah, there's a safe
without
station.
outright spoiling them, and progresses Rory's character far more naturally than the original version of the scene.
Progresses Rory's character?
Yeah, it's not about Roy's character, but it is definitely much better.
Also, you know what, Vomit Water? Vomit Water said, I'm starting to think people don't actually root for the indie developers. What happened to I want worse games with worse graphics? And I'm not kidding.
Did. Despite the many on-paper good ideas that the writers of YIIK had, upon being translated to an actual game, many of them failed to have the development and appropriate time spent on them to make any of them truly feel central or important to the narrative. The plot itself is left aimless and confusing because of this, rarely focusing on any one thing to create any narrative through line.
Well, the problem is that you deny that the narrative through line that exists in the first place.
Hey, look at Sammy in the ending of the game. It's the character they talk about from the beginning of the game. What do you mean narrative through line? Why are you showing this when Sammy's talked about throughout the entire fucking game?
Beautiful. And this is something that happens throughout this video. Hey, I'm going to barely edit my video to begin with. But also on top of it, every time I do make some kind of deliberate edit, it's going to be something that contradicts me.
You can feel so many good ideas desperately trying to surface in YIIK, but they're getting crushed by the weight of the game's own writing.
Oh boy.
So it's getting crushed by the game's own writing. Like, okay, what is this? What writing things? What problems are there with the writing? Anyways, combat and gameplay.
A common thing that a lot of indie RPGs try to do is to put their own twist on classic turn-based.
Let me talk about the development history of Y2K. I've done this a million times. I'm going to do it again. When Y2K was developed, Brian and Andrew sat down and they were like, okay, we're going to go to PAX this year. Maybe we shouldn't just show off Two Brothers again. We've showed off Two Brothers like as it was releasing, and we don't need to go there and show them a game that's already been released. What if we take like this month and a half that we have and make a brand new game and try to sell it to people? Let's try to get a publisher off of this. The combat was just basic turn-based RPG. It had big, bright, colorful backgrounds. I could play it on stream, but today we're talking about Zingus. We don't need to waste time with that. You can even find it. They posted it in the YIIK once, and there's videos out there of Y2K's prototype being played.
Even on development history, an Anazum wiki, which is a free wiki, which you can do your own edits to if you want.
So, turn-based combat. Then, when they get the publisher, you start seeing some videos of this. There was Gadget Girl Kaylee?
Yeah, I actually have her video pulled up for a reason.
Yeah. Her video, you can see the gameplay. Yeah, I know what you're talking about, and this is why this gets so fucking annoying. You could see the gameplay, and what they were wanting to do was they had, the same kind of dungeon design kind of thing, and with objects and stuff that you find. And the main thing was like, oh, here's an object you pick up on the overworld. What if you could take that into combat? And you could see footage of them throwing ladders at people, which is, you still have ladders in the game, throwing bombs, because that's the first boss in the game, is killing Wilhelm with the bomb. That's the gimmick, quote unquote. That's the thing they wanted to go for. And they tried that out, and playtesters came back with, hey, why don't you do mini games? Everybody likes mini games.
Well, also, I think it's more like the prototype actually had mini games too, but it was just a mini game with Michael's photo shoot. So there was like a couple mini games already, but it was not really the focus of the game. It was just kind of like a smaller mechanic of it.
Right. I mean, yeah, and there was also like the slot machine thing. There was like a few.
So the
but
idea
it wasn't
was
the main focus at all.
The skills would basically be mini games, and the regular attack is just like a regular attack. Seems to be part of the idea, from what I could tell.
Yeah, and that you could, the main thing was that you could take objects in the overworld into combat. And you can even find this still in the game. Like, it doesn't work in any way, but like there's certain quirks with the way that the game is programmed because it expects it to work that way. I believe that the entire ladder duplication glitch is because of this. Because it would assume, you know, it's trying to load it in for combat and then also is like, oh yeah, you had a ladder. And then it ends up spawning a second ladder. Yeah, it's just ridiculous. So we get this history, and then they get the criticism from the playtesters, and they go, "Hey, you should add minigames. You know, make more minigames. Why not have the combat focus on the minigames? The minigames are cool. Whatever. However they said it. And they got a lot of other feedback about a lot of stuff. The tutorial dungeon, the way Frankton was designed, the way some dungeons were designed. They got feedback on all of that, and almost all of that is no longer in the game. Only accessible through save editing. But they replaced it with other stuff. And this is really important to note because all of these video essayists, including Zingus, already make the notion that, oh yeah, they just didn't understand what was good about their game and they were unwilling to change anything about it. No. You can look at the gameplay footage that's been shown constantly throughout the development, and there's something hilarious about that, and you could clearly see where they've taken feedback and implemented it into the game.
Combat. In order to both appear
Oh,
fresh
also,
and new,
why is he showing a visual novel and talking about RPGs? I don't understand.
That's true. It's true. Undertale is not a RPG.
also reminiscent of classics from the past. In YIIK, instead of just pressing a button and letting the game attack on its own, each attack has its own unique timed button.
Is this Running Shine's video?
Oh my god. I wonder if it is.
Sorry, I was just immediately triggered because the way that Running Shine played the game for almost his entire playthrough was so bad. He didn't use time energy, first off. And second off, he wouldn't hit multiple times on any of the colored sections of the record.
Oh god, I wonder if you're right because he is playing the Switch version of the game which has that different lighting to it.
Sorry. Anytime I see anybody play this game this way, I'm like, that's not how the game
Input
works.
that must be done in order.
It is the one tap on the big yellow spot. The one tap on the big yellow spot just fucking instantly, I'm like, oh. Spirals.
Yeah, and the game tells you about this. People pretend that it doesn't, but there is a sign that tells you directly.
It tells you about time energy, and like, once you get it, it tells you about it immediately. Like, as soon as you get the ability to do it, it goes, hey, this is how this works.
In order to complete it correctly. In addition, whenever a party member is attacked,
and to explain this, I played 1.07. There was a slight balance change. It's actually pretty similar to 1.03. It's not hugely different. But the thing that gets me really about Y2K's combat, there was more added to this in 1.25 that I think makes it so much better than 1.07. But it's like how I played the game on my Nintendo Switch was I would use time energy, and then I would try to press the button as fast as I could and try to get a high score on Alex's, like higher scores. I was trying to go, okay, how can I get the most hits on Alex's record and do that as an attack? And when you do that for the whole game, you end up dealing a lot of damage, and it doesn't end up being as much of a chore as people say.
another button input must be done in order to block or avoid damage altogether. On the surface,
And so here's the other thing that gets more frustrating about this. They're like, oh, yeah, you should do the block thing. No, you shouldn't always do the block thing. Sometimes you should just get hit. And that's the fucked up thing about Y2K, like the original design of the game. Sometimes you should get hit, because when you get hit, you get time energy. And then you can use that time energy to deal more damage on your next turn. There is times, especially when you get Rory, you just go, okay, dude, you're going to block Alex, and then I'm just going to let you die and heal you with Vela. Because I want all the time energy so I can deal the most damage I can with Alex. Why do none of these videos mention that? I played the same game as them, and that is how I played the game.
Seems like you had a unique experience.
Sounds like I played a completely fucking different game. And then, because this is relevant, because this video is about 1.25, air quotes. In 1.25, they added this slight change to it where they have a basic attack. And when you do the basic attack, it gives you PP. Like if you hit the perfect on it. Deals more damage and gives you PP. This gets really fun because then you're not like, you almost just don't have to use items at all. Unless you're trying to maximize turn economy in some situations. But yeah, it ends up creating this whole resource management micro game within the game of managing your time energy, your PP, and your health, and all that shit. And it's like, damn, when I explain this game design, how this works, it becomes far more interesting because there's times where you intentionally take damage in order to have more PP for the next turn, or you won't use your big attack because you want to make sure that instead of, or you won't use like a healing item, because instead what I'm going to do is I'm going to use this turn to deal damage with my main attack to get PP back, so the next turn I can do, and that's how I play RPGs. I go, okay, what am I doing this turn? What am I going to do next turn? What's the next turn after that going to be? How long am I going to survive with this whatever I have going on right now?
Well, that's just how you play
Can
RPGs.
I deal with this? That's how I play chess. I played chess with my brother last night, and it's like the same thing. It's like I'm looking at the board. I'm like, okay, if I'm going to do something, what are all the things that are going to happen here? And that doesn't seem to be the way that anybody else played this game in these videos. I also tend to play RPGs under-leveled because it's fun.
This sounds like a really good concept. Games like Paper Mario and the more recent Bug Fables do this kind of thing very well.
That's the
With
same
more
game.
intrusive inputs that make your skills matter more in combat and keep you engaged if you want to be successful. However, YIIK develops upon this idea by turning simple and quick tests of timing into full-on
Why are you
drawn-out
such a dick?
minigames. Every
Develops this idea. Fuck you. Why are you such a prick about this?
Develops on this idea by making full drawn-out mini-games. I don't know, man. I don't think the mini-games and Bug Fables are compelling. Recently, I had played the Outbound Ghost. I find that combat in that game pretty fun. The mini-games are not compelling at all. The mini-games is just the, hey, hit the button on the right part of the colored thing. There's no depth to it. There's no nuance to which part you hit other than, oh, this one deals more damage, or it doesn't deal any damage, or you miss the attack. That's all there is to it. And it's really boring that it's the same one, but the rest of the combat's interesting, and the story fucking sucks. I'll be honest. But, I don't know. I had fun with Y2K's combat.
fight, even the random encounters on the
Hell, pro tip to me and for anyone out there, if you have a controller that has a turbo button, you can do that.
overworld map take significantly longer than they need to, as you're forced to play entire rounds of WarioWare before you can so much as swing your weapon.
Hey, that sounds like Knuckle Sandwich.
If the length of these minigames were somewhat proportional to their damage
Hey, that sounds like Her Loving Embrace.
and priority, then this would be less of a big deal. However, skills like Claudio's Bushido take a full 15 seconds to complete, and often have
This
damage
is
output less than
frustrating.
attack.
So,
Nobody understands how Bushido works.
yeah, and like it doesn't take. It's not a timer, as in like it's more like this is for how long you can do it before you fuck up. Basically, it's like a timer in a different way, you know. Because if you're just fast, you can do whatever move you want in like 3 seconds, you know.
Yeah, I had to explain this to somebody before, because they think that it's going to do this thing. You know, it's going to show me left. I go, okay, I have to press left. I have to wait for it to show me. No, that's not how it works at all. You can just put in the entire input as fast as you possibly can, and it'll do that. And on top of it, it's basically a selection for which move you want to do. because that's what it is. That each move has slightly different properties, if I remember right.
Yeah, and if you and I'm gonna be a dick here, but like most RPGs have bad skills. So much like other RPGs, YTK has some bad skills. I don't think it's a unique thing to this game. You know, like it's not a unique flaw or anything. And
I don't know, man.
And I also think you're ignoring all the other mini games which are not like that. You know.
Yeah, it's a little rough because it's also like there's a lot of things in games that I just don't do. This just sounds insane. I'm sorry. What I do is I play a game and I go and find something that I like, something that I find funny, something I find fun to do. When I was playing through Katana Zero, I didn't use the slowdown function at all, just because I found it fun to just play the game as is. I only ended up using it on like the last boss. But that was just how I played the whole game. In Killer is Dead, which I played recently, I just didn't unlock the alternative weapons. There's a whole bunch of different weapons that you could use. I just didn't use them because I was having fun playing the game base loadout. I specifically look for when I played Kingdom Hearts 3, game that's people talk shit about its combat. I just thought that the form changes were really fun, and so I just played with the form changes. Why would I waste my time with something that I didn't think was fun or that I didn't think was useful? Why would I spend my time on using that? I want to play the game to have fun, not to just bitch about it for an hour and make money.
Yeah, and if you don't like Bushido, you don't have to use it, you know? Claudio's base attack is pretty good, all things considered.
Oh my god, Claudio's base attack's based as fuck. You hit that perfect on it, it's an AoE.
Yeah, and it takes like 2 seconds to do. Like a lot of the basic attacks are not that long. Alex's is long, but like Chandra's, but like everyone else, no.
I think Alex's is also long based on like sometimes you can just end up doing it way more than you meant to be. Like you only need to do 2 damage, but you're sitting there trying to get a 30-hit combo.
Well, yeah, because it's fun.
Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree with that, but I'm just saying, like, you kind of made it longer than it needed to be. Low stat Pokemon, unusual moves. When I played Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, I had the rock Pokemon, the rock salt Pokemon, and I thought he was so funny. And I beat like that whole game with just that rock salt Pokemon because it was funny.
Attacks that are over in 3. In addition, there are only 3 variations of the defense minigame with almost no difference.
This is incorrect because so we have the normal defense, right? We have that red one, and then we have the boss one. We have to like press the joystick and defend at the same time, right? Well, there's also Vine Drop. There's also the Yuzu minigame.
Because you have to remember, this is 1.25 we're talking about.
Yeah.
The Yuzu minigame was 1.0, but the Vine Drop was added in 1.25. I think there's other instances of stuff too. And like you can avoid the defense minigame. You can use Panda. Panda just cancels it out.
You're forced to repeat the same action with 0 variation hundreds of times over the course of the game, making RPG.
And also, they don't give you the nuance that when you get hit, you get more time energy because they probably don't know. But sometimes you don't want to win the defense minigames. Sometimes you just want to take the damage. Linguistic said his PC crashed, but he was going to mention Proto Ultima Alex's attack, and yeah, that's true. That's a attack that existed in 1.0, where there's a stomping minigame, and there's also a laser minigame. Vela had one, but it was impossible to avoid. I think that might have been added in 1.2. No, that was in 1.0, yeah.
Combat more interactive and focused on the player's
it was added in 1.25, but yeah, you had to mash.
Skill level is totally encouraged and can often make combat way more interesting while maintaining an indie budget. But the gigantic...
Actually real, getting hit is a strat. It is a strategy. It is... is the most frustrating thing to me, because it's like, as soon as you realize you get a resource for getting hit, it fundamentally changes how the game is played. And the way that people ignore that and act like it's not a thing is really reductive.
Gigantic length.
Yeah, sorry, I think Zingus was trying to attack me right now. He's doing a DDoS attack.
Means this
That's
gimmick
a
gets
joke.
old extremely quickly. This isn't even getting into the biggest and most apparent flaw in YIIK's combat system, which is the boss fights. YIIK only has a handful of major boss encounters in its runtime.
Okay, so 1.25. What bosses do we have? Wilhelm, Golden Alpaca, Gothic Entity, Yuzu, and then you have the boss rush at the. You have a. you have the meteor, the boss rush at the end, and the last boss. And this is not getting into anything else. That's 10 bosses. That's pretty decent size, if you ask me. Now, I do agree. Every dungeon should probably have a boss in it. And that's something they fix with IV.
Typically towards the end of the 6 chapters, and they are extremely strange.
Does the Flasher count as a boss? You might want to. You could also probably count the Mimics as a boss for how difficult they are. Kind of optional. And then there's Proto Ultima Alex. And then this is 1.25. There's also
In their design.
6 chapters, 10 bosses, 2 secret bosses, 1 optional boss, and mimics throughout.
Oh, you're giving me a heart attack with this fucking... Oh, God.
What?
This picture.
Oh, hey!
Mm-mm.
What is this?
Let's see what he has to say about it.
The first major boss, the robot roommate Wilhelm, goes down so easily that most people who have played the game probably don't even remember he exists.
Okay. That is a very loaded statement. There were so many things that they have to be mentioned. So I'm going to talk about this now. I made the YIIK cutscene videos, which are these compilations of all the scenes in the game. And later on, you'll see that the footage they use, like some of it's 1.0 and some of it's 1.25, and you'll notice because there's the autoplay button, and it's also the window color is red. And that's my footage for the YIIK cutscenes that Zingus takes. And the reason why this is important is because Zingus will often take other people's footage and then kind of ignore what the context is, and then there's just this interesting narrative. So, I don't have a video of Wilhelm's boss fight on my channel, and when they're looking at the 1.0 long play that exists on YouTube, Wilhelm doesn't exist. Wilhelm was added in 1.25. So what do? Well, clearly you don't record your own footage of a beginning of a game boss fight, which is an interesting thing to not do, by the way. Instead, we're going to take this prototype footage, and I'm going to send this video from Gadget Girl Kylie, who shows this boss fight and what they are doing with this. Because if you watch this video for what this boss fight is that they are showing...
This is part 4.
Let me turn this down a bit.
Yeah, there is an insane context to this entire boss fight, and you kind of skip around a bit to just kind of get to the point.
Actually, I'll just speed it up. Because, like,
Yeah.
this is the thing. He says it's over so quickly. So let's look at what it was in or the prototype of the game.
Or that they're using as evidence for what they're talking about with the visuals on the
That
screen.
it's over so quickly. You're introduced to this guy, and you're told that you needed to get this bomb, and this is what you have to go through to get this bomb to the thing.
So there's this whole ass obstacle course you have to do with this bomb. And the whole gimmick is that what Sammy tells you before this is that you need to get this bomb in order to defeat Wilhelm. Otherwise, he's going to kick your ass. And if you do try to fight him beforehand, he's level 99 and he'll just one-hit KO you, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I also don't see it on the Discord, so I'm guessing what part we're on.
Yeah. We're just got through, and we're at the door, and we're about to talk to Wilhelm with the bomb.
Okay. So tell me when they actually get into the fight.
and this goes back before we get too much further. Like I'll wait till we get into the fight. But basically, like I said earlier, there's this whole development history of this game and how it was one thing before and then it changed into some other things due to feedback. To have this footage of the game that he is going to be showing or that he just showed, he had to have watched this. He had to have downloaded this video and then edited it into his video. Try to skip through this dialogue. There we go. They're in the battle now.
Yeah, so you're going to select bomb, right? And what is Alex going to do? It's going to one-hit KO it, right? So what Zingus did is that he removed his entire context because the boss fight here is getting the bomb. You have to grab the bomb, you're under a time limit, and you have to go through his obstacle course, do these puzzles, and then you defeat Wilhelm. That's the boss fight. But he cuts that entire part out, and like, here's just the part where he just instantly dies to prove my point that he goes down easy.
Man, I want to... I wish I had this footage ready. I'm thinking about the one footage of somebody just struggling. There's so much of it. Oh my god. Okay, so sorry. The amount of times I've watched VTubers play this game is unethical. I have friends that subject me to watching VTubers play this game. And they struggle so much on this first boss fight. It's ridiculous. This boss fight dies in 2 hits from Sammy. Just 2 hits. 2 turns of the fucking video game. That should be the easiest boss of any video game at 2 turns. And no, they all struggle on it. I remember on the fucking rabbit VTuber, the Chris Neosi was talking with. All of you guys might be familiar. I had to go into Chris Neosi's stream. I had to tell him in the text chat. I had to beg him, please go to PP. Please tell her to use Sammy's fucking skills and kill Wilhelm. She's died to this motherfucker like 7 times already. This is the easiest boss fight in the whole fucking game. Just go into her stream and please just tell her to use skills. She won't listen to me because she has a million chat, going whatever. And, can't pick one person out of the crowd. I get it. She doesn't know who the fuck I am. Why would she listen to me? Please, you're somebody she will pay attention to because you're an internet celebrity, whatever. Please just tell her to use skills. Please just tell her to use skills. And then she does it and does it in 2 turns. Just like everybody else.
You know what else is funny about this thing Zingus says, Hellcry? The fact that he says that no one remembers it. However, when he was looking for footage to take, right, you would notice that 1.0 doesn't have Wilhelm. So maybe the reason people don't remember it is because he wasn't in the game initially, and he literally knows this. And then he uses prototype footage because he can't find anything else.
Hey, that's a cool thing to mention. That would have been a good thing to mention in your video. Does he? No.
No, of course not.
Goes down so easily that most people who have played the game probably don't even remember he exists.
Because he doesn't exist in 1.0. He didn't exist in 1.02 or 07. He existed in 1.25. And you have to kind of know that given the situation.
After that comes the iconic Golden Alpaca fight, then the battle against the Mall Rats, then the encounter with Yuzu, and then the climactic showdowns against the Alex Comet, and then the final boss. There are 2 more major problems that overshadow all of YIIK's combat, but are especially present here. A complete lack of strategy, and forced losses. Every enemy in YIIK, regardless of their presentation, health, damage, and theme, all require you to deal with them in the exact same way. Spam your strongest attack using time energy, and then successfully complete the dodging minigame. Most parts...
Oh man, Hittori just reminded me of the other clip at Wilhelm's boss fight, which I might be able to find right away. I have to go to my page. Oh, which is so frustrating. Oh my god. Because I had a conversation with one of their friends under this tweet about this. And again, I know you all have seen this. This is nothing new. This is for the people that, haven't seen the stream or whatever. Not that. That's Running Shane's thing. Where is... Oh, here we go.
8?
Socks B X. Here you go.
8?
I,
Okay.
I know I keep saying this, but do you actually have no skills?
Nope.
And then their friend, one of their friends or followers or something, has the audacity to say, well, did the game tell you that you have skills? Yeah. Right fucking there. What the fuck is this text box for? What does that say? Skill. Yeah, it says skills, you illiterate fuck. Yeah, you have skills. You click that option. And the streamer here is like, oh, I clicked it, it didn't go through. Yeah, no, that's not.
Come on! Come the fuck on! You didn't even.
No, there is no defending this. There's no defending you, Socks. You're an idiot. It's fine. You made a oopsie.
Yeah, I mean, like, you've fought, like, how many battles at this point? Maybe 10?
Press the A button on it.
You never. I thought you were saying that because you pressed the button and it didn't go into the menu.
You don't unlock skills randomly in this game. You have them from the beginning of the game. That's how it's always worked.
I did!
I swear to God! No! I swear to God, I hit it! I hit it! I was
God.
hitting it and nothing was happening!
God,
I did it and nothing happened!
my friend, this is awesome.
Oh, and here you got the guy. Okay, this game did not say anything about these skills at all. What does that say right there? What's that word? Do you think that's just there for aesthetic? What does that do? What does that button 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 do? To be fair, yeah, what does these buttons do? What is it? What are these options it gave you?
Party members only have about 2 or 3 moves, and most of the time you're only going to be using their beatdown skills, as high damage is really the only thing that matters.
That's not true. That is... Oh, that is the most like brain dead RPG gamer take ever.
Imagine not using Panda Barrier.
Imagine not using Panda Berry. Imagine not using Rory's talk ability. Imagine not using Sleep Shot. Imagine not using, like, they have elemental weaknesses in 1.25. Imagine not using them, like, at all. Not anything like this. Imagine not using items to deal more damage in a different turn. Imagine not using any stat increases that Michael has. Imagine not using, like, the banish ability that Vela has.
Sleep Shot.
Imagine doing none of this. Imagine just that meme, the Pokemon meme. Oh, why would I do this attack when it doesn't do any damage? Spread item. Yeah.
You know, it's funny that you mention affinities because Zingus never mentions affinities in this video. Isn't that interesting?
It's just, man. Imagine saying that. Imagine saying that about any game. Yeah. You know, why wouldn't I just do the thing that does more damage? The game doesn't have any strategy. I just do the thing that has more damage. Buddy, you didn't strategize.
Yeah.
That's not the game's fault. You just didn't do anything.
I don't think the game, in my opinion, I don't think the game has a lot of strategy to it. But, like, to pretend that there's only one strategy is very disingenuous.
It's brain numbing. Like, I'm not even out here going to say YIIK is the most in-depth game. I explained just a bit earlier how there's a lot more nuance to the combat than anybody gives it respect for. Like there is. It just does. It does have more nuance to it than anybody has ever recognized online ever. It is interesting. There's depth to it. But to go and on top of that say that it doesn't have any strategy to it and say, oh, the only thing that matters is making sure I deal all the damage. What?
YIIK teases the intelligent use of status effects with skills like Alex's sleep skill or Michael's poison skill, but the benefits offered by these are so minuscule and take up a turn you could have just spent attacking.
Sleep shot is not minuscule. I mean, like, because you can just avoid an entire QTE if you just make them go to sleep.
It is literally the Pokemon thing. Yeah, it is. This Pokemon meme is a thing for a reason. Let me see if I can find it. Man. I'm going to spend just a little bit of time looking for it, but I don't think I will. But literally, there's this meme. When I was a kid playing Pokemon, why doesn't it deal damage? I'm not going to use that. I want the move that deals damage. And then when you're an adult, you're like, oh, I want to put this status effect on him so that I, you know.
Yeah, I do think poison sucks, but they also don't mention Michael's buffs. Either because they just ignore it because it disproves what they're saying, they can't make as grand of a statement, or that they're interestingly not familiar with 1.25. Because there's a weird mix of things. Like, they're recognizing some things in 1.25, but then they aren't recognizing other things, which is interesting, don't you think?
Every fight plays out in the exact same way, and this extends to the boss fights. Despite their higher damaging moves and more climactic music, all bosses are is just another character model for you to execute the exact same strategy on over.
So Wilhelm, as being somebody that was there for the beta testing of 1.25, Wilhelm is specifically set up to be weaker to Sammy, that you can kill him in 2 turns with Sammy with her beatdown ability, specifically to go, hey, use other strategies. Don't just use Alex and don't just use the basic thing. Hey, look at what you have, and there's a narrative element to it as well about making Sammy the stronger character between the two in this situation. It makes Alex reliant on her. It makes it... Wow. These are all the nice in-depth things that you could say about Wilhelm that we had conversations about when beta testing 1.25.
Something else that's cool about Wilhelm is that he has, when he attacks, there's no AoE. You just have to deal with the damage.
No minigame. No minigame.
So
you just get
so
hit.
It's like you have to use Panda Berry if you don't want to get hit, right?
Exactly. You just get hit, or you have to use healing items. Hey, that's already different. That is a different strategy. You don't recognize that. Okay, Golden Alpaca. Personally, I think it's a lot better to focus on killing the alpaca outright and not worry about the soul survivors. But that's also because I play this game in stupid ways. But on top of that, if you don't do that and you let him attack you in 1.25, he does an AoE attack that hits everyone and puts them all down to 1 health.
And part of what makes it fucked up too is that you need Vel to banish them, but she also does the best damage against the alpaca, so there's a choice there.
And on top of that, the soul survivors specifically target Vela. She's constantly in danger, and she's the only one that can deal a lot of damage to the alpaca. Hey, that's an interesting strategy there. Then you go on. The flasher just makes you sick, you know? Inflicts the 6 out at stalemate. The Gothic entity has an attack that's an AoE that deals damage to everyone. And he also becomes invincible for a period of time if you don't banish his...
Yeah, I think he
halo.
starts the battle with setting them all to 1 HP.
Yeah, that's true.
So he kind of forces you to do stuff.
So, okay, there we go. We talked about almost every boss in the
and
game.
over again
which ones
until
are
it dies.
actually strategy?
Except bosses have way more health, meaning you can find yourself doing the exact same thing for almost 20 minutes until they
Why is
finally
he
fall
vanishing?
over.
20 minutes?
Boss fights that may seem cool for the first 5 minutes.
Oh! Oh, man. How many times I've heard 20 minutes for the Golden Alpaca fight? That's a classic one. That's a classic thing people say. Is 20 minutes for the Golden Alpaca. So I do want to show one clip real quick because, you know, he used Running Shine footage. I need to explain again how playing the game poorly results in things taking longer.
I think for my first playthrough, it took 10 minutes to beat the alpaca.
So here we go. We're going to just put this in here. Here you go. Here's Running Shine's clip. It looks exactly like the clip.
No, it's not. Yeah, Samurai Tortoises.
Oh, you're right.
I was looking for it.
Like there's a lead.
But it's also black, and that's what all of Running Shine's playthrough is. So look at that. Running Shine does a 5-hit combo because he's playing the combat poorly. I'm playing it, you know, okay here. 18-hit combo seems about standard, to be honest. I hadn't played 1.0 combat in forever, and this was just me booting up the game, going immediately into this fight with similar stats. And if every turn I'm dealing 14 damage and somebody else that's reviewing this game is doing 4 damage, well, maybe it did take them 20 minutes. But it didn't take them 20 minutes because it's a long boss fight. It took them 20 minutes because they fucking suck. And here you go. Here's a clip of Blue Rose playing. And now Blue Rose is playing quite a bit more optimally here. But 6 minutes.
Hey, Hellcry, there's a person in the chat that was involved with the Zingus video right now. That's funny.
Because Zingus killed my grandma, okay?
They did.
To be fair with Running Shine, they did acknowledge later that they didn't know the button spamming on the attack. Yeah, but do you still think that that might have colored their opinion on the game? Because I do. I think if you're accidentally playing the game in the worst manner possible, and then you're talking about the combat, and you go, "Oh, I was actually just an idiot there." It's a little rough to criticize it so heavily when you just don't understand the basic mechanics. There's a guide on the Steam forums. I actually wrote the guide for the combat in 1.25.
That's a good guide.
So it was a beta tester.
Quickly lose any sense of weight they have.
Whatever,
when you
I'm not
realize
giving
they'll
the guy
just be repeating
attention.
the same minigame for the next 15. The only boss that really changes up gameplay, Yuzu, does so in such an insane way that I am confident his fight was barely playtested.
Hi!
Yeah.
I played 1.25. Not only did I play 1.25 as a beta tester, I specifically did a level 5 playthrough of the entire game. Because I was like, oh, that's the only level it asks you to get to. And you could choose not to level up. Why don't I just play through the whole game at level 5? That would probably help with balancing the game, right? And that's why I wrote the combat guide. Because that's what a lot of the combat guide I wrote was based off of, was my experience playing it in level 5. It was playtested. He's specifically, like most of the bosses, they're specifically aimed to fuck you over in specific ways. It was actually my suggestion to give him a little robot that heals him.
Due to
Steve doesn't
story
talk about it,
reasons,
though.
You only have 2 party members when you fight Yuzu, and his basic attack that
Yep.
he uses every turn has a 100% stun chance.
Based.
Very good.
Loved it.
So this effectively means that you only have 1 turn per.
I think I even go over this in my speed run of the game. Because I talk about that he has a specific move list that he goes through, right? And if you just die a few times, you can get to one where he doesn't immediately stun you.
per round, while he infinitely stun locks the other one of your characters. And if one of you is ever KO'd, you're stuck in an infinite stun loop you can never escape from.
Yeah.
It's an attempt to use status effects in an interesting and creative way, but doesn't understand anything about why status effects are even used in RPGs.
I have a big problem with this. So I actually made a video about this called YIIK How to Beat Yuzu. It's not a good video. I just sent it to you. But no, Yuzu's fight does have strategy actually. So you see what happens is that when Yuzu stuns you, it's like, man, if only there's a way to prevent this, like Panda Barrier or Sleep Shot, which both of the characters have. You can just make them go to sleep. So whenever a character gets stunned, you just make Yuzu go to sleep and then wait until they get unstunned. It's that easy.
Are you saying the move that he said, the status ailments that you have, the moves that you have to use, are useful in a fight?
Well, yeah.
I
But...
thought only attack dealing moves were useful.
Well, they're wrong. And I mean, if you just think that's the whole game, when the game actually like wants you to do it, because Yuzu's one of the hardest fights in the game, yeah, you get fucked because of that pretense. Like, this is an example of status effects being great in this game. Actually, I think this is the best fight in the
status effect. All of the abilities that you have, great in this fight.
Same thing with the heal bot, which Zingus does not talk about for interesting reasons. You know, the heal bot, it's most efficient to stun it. And I also don't think Zingus talks about the QTE in this thing either, even when they talk about the game not having very many unique dodging mini games. Because again, they're trying to build a narrative about how bad this boss fight is and not giving it any credit at all.
Yeah.
They'll just ignore
it's also,
that makes it, and all the other stuff makes it interesting.
It's just insane. It doesn't make any sense. That's not the game I played. Is that the game you played?
And I mean, it's fine to struggle with it. I mean, it's a hard boss fight, but it's kind of embarrassing to make this like video talking about like, here's why this is the worst game ever,
and say it's and talk about it objectively. Like, this is, yes.
When there is a strategy to this fight, and you're just kind of saying to everyone that you're too stupid to understand that there was. And I mean, like, that's fine. Like, no one's gonna play games perfectly. That's okay. It's just, it's in the context of this, right?
I'm bad at video games. I'm not afraid to say this. I'm bad at video games. I'm not good at video games. Oftentimes, I get hit by something I know that I'm going to get hit by in a video game. And I go, man, I'm fucking stupid. I wouldn't say this shit. It's just ridiculous. It's just ridiculous to assume that you're the smartest person in the world and that this is objectively how this works. And it's hilarious to be incredibly wrong the entire time.
Well, yeah,
Like,
it's not
the
Zingus,
hubris.
the one that didn't understand how status effects are used in RPGs. It's the game developers. See? There you go.
Oh, yeah. Given all the tools, and somehow fails. It's not my problem. It's the developers didn't understand.
Doesn't make you play
Yeah,
smart,
that's right.
doesn't make you develop a strategy, it just makes you repeat the same thing even more. The second major problem is an overuse of fights that you're supposed to lose. Making any fight in a video.
There's 3.
They use the entity as an example, but I'd argue that's not a boss, to be honest, because it's a regular.
Oh, no, and you just run away.
Yeah, you just run away.
Yeah.
And second thing,
2?
It's not actually unbeatable. Like, you go back to it and you can kill it, right? You just have to away from it first.
You know what's frustrating? Other than this entire video, Vela. I don't know about 1.25, but I know in 1.07 you could just kill Vela.
Really?
And it still progresses.
That's funny.
Yeah. It takes a little thing called strategy.
Yeah, and I mean, like,
and you might have to use your skills.
Oh, I can't read, so I don't know what that is.
Yeah, you can kill Vela. I know in 1.07, which I know Zingus probably played, or 1.03, whatever. 1.0, you can kill Vela. And I know Zingus played that. I don't know what else he played, but I know he played that.
Video game, a mandatory loss is already.
Also, if you illustrate the final boss, the Twisted Beings, as a forced loss, you're ignorant.
Yeah, that's not a forced loss. You know, like, technically it is, but it's kind of like a Two Brothers reference where
you just can't beat them the way that you normally do. That's the whole thing.
But you still beat them anyway.
That's kind of like that's kind of like Undertale.
Already a very bold decision that can make the player very frustrated. YIIK has 4 separate mandatory losses.
4. You're not mandatory to lose to the entity. You just run away. Calling the last one that is ridiculous. And in 1.0, you could beat Vela.
Yeah, so, I mean, in 1.25 you can't, but then it gives, like, even then, Vela's debatably a boss. But the proto comment, yeah. But, like, I don't care, to be honest. I just don't care.
Yeah. Proto comment is fine for that.
You are forced to suffer over its runtime, and
I
several
mean, you're
of these
really
are
told you're not
climactic
going
boss
to win
fights that you
anyway,
can't even
so...
win.
Yep.
There are more forced losses in this game than actual legitimate winnable boss fights.
So we got down to it. There's 1 forced loss. And how many boss fights are there? There's Wilhelm, Golden Alpaca,
Yuzu, the Flasher, the 4 bosses at the end of the game.
Gothic Entity. The math doesn't add up here, buddy. Even if you 4-4, I said 10 earlier. If you count, the other stuff, and not counting, I think that was counting secret bosses. So 4 to 10, or minus 4 to 10, that's 7, or 6. Sorry, bad at math. Really betraying my Asian heritage here.
In addition to just being
Proto comment fight should.
extremely frustrating, this makes the player wonder whether combat is even worth attempting or winning whenever they see a new enemy. Upon entering...
What does he mean by
Yeah,
this?
that's bizarre. I didn't really get that
Considering
impression.
2 of them are at the end of the game.
Yeah, and like the proto comment, you're really told you're not going to win, so like it's not really something that you're wondering. It's something you kind of know, and like the game makes it extremely obvious that it is. And for
the secret bosses,
yeah, and for the
Proto Ultima Alex and the Proto Alex.
And the Twisted Beings, if you just lose to it, you don't progress through the game. You have to destroy the glass pillars.
You have to beat it a different way. And it's not unbeatable. You just have to beat it a different way.
Entering a new boss, a player's first reaction should not be, I wonder if I'm even supposed to beat this guy.
Okay, so, I'm not counting what Zingus calls a boss with the Soul Survivor and Vela, because they're not. You can beat Wilhelm, you could beat Golden Alpaca, you could beat the Gothic Entity, you could beat Yuzu. Where's the confusion?
I mean, if the entity counts as a boss, do the Samurai Tortoises count as a boss?
They're in the overworld. They are bespoke battles for each one.
Forced losses can
What counts as a
have
boss?
been used in some games to establish the player's power level, or deliver an emotional moment, or to make the player feel helpless. But this trick loses all of its power when it's repeated over and over again, and just loops back to being frustrating.
Again, where are these forced losses?
Much like its story, YIIK's combat is born out of so many good ideas. Interactivity, interesting enemy designs, and the use of forced loss can all make RPGs a better and more memorable experience for the player. But the core
That
mechanics
doesn't make sense. You said like it comes from an idea of having interesting designs, but then
it's bad, and there's no strategy. But this is like trying to be interesting, but it's bad. And sometimes people do it right, but no, it's bad.
Yeah,
it's bad. Don't do that.
You're making it sound like Mr. Ender.
Oh no, it's great, and people do it all the time, and it's amazing, and I love those games where people do it. But no, you can't do it. Don't ever do that. That's bad. You don't understand. Even though there's many games that have done this before, you don't understand how it works. So you failed. What the fuck are you talking about, dude? Like, well, try not to contradict yourself. Challenge failed.
Nowhere near enough to make them feel worthwhile. Once again, these good ideas are washed away by amateur design decisions and tedious time wasting that.
Well, like what good ideas?
I wish.
What?
I wish that I could say that Zingus's video has any good ideas that are washed away by his amateur editing and scripting, but they don't.
But like, what good ideas? Like, they're not illustrating what the good ideas are. Like, just the fact that they try to use status effects in a battle. Okay.
You've got no talent. You're nothing. Yes, that's more or less what I was referencing there. Yeah, he just said that they were bad ideas, that they didn't work. But now there's good ideas there, but you didn't mention any of those.
Doesn't make the player even want to engage with any of the actual gameplay. Alex Eggleston is a character who believes the entire world centers around him, and that
Uh-oh. This is a good bit.
Yo, is my man cooking?
He is.
Is he cooking? I feel like I hear him pissing in the toilet. He might be making fried chicken.
and that's partially because it does. The developers of YIIK have been extremely open in interviews, both before and after the game's release, that Alex was never meant to be the most likable character in the world.
Yo, is he cooking? Oh. Yo. Oh.
World.
I want to make a game about a guy who's like a piece.
Now hold on.
What's this picture doing here? Why is this thing being used as a quote? Wait, what's this YouTube video I found? YIIK dev on the Dick Show? What is this?
Oh, wait.
Oh,
is it just,
interesting.
This isn't even edited. This is just straight up YouTube downloaded and then put into his video.
So are you telling me the extent of him looking at interviews is him looking at this image which has the self-insert thing on it? And also, by the way, he doesn't talk about the self-insert thing at all. He just has this image in there and just lets it go. Doesn't combat it, doesn't reinforce it, nothing.
Piece of shit, unlikable character who by the end of the game has to transform.
Players were supposed
That's not even the interview's weird cut. That is the weird cut of that video.
That is the extent of Zingus's research. They go on YouTube.com, look up YIIK, look at the most popular videos, and take from it. Even literally, because they literally just took the video and didn't bother to change the fucking thumbnail. And there's so many other things that Andrew has said, not in an interview, but in other interviews, that they just ignore. It's easier to ignore that. It's easier to just look at the most popular thing and then just assume everything because of it.
I feel like Cello brought up something great. You should do a highlight reel of this stream. It would be hilarious. I feel like I would need to pay somebody to go through all of the YIIK streams and just make a highlight reel supercut of all of them. And that would probably be a great standalone video.
to find him annoying or creepy or unlikable, and then watch as he redeems his flaws and develops over the course of the game and emerges from its events a changed man. His journey was supposed to show a man realizing his flaws, learning from.
Oh,
Fan fiction.
I think you might be overcooking it a little bit there, buddy. It's not about him realizing his flaws. It's kind of actually the opposite of that. It's kind of him avoiding ever admitting he did anything wrong ever. And that's kind of clearly, I'm going to use a really offensive word here. It's kind of something the game shows you. It's not quite something that the game tells you. But it also does tell you it. By the way, it shows you it.
And then overcoming them to become a better person. The main problem with that narrative, however, is that never actually happened.
He fucking earned it!
You were so close.
Oh no! The kitchen is burning!
No.
Oh
You should
no!
use an air fryer.
The house, it's on fire! Somebody, hold on. We gotta call the fire department. The house is burning down.
I love doing these streams.
If you don't know, that was clearly a joke that I was setting up for the whole time.
The Alex the player meets in the first second of the game is functionally the same as the Alex the player hears from in its last.
My boy would be cooking if he didn't say that that wasn't what the game was intending.
He's this close.
It wasn't even the stove, it was the microwave. How do you do this?
Sure, he's a bit more overtly shitty towards the start, and some people do call him out for it, but his flaw...
Some people call him out for it. Linguistic. You played this game.
I did.
I have a feeling, like a vague recollection over my, how many hours do I have? Let me find my Steam account real quick. Let me see this. What's this? Oh, we gotta go over here. Where's Y2K? What is this? 815 hours.
Someone in chat said some people do call him out for it, which is actually really funny if you recontextualize it in a different way. Because the most blatant example of this is with Claudio and Chandra, right? Some people.
You know, so in my 800 hours of playing Y2K, I might have missed something in the story. I might be misremembering something. But I'm pretty sure every single fucking character calls him an asshole, calls him out for his behavior, and does it several times throughout the narrative.
Like this scene they're showing right here as an example. And when Chandra calls him out for it, and when Michael calls him out for it multiple times and tries to make him apologize to Rory, and when Rory says, "You're an asshole, Alex."
I feel like even the person that disappears at the beginning of the fucking game calls him out on this.
And Mark, and Alex himself.
So every character that's voiced in the game calls him out on it. I don't think that... Okay, well, maybe the record shop guy doesn't call him out for being an asshole.
Dude, lay off.
Then we're getting pretty liberal with our definitions of a character.
Flawed core traits never change, and if they do, it feels rushed and unearned. It's genuinely hard to talk about Alex's flawed personality and not bring up the bizarrely iconic "nobody cares about your dead sister" scene.
Didn't say that.
That's not the line.
This scene, occurring towards the end of the game's second chapter, follows a moment where Rory, a new addition to the party, finally accepts his younger sister's death and feels like a genuine emotional moment for the guy. However, not content with not being the center of attention for a moment,
How
Does he get it? Does he get
Alex
it yet?
chimes in and reprimands him for feeling emotional, saying,
Dude, cool it with that. No one cares about your sister right
So how do you edit a video? How do you edit a video and saying, "Nobody cares about your dead sister" scene, and then you include the audio and like full on scene, and it doesn't say that's not the quote. Like at some point when you're doing this, you go, "Oh wait, hold on, maybe I should go change this real quick." Maybe I should change this. Maybe I should edit this and make it to where I say the right thing. Maybe I should go do a quick pickup, fix this line read. No, just fucking let's send it.
ourselves.
Alex, what is wrong with you?
"It's really harsh, and this may be a controversial opinion, but I don't actually think this scene is that bad when judged purely on its own merits."
Here we go. When we first watched, go on.
Wait a second. What did he just say?
Oh, what did he just say? Oh, the scene is.
Oh, he said something really interesting there. He said, "This might be a controversial opinion, but he feels Alex is justified in this moment." Did I hear that right?
Yeah, but that's weird. How cried? Didn't we show like 3 videos early on?
Hold on. I have a video just for this exact situation. Let's look at this again.
Dude, cool it with that.
No nobody cares about your dead sister scene.
Dude, cool it with that! No one cares about your sister right now. We almost just died ourselves.
Oh, don't worry about it, Alex. Because of the abundance of money in the game that I addressed earlier, we had so many recovery items that there was no chance of any of us getting seriously hurt. Alex is mad because he doesn't really care. He just wanted to get his dick wet with Sammy.
You acted like this was connected to Sammy!
And Rory basically had us do a whole 4-hour segment of gameplay for nothing. You know, it's a little harsh, but I think I'm feeling the same. What did this whole thing accomplish in the story? Not a damn thing. It only introduced us to Rory, an ultimately worthless character that only exists to fill a slot in the RPG, and let us know when the next All-American Rejects album is coming out. Why should I care about Rory and his personality? All he's done in the time we've spent with him is spout pseudo-philosophical bullshit and complain. He's given nothing interesting about him as a character. So when Alex, standing there, like he normally does, adjusted his glasses and went, "You know what, Rory? I don't give a shit about you or your stupid, dumb, dead, dumb fuck cunt sister." I felt happiness that I hadn't felt yet in this game. And what happens next? The game spends 2 hours trying to make me feel bad about it.
Yeah, I actually stand by Alex in this regard.
That's the best one,
Think about this
Common.
logically. You're searching for someone who went missing right before your eyes, and some emo git who messed up his dye job dangles some information that's might related to her. He drags you all around his town, into a sewer where you're forced to fight a life and death situation against a golden alpaca, and you almost die. And you find out it was a lie.
So everyone starts yelling at Alex for his inconsiderate outburst, even though, yeah, they nearly all did just die and probably wouldn't be in the most rational state of mind. And then this happens.
It's really harsh, and this may be a controversial opinion, but I don't actually...
How is it controversial?
Yeah, and he shows 2 of these videos which really talk about this in the beginning. So, did he watch those videos or did he not? I don't know.
How is it controversial? 3 people agree with you, buddy.
Well, the thing is, too, is that those other videos also present their takes as if they're controversial, right?
Oh, you're right.
Interesting.
Huh.
Isn't that weird?
It's weird that this is might be controversial, but everybody says it might be controversial, but then says the same thing. Actually, here's my controversial take. Alex is a fucking asshole in that scene. That's apparently actually controversial, and I made a whole video about this. It's my second video on the Y2K analysis series on this channel. You just look in the fucking whatever. But no. You don't want actual controversy. You don't want an actual thing. You just want to say, I'm being edgy. Here we go. And I'm going to say exactly what everyone else has said. Alex was right in this thing.
Well, shitty, yeah, what Alex says here isn't 100% unreasonable. They did almost just die thanks to something Rory lied to put them through.
Rory did not lie. What did Rory lie about? That's the question. This is the greatest question of all time. What did Rory lie about?
The only thing he lied about in the whole thing is that he was kind of dubious about his sister really being dead. But it's not even really a lie, though.
But we know that he saw that soul survivor in the sewer. And that he thought that it was her. So, forgive me if the guy is a little confused on whether his sister might be alive or missing or transformed into some demon from another world.
And who's going to believe you when you say that? So Rory kind of builds it up. He kind of tries to get the idea in your head as to what they're talking about. And Vela sees this, what he's talking about.
My sister, I think my sister went missing. Hey, you're looking for missing people, right? Hey, my sister disappeared. I don't really know what's going on with her, but come check it out.
And this huge issue is that for some reason there was no skepticism in the writing at all. So when Alex says that you lied to me, it's like, oh, they must have lied to him. But how? Consider literally everything you just experienced. What did Rory lie about, really?
He didn't lie about anything. But what Alex says isn't even, oh, your sister was dead the whole time? Man, you fucking lied to us. You said she was missing or some shit. What does he say?
Right, what does he say? I actually forget.
You acted like this was connected to Sammy.
That's right, and Rory doesn't mention, he mentions Sammy once. I think in the...
He says it's similar.
Yeah. Oh, it's kind of
in the email. He says it's similar. Hey, this person also went missing. So what did Rory lie about? Reading comprehension fail. That's all I can chalk this up to. Reading comprehension's hard. You failed it, my dude. I'm sorry. But that goes to show, and that it just goes throughout the entire game, how you can fail at reading comprehension so hard.
It's not a likable thing for a character to say, but it clearly isn't intended to be. The party's
Yeah, it's not even a true thing.
reaction is clearly shocked and upset, and Alex gets called out pretty much immediately for being so shitty to a kid he just met. This feels more like the start of an arc of self-reflection, where Alex looks back on his actions and sees why he reacted.
Oh, man. Oh, I love this scene, too. This scene is so beautiful. Because, like he's saying, it seems like it's a self-reflection. Like he's introvert, he's internalizing this. He's thinking about it and he's going, man, I was a piece of shit. I should do better. But all of it is hinge-pinned on this idea that Vela might date him. That is literally all he gives a crap about in this entire situation. It is literally told, shown, spoken to you word for word, that all he cares about is that now he might not get the chance to date Vela because Vela saw how much of an asshole he
and
was.
like he's losing respect with Michael. It's basically nothing to do with Rory, really. He doesn't care about Rory.
It has nothing to do with Rory. Nothing to feel bad about what he did. Oh yeah, he was going through some stuff. His sister freaking died. But now Vela's never going to want to date you.
So in a way, Zingus is not wrong about it starting an arc of self-reflection. It's just that Alex is reflecting on the wrong things.
Yeah, and it's a reading comprehension fail again. And I'm sorry, man.
I think the biggest reading comprehension fail is about to come up here.
Acted that way and lashed out at the first people who have shown him any real kindness since he got back from college. Sure, the way the dialogue is delivered makes it kind of funny, but this scene in its relatively early place in the story promises that the game will capitalize on having an unlikable protagonist and actually make him grow over time.
Wait, hold on. Again, here's an instance of the scene that Zingus is showing is contradicting what he is saying. I think Vela thinks you're a stuck-up rich kid who's never known real problems in his life. And in this scene, this becomes the central focus of the conversation. That Vela isn't going to want to date Alex.
Promises that the game will capitalize.
So is it promising that it's capitalizing on this? Is it promising that he's going to grow and change as a person?
No. In fact, I think the biggest thing for this is the name of the next chapter, which kind of tells you what's going to happen, right?
It tells you exactly what's going on. If you can read, if you can understand something like a conversation that's being told to you, you can understand this. You can understand what's happening in this scene. That he focused on, oh, Vela's not going to want to date me if I'm acting like this. Words that he said come out of his mouth. That is what he said. You'll understand that that's his character. That he's not focused on self-improvement. He's not focused on becoming a better person. Also, you have anything to say about that? What's his name? I forget. Zach? No, you're pointing out that, what's paraphrasing? Do you have anything to say about this reading comprehension fail?
On having an unlikable protagonist and actually make him grow over time and learn from his mistakes. And the scenes right after support this. Visions of alternate Alexes flash through his mind, discussing his less than ideal character traits and forcing him to reflect on how he's affected the people in his life. Hell, the next chapter is literally called Reluctant Apology Tour.
Okay. What do those words mean? What does the word... Okay, we know what apology is. You tell somebody you're sorry. And we know what the word tour means because we all play Mario Kart Tour and we know it means it's a dog shit game. No. We know that he's going someplace, right? He's going around. So he's probably going around apologizing. But what's this word?
Reluctant?
What does that mean? I feel like Reluctant isn't a very difficult word. I wonder if it even is a middle school.
I'd imagine you know what reluctant means in like the 4th grade.
Reluctant, unwilling, hesitant, disinclined. There's the definition for you.
Well, that being said, Zingus did say this game is full of like verbose words, and like it uses a dictionary right next to it to like define everything. So I mean, yeah, I mean, reluctant is a big word. I do agree.
It's got like.
I'm being bad faith, of course, for the sake of a joke. But
8, 9 letters. I can't find the reading level of that word. Actually, I can. I can go up to word counter, and it'll tell me what kind of reading level the phrase reluctant apology is. That is maybe I'll just I'm going on a. It's not letting me have the reading level.
Whatever. I mean, I don't.
Dumb joke.
Yeah, I don't even think it matters. Like, it's obvious, right? Everyone in this chat knows the word reluctant means, correct? Like, we're on the same page. I assume we are.
The next day, his party even seems pretty pissed with him, with Vela straight up refusing.
Wait, I thought they never criticized him at all. Isn't that what he said earlier?
Yeah, Michael avoids him. He pretends to be sick. Vel's super pissed. Even like when we get to Rory, he's like, "What do you guys want?" Like, he doesn't want to talk to Alex.
They never call him out on anything, huh? Well, weird that they're doing that right now.
Using to come with him until he makes things right with Rory, and Alex's inner monologue bounces back and forth between wanting to apologize and doubling down on his criticism of Rory's lie. The stage is set for an introspective and thematically.
Okay, and he's conveniently leaving out the part with the mystical Ultimate LP legend, right?
Yeah, weird thing.
This is after he gets it. Where he specifically brings it to Vela, and then Vela has a really weird reaction to seeing this thing. It's almost, and directly tells Alex, "Hey, I don't want you to go look for this thing." And Alex says, "You really can't stop me." That's really weird conversation to leave out.
Relevant examination of how Alex views the people in his life, even just some kid he met the other day, and his place in their lives as well. And then their actual first conversation, since the incident is 80% taken up by a dumb sight gag about a mannequin leg.
80%? Where does that come from?
80%.
Like, that's exaggeration, of course, but like, I don't think it's accurate. I'm actually going to check my cutscenes video.
3 lines of dialogue versus the entire apology section.
Yeah, 1928.
8th to 10th grade
level.
It's.
I would say it takes up maybe more like a third of it is more accurate.
Like, I'm being serious here. The first thing Rory and
he wasn't being hyperbolic. He was being serious.
Alex say to each
never
other
mind.
after
Okay,
the scene, this
I can't even give the benefit of the doubt. He says he's
supposedly
serious.
centers around is joking about how attractive a severed mannequin leg
supposedly
is.
Centers
it's
around.
It's not even that the joke is bad or unfunny. There are dumb gags like this in loads of games, and they work just fine there. But the sheer lack of regard for where and when this scene is being placed in the emotional narrative completely robs it of any humor unless
I disagree with Zingus here immensely, because I think the point of putting this scene here is just how much Alex is just distracted from caring about Rory in any way.
Yeah.
Because he's like, wow, look at your hot mom. Whoa. Because he doesn't want to talk to Rory. It's just,
instead of the first words out of his mouth is not, "Oh, Rory, I'm so sorry for that thing I did the other day." He goes, "Oh, damn, huh? I want to fuck your mom, dude."
Like, that says a lot about Alex's character, doesn't it? I also think it increases the humor, by the way, because I feel like a lot of humor is, it's funny when things are just unexpected, where there's like a super serious tone and then there's like a sudden like insane joke. I mean, like the Golden Alpaca. Everyone thinks the Golden Alpaca is hilarious because of the tone shift. And then this does it here, and it's not funny, apparently.
Weird that they keep happening to Rory for some reason.
That is weird. Why would that be the case?
No, they didn't intend anything by that.
Everybody else in the scene. Literally any tension or thematic relevance the scene might have had is completely thrown out the window because...
And there's,
Yikes, man.
And there's no tension either, because even when we get to the apology scene, Alex is very clearly not sorry. Like, the whole point is that there is no tension because Alex clearly doesn't want to apologize to Rory because he's an asshole. That's the whole
You
character.
did lie to us after all.
The writers had an idea for a semi-decent joke.
Writers.
And just wedged it in wherever with zero.
Really? No, I'm not going to give any benefit of the doubt. I'm not going to even attempt to understand what might have been said by this thing. They just shoved it in there because they thought it was funny. There's no depth to
Zero
it.
regard for context. Even when the conversation moves back to what it's actually supposed to be about, it's over in one dialogue option and then immediately moves on.
Interesting.
I wonder why. I wonder if the title of the chapter, Reluctant Apology, it gives you any context.
And also, there's 2 dialogue options, and like, if you choose the one where he's more negative, I think that one lasts for a lot longer, where he's just completely berating him. Like, wwhy is it an option?
It does.
Right? Is that interesting? It's an option. Like, Alex feels like there is no obvious conclusion to it. He has to make a choice here. Like, if you were a normal human being, there wouldn't be a choice, right? Like, it's obvious you should apologize to this person because you're being an asshole. You know? Unless, maybe you had feelings about it. Maybe you didn't feel sorry and thought the guy was a fucking dick.
But I thought he was right. I thought he was completely justified. Why does he have to apologize here?
Yeah, I mean, Rory did lie to him.
Rory did lie to him. I hope you do get a hobby or something better to do someday. Hey, I made a game called My Mundane Life is Threatened by the Tropes of an RPG. It's $5 and on
That
Steam.
game's pretty cool. It's not really my thing, but you can play it. It's made in a weird engine. Like, what was it? RPG Paper Maker?
An independent engine, which I thought was really cool to do with my first project. That way,
I also want to talk about this comment by this person. Because why doesn't Zingus get a hobby or something better to do someday? Is my question.
True.
Like, what is this? It's an barely edited video. It's just kind of like a preamble, which is very similar to what we're doing, actually, talking about this game, criticizing it, and we are criticizing this video. What is different about what we are doing compared to Zingus besides us doing off-the-cuff commentary? I find this very interesting because something I know Zingus has done, and what I've seen so far from people who are, I guess, quote-unquote, defending him in this chat, is they don't have anything to say very directly. Like, I think one person just said YIIK and left. That's what Zingus did. Zingus joined the YIIK core, he said YIIK and left, and like the developers are in there. There's all these people you can converse with and fans of the game that you can talk to about your interpretations. But Zingus didn't do any of that because they wanted to make a really shitty video where they just jack themselves off the entire time. So, that's my rant for that.
Yep. I agree.
And let me not jack myself
I
off.
don't have
I'm a dickhead. I know. I am kind of an asshole at sometimes, and I mean, you can call me out on it if you want. I'm pretty. I appreciate that even.
I'm 110% here to go. I have a massive ego. I think I'm the greatest person in the world. Everything I make is flawless. Everything I say is royal ocean. I think that I think my shit don't stink. I'm never wrong about anything, and there's no point in never disagreeing with me. That said, I can talk about how this guy sucks. He can talk about whatever he wants to talk about sucks. I just that's a thing that you have the ability to do. You have the ability to speak. You chose your ability to type in the chat and say some dumb shit, and I commented on it, and there you go. That's what you get. Good luck.
On towards trying to find a magical record from another universe. If you're wondering why I'm...
Isn't YouTube a hobby that can turn into a job? What, like how Zingus made a really shitty video and then got money from it?
Emphasizing this one little moment so much is because it's just so painfully emblematic of the main problem with Alex's character and YIIK's themes overall. The writing pays lip service to the ideas of character growth and character development, that this unlikable guy is going to overcome his negative traits and respect other people, but the writing is constantly walking over itself by introducing new concepts, having random interjections from other characters, or inserting out-of-place...
Hold on. I want to double check this real quick.
The writing pays lip service to the ideas of character growth and character
Look,
development.
man, I was out of the line the other day. I was scared. I don't know what came over me. I'm hoping you can forgive me and we can be friends.
By introducing new concepts, having random interjections.
I think you're a cool guy, so yeah.
Even without the voice acting, you can tell like how half-assed it is. He's like, "Yeah, we can probably do this."
Hey, I have a question. When you apologize to somebody, there's a specific word you tend to say.
I'm sorry. I apologize.
Did Alex say that anywhere in there?
I feel like he was about to with "so yeah," but he couldn't bring himself to do it.
So, yeah. Yeah.
I've been there. I haven't apologized correctly. I've been a dick before. I've been in this position. I think a lot of people have.
Wait. Let me think back to the text box option. It said, apologize profusely. But somehow he did that without saying sorry? And even in there, he gives himself an excuse. I was scared yesterday. So, like, this is supposed to be showing some kind of character growth. It's paying lip service to character growth. No. I'm sorry. Reading comprehension fail again. We need a counter for that.
It's like he gets so close to like actually getting it, but then it just falls. I'm making a joke about what he says about the game's concepts, but yeah, I mean, Alex is paying lip service, but then it's weird because people don't see it as the story paying lip service. Like they're extremely close, or just taking it too much of at a meta level.
Mm-hmm. I also think it's funny that as more Zingus fans have come into the chat, that the does Zingus understand postmodernism poll has like slowly started going up in the yes votes.
Well, we'll see about that when we discuss postmodernism, because spoiler alert, he is incorrect. Sorry to spoil that for you, but
or inserting out-of-place comedy into scenes that desperately don't need it.
It's fine to be incorrect,
in this scene,
of course,
just like the rest of the game, all actual development for Alex.
That's how you learn.
Yeah, but
that's how you do some character development, my guy. You go, oh yeah, I was wrong. My bad. Sorry. I gave it a yes because I thought it'd be the only one.
I gave it a yes too.
Is resolved in only a few.
Look at you guys being hipsters in there. You really do take after Alex. Keep it at 69. Hell yeah.
Before the story can resume its overcomplicated narrative.
That poll's going to go on the whole time until we get to the point where he actually talks about postmodernism.
Or focus on something the player simply doesn't care about. So when the game actually has a good idea that the player wants to focus on, they barely ever can due to the onslaught of new ideas that the writer thinks are just so clever. This makes the game's...
Okay. Help me out here, buddy. Give me one of those ideas. Because you haven't. You haven't told me. You have struggled to tell me any of these things that you say are good. You gesture towards it. You say, I mean, yeah, it does some things good. Anyway.
Yeah, he's already made this point
Tell me.
About the concepts like 15 minutes ago. And he's still kind of dodging around it.
His insistence that...
This is a great part. This is your like elaboration on this. This is... Again, we're getting back into how essays are written. Okay, yeah, like you established it earlier on. Now we're in the point where we're elaborating on it. Let's talk about these good points. Let's talk about these bad points. Like, let's elaborate on this. Let's actually discuss what's going on. Let me explain it to you. Give me an idea of what you're talking about. How it fails specifically. What writing things does it do that's wrong?
That Alex has grown kind of
Oh, but the player wants to get more information on this thing. The player wants to experience more on this specific thing. Who? What player? Who are you speaking for? Are you speaking for your friend? Some friend you had who played this game? Is that who you're speaking for? Is that player want to do that? Why don't you say them by name?
Yeah.
Why don't you say my friend Josh? My friend Josh, he really wanted to elaborate on it. Give us a person. Give us a person. Give it me. I wanted the game to elaborate. Even saying I wanted that is better than saying the player.
There's a big problem though. You see,
because
there's modernism at play, that there is an objective truth about this game.
Oh, so like who is the player? Like the playa from like Saints Row? But the player is the problem with this player is it's literally creating a straw man. This is a concept. It is an amorphous object. This is nobody and it's everyone all at once. The player. Dude, it's not that hard. Just say I wanted them to expand on it. You don't have to speak for anyone else. You literally can't. You can't speak for anyone else. Just say I wanted them to expand on these ideas. It's not that hard.
Yeah, it's just if you use that language, it's very
manipulative.
It's pretentious. It's very self.
I played the game. I didn't feel that way about it at all.
Yeah, it just makes you look like.
So you're assuming my position.
You're more important than you actually are because you made a YouTube video about this game you didn't like, and that elevates your opinion. Is kind of like the vibe I get from using that language.
It's kind of patronizing.
Oh, it is. It definitely is. I hate that shit. I hate that shit. A lot of video essays do it.
Speaking of patronizing, you guys can subscribe to me on Patreon and you get to see my scripts for my videos early. I'm sorry.
Isn't it $1 a month too?
I think it's a pay what you want, but it starts at $1.
Well, yeah, $1 a month is actually pretty good compared to like most Patreons. I think usually they start like $5.
Yeah.
Patronizing to the player. The game fails to ever really show his development outside of him just hanging out with people more. Alex is the same snobby hipster at the end of the game that he was at the start, only this time he has more people around him to berate. Alex is constantly monologuing about the things he's learned and the ways he's changed.
Is he cooking?
The player never really gets to see any of that, and is therefore completely detached
Engaging
from
visuals,
any of the
I know.
themes the game tries to throw at them.
My man, you're the one who edited the video.
Full scenes where Alex explains his character development directly to the camera, only to, a chapter later, go back to being dismissive and annoying to his friends again.
Hey, have you ever had a female friend before?
Well, judging from the way that people react to the questionnaire at the beginning of the game, a lot of people do not.
Yeah, okay. So, like, I don't know if you've ever had a female friend that's been in a bad relationship before and they complain about their ex-boyfriend. But I've seen this several times where they'll complain about their ex-boyfriend, and what their ex-boyfriend does is they try to say all the right things to, like, get back in their lives when they fucked up, right? And you go, oh, that guy's just an asshole. Like, no, he didn't change or grow. He's just trying to say something pretty, something nice to make you feel like he's changed and grown as a person so that you can get back into the relationship with them. It's a very common occurrence. Hey, that's how I feel about Alex and his monologues in Y2K.
This is why Alex is such a hated character. It's not that people can't handle playing as flawed or morally compromised protagonists, but that the game is so insistent that he's becoming something more than that when he's simply...
The game?
You are. The game is not.
It's Alex.
I feel like I don't need to elaborate on this anymore, and we can just move on. But yeah, I've explained how that's not true. That's some fan fiction you made up, my buddy.
Simply isn't. Two of my favorite games of all time follow characters who do something far worse than Alex ever does, but then those games' entire narratives focus around that action and how it affected the people in their lives.
Lisa's a weird example, to be honest. I've always had a big problem with the way people talk about Lisa, because so many of the bad actions that Brad does are your choice.
Oh, and on top of that, like, it's got the context of being justified in some way.
Well, I honestly think Brad is based, to be honest, because the way people justify Brad's, justify like Brad being the bad guy here is like, well, do you just want the population to get rid of? They should just rape this little girl. It's that easy.
And he goes, no.
And then I'm like, Brad's the bad guy.
Oh, wait, he's morally corrupt? Wait, hold on. You think we should rape minorities?
Yeah,
or
like I
minors?
don't understand because like people generally say that as if it's like a good point. Like, well, look at these other guys say, and like Lisa the Joyful also makes a big point about how Buddy, who's the little girl, does not want to participate at all. So like I'm not like Brad is obviously not perfect. Duh, he does make some bad decisions, but he's not like an evil villain, And I feel like he's. And like so many of like I said, so many of the things are like your choice.
Wait, hold on again. All of these characters have literally killed people. The two that he's mentioning here.
Yeah, who did Alex kill?
Damn.
Around the flaws of the protagonist in a
The Y2K is also centered around the flaws of the protagonist.
way that makes their arc more believable and satisfying once they start to take accountability for what
believable and satisfying. Okay, like. Hey, I gave an example earlier of a situation where a guy apologizes and says he's getting better, but doesn't. That happens in the real world, and several people in the chat even admitted. They were like, oh yeah, I know what you're talking about. Because it's a real thing that happens. It's really believable. It happens in the real world. So it's pretty believable. Satisfying, I don't know that Amori suddenly getting over his trauma of killing his sister. Oh, sorry, spoilers. That he becomes friends and goes outside finally. I don't know that that's satisfying. You might be able to relate to him because you wanted to accidentally kill your sister or whatever, and then you wanted everybody to forgive you at the end of the game. But I don't know that's necessarily.
Yeah, I have nothing to say about Amori, but I don't feel like Lisa ends in a satisfying way because Brad actually like begins and ends the game. I'd say as basically the same person.
Oh, but it's satisfying because he kills those people, right?
And he was based for it.
Okay. But he was wrong for doing that. He shouldn't have done that.
they've done. YIIK pretends it's a story about one man's improvement and self.
As I pointed out, it doesn't pretend that at all. You're assuming that. And you're saying that that's a thing.
It's so insane that so much of this is fixed if you just replaced YIIK or the game with Alex, because then you just get it.
And you're like, damn, yeah, he's right.
Betterment. But in reality, that's just another idea the developers thought sounded cool on paper, and then...
And they insist
Wow.
intent again.
Here you go. What is this called, guys? What's this called? Pretentious. Oh.
never fully fleshed out. The one time when the game tries to
Pause
severely
here.
call out Alex's act.
So, there is a video called Y2K, the worst scenes. I'm going to link to it. Y2K, the worst scenes, the description also says, this is one of the worst offenders of the entire game. It's called, YIIK the worst scenes. And look, there's a content warning at the beginning, right? And go to the later part of the video, or at KNN for this. So this is about Rory's suicide, by the way. So spoiler alert, I guess. The KNN part, where it says the player's name. So and just for this scene, we're skipping ahead a bit. He's going to say, "Hey, you. You is your player name, and this person decided to use that. Okay. So keep all these elements in mind. Content warning: YIIK the worst scenes, and this footage of Hey You. Right? Go on."
So I want to clarify here what you mean by this. In this section of the game, the character you're playing as is only referred to as the player name that you inserted at the beginning of the game. So when this person put in, for this footage, they put in the letters YOU as their player name. So the game, this is purposefully done. For what reason? Who knows? So, at this point, this is talking to you, the player of the game. And this is very important for everything that is said in this scene. However, because this scene's been modified in this way...
Wait, look, content warning. That's
actions
interesting.
is also, unfortunately, one of the worst written things I have ever seen in a video game.
One of the worst written
I mentioned
things.
earlier that the player has dialogue options when it comes to how they talk to Rory in the days after the don't care about your dead sister scene. And while they change only a few lines in the moment, they have a larger impact in the long run. If the player chooses to be constantly dismissive to Rory and never apologize for the way they spoke to him, then upon returning from a
Never mind that he didn't apologize in the apology.
His mine dungeon in Chapter 4, Rory will have taken his own life while Alex was away. I do want to say that this is extremely heavy and deals with a topic this game probably isn't prepared to talk about. And if
pretentious.
you know anything about YIIK, you know that isn't the only topic it shouldn't really be addressing. However, it
pretentious.
And why they allude to, I'm guessing, the Lisa Lamb thing, at least don't talk about it. It's really interesting.
does, at the very least, introduce meaningful consequences for the way Alex can behave. It shows that he does have influence over the lives of his friends and those around him, and you would imagine this would send his rude and detached demeanor crashing into the cold hard reality that he now has to realize he's in. The scene where
This
Alex
part
is
is
informed
so
of what happened
rancid,
actually carries a
so
good bit of emotional
let's
weight.
talk about a content
though that's
warning,
mostly
right?
due to
But Zingus is saying here that, oh, Alex's actions are responsible for Rory's suicide, which is disgusting and not what the game implies. I mean, you talk about this in your second video, but it's pretty clearly about how Alex wishes he could go back in time and do the right thing, right? That's exactly what the canon thing is about. The room with dead friends, right?
Right, yeah. It's saying that the whole time that no, there was nothing that you could do that was wrong. You were right. I was going to kill myself anyway.
And then Zingus is like, actually, it's pretty cool that Alex's impact does have impact on other people, and he can cause this person to kill themselves, even though that's kind of yikes, dude. To be honest.
Devella's voice actress is fantastic and unsettlingly believable performance.
So wait, this is one of the worst written scenes, but the performance is really good. Okay. Just make sure.
Once again, this seems like the moment where Alex's whole personality is called into question, the theme this game is supposedly all about. And yet, once Alex quickly overcomes the shock of the news,
it is about it.
His monologue is entirely about the way he feels and the way others are going to see him.
I don't know how it contradicts the theme at all. It is about that.
I wonder if there's a reason for this.
Now, he seems to have extremely little concern that one of his friends is now dead, and instead whines about how incredibly important he is. This entire scene that could be heartbreaking is instead filtered through Alex's own ego.
He's cooking so hard. Why?
It's like, they're all intentionally not getting it. Because there's no way you could write these words out and not understand something there.
And comes off as easily the shittiest he is in the entire game. He monologues for 5 entire minutes and barely acknowledges his own role in Rory's death or how he could change going forward, waxing philosophic about the nature of grief and finding balance, and shit that has nothing to do with his actual character. And the
Okay, what the fuck was that last line there?
What?
Because all of it has to do with his character.
That's exactly his character.
Yeah.
I think it's like one of the most defining scenes for him.
I think that's a great comment, Milk Throw. He says, you, or in this case, me.
Outside of this 5-minute scene, with the exception of a one-sided conversation with Rory's ghost much later on, the consequences of this scene are never again brought up for the entire rest of the game's runtime. No characters ever call Alex out for how his actions
I wonder why. Never crossed his mind.
And this is shitty. He wants the other characters to blame him for his death? What kind of psychopath says this shit?
Directly led to one of their friends being dead. Alex never uses what happened to Rory and his own part in it as a catalyst for self-improvement. All that changes is...
It also, this happens at the end of the game.
Yes. And this line also drives me insane too. All that changes is when
When the group gathers in Alex's bedroom, there's a spot on the floor left ominously empty that Rory was.
Rory doesn't sit on the floor; he sits on the couch.
Yeah, but like the game does comment on it by the fact that he's gone, right?
Right. What else is there to comment on?
And the game does comment on with like the
gee, gee, Alex, this great powwow we're having would be really great if Rory was still around. Oh, I really miss Rory. Yeah. It's a shame that you killed him.
And like, yeah, they want them to have a conversation. Like, man, remember Rory?
No, what they want, they want this huge dramatic scene. Everybody's sitting around and they're like, oh man. And then like everything becomes dark and brooding. And then Alex is like, oh, he wakes up from a dream and he's like, oh no, that was just my dream. Oh man, I really regret what I did with Rory.
Because the whole thing is that even like with
they want them to tell. He's wanting them to tell. Mm-hmm. But the game is showing you right now.
And in chapter 5, the whole thing is that towards the Y2K event, everyone's trying to ignore their problems and they're just doing whatever. Like Vel says, "I hate Christmas," and then she's like, "Man, Christmas is awesome." So it's like, they're trying to ignore their problems.
Christmas. Right.
Because there's this insane thing that's going to happen. They're probably all going to die.
Was supposed to sit in. This scene is supposed to be the moment where Alex's persona comes crashing down.
And how is it supposed to be? That's your insisting intent. When no, it's supposed to be the moment where you just...
Wait. Did Zingus write this game?
I don't think so.
Because how the fuck is he supposed to know that what this scene's supposed to be? Oh, what he means is, I wanted this scene to be where Alex's persona comes crashing down. Okay.
Well, I think this all comes from that Dick Show quote, because he just takes it and then this writes fan fiction about what it means. And he just doesn't even get it in the first place. And also doesn't even understand the context of when it's said.
When he finally realizes there's more to this world than just himself and his own selfish desires. And yet, all that changes is that a useless party member is no longer an option.
So
tell me that you didn't strategize without telling me you didn't strategize.
And this is also a dick thing to say. Like, how can you I want them to be serious about this, but all that changes is a useless party member. So you didn't like Rory either then?
Okay, cool.
To use in combat.
Alex, why'd you kill that guy? Yeah. God, that would be such a funny edit.
Rory's ghost is honestly even more insulting.
Oh, what? Pause this. Hey, you. Are you telling me...
Rory's ghost is honestly even more insulting, though.
But, are you telling me that Zingus put this part in this video where he talks about one of the worst scenes ever, has a content warning, uses footage from this video where it does this very thing? Interesting, isn't it? And you know what else? He doesn't talk about KNN in the rest of this video. This is the only time he talks about KNN. I don't think he played KNN. I think his only knowledge comes from
It's actually amazing how little any of these essays talk about KNN.
Yeah.
Because they'll talk about show, don't tell, and all this shit. And it's like, okay, what about KNN? Radio silence. Hey, you! Again, we were talking about how this is manipulative, how this misrepresents the scene entirely. And Zingus chose this footage. This isn't his footage. This isn't.
Yeah, it's from the worst scenes where he copies that video's premise and he uses similar wording.
It's not his friend chose this video. Zingus edited this video. He went out of his way and chose this footage, where it says "you," implying Alex. That's the problem that starts to happen here. Is when you use the word "you." And it's meant to be directly referring to you. For some reason, some people see this and think this means this guy right there. But really, it means that guy right there. That's who they're talking to. That's who Rory is talking to in this scene. And when you remove all of this context and you make it about this guy, you have changed the narrative. You've changed what the words literally mean.
Yeah, and what is also frustrating is that Zingus clearly only watched this video to experience this. He didn't actually do it. So there's so much context that leads up to this event of the decisions you must make. I actually made a video, which is YIIK the Best Scenes. It's a parody title. And it shows all the context leading up to this moment. It also doesn't do the KNN thing badly. It actually says player name instead of you. So, you know, it's embarrassing. Like, this part of the game he's talking about with such authority, but he clearly didn't play it. He's clearly just ripping off this video he saw.
I hate to be this guy, but I feel like the purposeful misrepresentation here with the you is offensive to me personally.
Yeah, I hate it.
That it ruins the intent of this scene. It ruins what this means. If they would have done what you did and just said player name or player or something like that, even just the fucking channel name, like no content or no commentary hub does, I would be fine with that. I think that's fine. But doing this, changing it to where the context of this is changed, or even naming yourself Alex and it changing the context of what's said here is a huge issue.
With Rory claiming that Alex should not feel guilty as he played
Alex. That's not Alex. That's you. This should say Zingus there. Hey, Zingus. I know it's weird seeing me. Yeah, okay.
no direct part in his death, which is objectively untrue due to the...
Hey! That's not who he's talking to. So your entire conception of what this is happening here is wrong.
Changing outcomes. His reappearance instills the exact opposite of character development in Alex, telling him that he's fine, flaws and all, and that he shouldn't be worried about the dead teenager that he's responsible for.
And what's also frustrating about this is that it still works if it's talking about Alex, to be honest. Because if you consider...
It's a whole wish fulfillment scenario.
That's what KNN is all about. But Zingus, I bet money that you didn't play KNN. So
I mean, there's questions on whether or not he even played 1.25. I feel like we didn't play the same game in some ways.
Well, yeah, there's a lot of things about 1.25 he ignores, like affinities, but then he acknowledges other things. So it's this weird combination. I have my own speculation about this, but it might be later. Might be better later when we actually talks about that.
And none of the gameplay footage features his name or any of this is original. It's all taken from somewhere.
Yeah, he took it from me. He took it from No Commentary Hub. This random video about YIIK the worst scene, which is similarly worded to how Zingus describes it. It's interesting, very interesting. I think he said in the comment section,
the 23-year-old teenager. That is a great point.
Yeah,
thing to point.
Rory's not a teenager.
Reading comprehension fail.
Zingus said that his recordings got deleted or something like that. I'm like, okay, but it feels. I have a conspiracy about it. Is all.
Yeah. Well, there is something interesting that his video got corrupted.
YIIK's universe revolves around Alex, and while claiming he needs to change in some vague, nebulous way, seems hardwired to reinforcing every bad decision he makes and ensuring that he never changes in any way that matters.
So, let's talk about postmodernism real quick. In almost every postmodern narrative, the person that is telling you the narrative is the subject. They're who you're studying. Their character kind of like studies, more or less. So, in a postmodern narrative, what the person doing, Alex in this situation, he is telling you a narrative, and he is justifying the things that he did. That's it. So, the game really isn't doing it. Alex is justifying himself to you because he's the narrator and storyteller of the game. Now, that doesn't seem like a really hard concept to wrap your head around. You might not have noticed it at first, and it might have been hard to pick up, but like once you're told it, that makes a lot of sense, doesn't it? And that's what a lot of postmodern storytelling is. If we go into postmodernism, we're going to take a quick break here. Postmodernism is an evolution of modernism. Modernism is not to be confused with contemporary. Everybody gets confused with contemporary. Contemporary is right now. Hey, we live in contemporary times. I'm listening to contemporary music. I'm listening to music of the times. But modernism, or modern things, is specifically about a specific time period. The modern era. This is when a lot of artwork and stuff, like the best way I could describe this is brutalism and minimalism are spawned off of modernism. And these are things where these things are built for their purpose. They have this direct thing that they represent and mean, and that's it. And that's modernism. Postmodernism goes, well, maybe there's a bit more. Maybe it can serve a function, but also look really nice and be cool, or like that the aesthetics have importance, or that there could be a little bit more to it than just the modernism. Modernism is the storytelling, like the hero's journey, a strict structure of how you put together a story. Postmodernism is going, hey, this is actually just a meta-narrative that we adopt. And maybe we should talk about how this is an idea that we use and how we misuse it to justify ourselves. And that's what's happening in Y2K. So there we go. That's postmodernism. We'll see here in a bit how Zingus fares with the idea of postmodernism.
Oh, man.
And when I said the world revolves around Alex, I'm not even speaking in a metaphorical sense at all.
Too bad, because the game is speaking in a metaphorical sense. Oops.
This is going to get into some pretty heavy endgame spoilers, so if you don't want to know anything about the endings, skip to this time code. Now, without getting too bogged down in specifics...
Actually, what's great is you don't have to skip to that time code, because what Zingus is going to recount is nothing like what the ending of the game actually is.
Yeah, it's just some weird fantasy.
Just as his whole video is not about the game.
Because the game's plot kind of goes off the rails towards the end. Every reality in the multiverse contains an Alex. It doesn't always have to look like...
Multiverse. Nowhere in the script does it say anything about a multiverse.
Parallel realities.
It's parallel realities. The word parallel has a meaning. So, let me give you, what is this, a second grade geometry?
You gotta use your hands to show what a parallel line is.
I'll use these Nintendo Switch games because specifically it's very soy, right? And I think if it's more soy, you'll understand this. So, like, here you go. You got a line, right? And then, like, if you do this, that's not parallel. These are two separate lines. They're alternate universes. There's a multiverse going on here, and they use these two lines. But, like, hey, look. But that's not parallel. That's not parallel lives. That's not anything parallel. That's perpendicular. That's what they call that. Perpendicular means it intersects when it crosses each other. Even, like, this, that's still not parallel. They're still perpendicular. They'll touch at some point, right? Parallel is like this. No matter how far in all of the universe I keep these going, they will never fucking touch. Because that's what parallel means. So when they're talking about parallel lives, they're talking about these two very similar that are going down the same path. And they never intersect. They never touch. They're not perpendicular. They're not just a multiverse. They're not just out here doing random things. They're specifically parallel.
Oh, it's like Rick and Morty.
What this does is this tells you details about every other character. Every Alex's parallel life means that that life is similar to his in some way.
But it retains his basic traits and personality flaws. For reasons a bit too complicated to get into with a video.
No, they're not complicated at all. Also, this video is an hour long. You can get into any kind of detail possible, but you've refused to do so. But, as I just said, this was really a simple explanation. It's parallel lives. Parallel. Hey, they're all similar because they're all moving down a fixed point where they do not touch. They don't cross. They don't intersect. They don't change. They're the same line, but in different places. Wow. That explains this whole thing. It wasn't complicated at all. You know how I know it's not complicated? Second graders know about this. They know what the word parallel means. What's even funnier about the word parallel is it's got two L's in it, and lowercase l's are just parallel lines. Haha, that's something I learned in second grade.
Yeah, so it's all just basically a form of explaining, the patterns of Alex's life. And also kind of in real life. Like, do you know a parallel Alex, in quotes? You know what I mean? Someone who follows this path of behavior, maybe it's you.
Like this, the Alex of every universe will eventually end up destroying their reality or leaving or dying in order to save it. Alex's character flaws are directly brought into question here towards the end, as those flaws are supposedly what causes the realities to be destroyed by a comet unsubtly adorned with Alex's face.
Why is
the
the
main
reality?
issue brought about by
It's
these
his
developments
reality.
in the plot is that they directly confirm the way Alex views himself and the world. He is, quite literally, the most important person in the world. And not even just his
Whoa,
world.
whoa, 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 whoa.
He's gonna keep going.
What? What does he mean? How does that confirm? That's what you want to happen when you're the center of the world? You want to come down and banish all of your friends?
And just because you're the center of everything doesn't mean that, you know, you're good or people like you. I mean...
The most important.
I mean, I don't know, dumb, random example, but I mean, like, let's say Donald Trump was the most important person in the world, right? I mean, he was the president for a while, so he's the most important person in, like,
Some people
America,
say that
right?
Some people say the president is, yeah.
Yeah, okay. So does that make his actions justified? Does that make him a good person? Does our reality better for it? No. In fact,
is the world justifying his actions because he is the most important person?
And I'd imagine Trump has done some things that were not aligned with his beliefs, and he made things in his eyes worse. I'm sure of that.
Yeah.
Just because you're important doesn't mean you're right.
Every world that exists
Even in a literal
or ever
sense,
will
it
exist
lives
lives or dies based solely on his actions.
Actually, the game directly tells you that, first off, lives or dies? No. It doesn't say that at all. But he says every single one of them is destroyed. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Every single one of Alex's reality is destroyed. There's no, hey, maybe they... No. All of them are destroyed. That is what the game tells you.
And because he's an asshole, so...
Yup.
Even at the end of the game, Alex is now justified by the narrative in barely giving a shit about anybody else.
How is it justified? Hey, if... Linguistic. Let's work on a hypothetical here. You are the most important person in the world. You are responsible for all of us. And also, you decide whether the world ends or not. Okay? No, it's a lot of responsibility.
It is.
But it's not nearly as much as you deal with every day anyway, so you'll be fine. Anyways, so that's the situation, right? Let's say you decide to destroy everything.
Okay,
right?
that seems like something I'd do.
That's a choice. That's a choice you made. Did I justify that? Does that justify your actions? Just because you are the most important and you're able to do this, are your actions justified there?
Well, let me think. Well, I mean, I am God, so I mean, why should I care about what anyone else thinks? I mean, I'm right for that, right? I am God, so...
I think that's what Alex would want you to believe, yeah. He is the most important. He is literally... But is that justified? Is the narrative saying that it's justified to do that? That he, on a whim, kills everything? No, I don't think so.
Rory's death doesn't matter in the cosmic scale that Alex matters in. All of reality itself is controlled by Alex, as it's also revealed the entity behind the destruction of realities is simply another Alex from another timeline. The 4 characters involved in the final scene are literally all Alexes from different realities, with nobody else even mattering or being mentioned at this point.
Proto-Alex?
Yeah, that's why they all matter. You know, they can only matter if they show up at the end of the game and have dialogue about the world. The fucked up thing here, Zingus, is this whole scene takes place in Alex's mind dungeon, and this is also the epilogue of the game. So...
The whole game is supposedly
man.
about Alex overcoming his self-centeredness, but he...
So what I'm trying to understand from this is, how does Zingus think narratives are done? Is it like, okay, at the beginning we tell you the thing, is it like an essay where he thinks there's a thesis? Okay, Alex is a shitty person, and then at the end of the game we go, oh, I've overcome all of my issues, and now I'm going to kill you, the representation of all of my problems.
I sent you a cool image. Well, it is transparent, so it doesn't work very well, but...
Let's see, it might work. There you go. What's this? Okay, the Call to Adventure, Dolly, Supernatural 8. Oh, it was like Sammy. Threshold Guardians, the Threshold, beginning of transformation. When does that happen?
Yeah, it's funny too because it's a cycle actually. But you know, Zingus says like, I think they're expecting it to fall in line with this modernist idea of what a story should be. I think is the problem.
Yeah, this is a modern story right here. This is the hero's journey. This is actually a meta narrative. Fun word. The hero's journey. This is a meta narrative. This is a narrative about narrative. This is a story about how stories are structured. This isn't always true, but you can take this idea and develop stories off of it. That's how a meta narrative works. So you go. Call to Adventure, Dali, Supernatural Aid, Semi, okay, Threshold. I guess it's me, Vela, right? Helper, Mentor, yeah, Vela and Michael, right? Another helper, I guess that's Rory. Abyss, Death and Rebirth. When does that happen?
Y2K. Kind of.
Oh, I get. Maybe.
If you take what Alex says,
I feel like you can map every single action in the game on this thing. Constantly. Every chapter can be mapped onto this. But the problem is like he kind of skips this step here every single time. Atonement? Maybe even transformation, but yeah, you can make arguments either way. He kind of skips these steps right here. These ones right here, Both of these steps, kind of skips those. Kind of goes, we're going back. Maybe we're going to be on the edge of death and rebirth, where maybe we might like teeter on death, but we're not going to die, and we're just going to go back to return. And this is a critical thing about this story, because basically Alex never experiences ego death. He never contends with his ego, which is the problem, right? Is his ego, his self-centeredness. So he never hits death. He goes, okay, I'm going to get really close, and no. And then we're going to just return back to the beginning. He's skipped this. And we're back to doing everything else. But because he never dies, he's never reborn. And this is like what the game's kind of commenting on, is this aversion to death that Alex is feeling. And like, it's weird because it's hard to map the game's story if you go, okay, then here is this. Okay, now he's transforming. Okay, maybe the scene with the panda, and he's gonna atone for it. So maybe that's the scene where he kills Proto himself, but then he doesn't return. But this is what Zingus believes is going on. And he thinks that because, somewhere along this, it fails the hero's journey, that it's not written well. Well, that's because it's not about the hero's journey. It's postmodern, my guy.
He is literally correct in believing only he matters.
What?
How? Even with God, other people exist. Like, God wouldn't have made people if he,
Why can Vela disagree with him? Why can Vela say, I don't want you to look for this record? If he's the only person that matters and everything revolves around him and he can make everything the way he wants it to be, why does Vela disagree with him? Why does he have to apologize to Rory? Why do people want him to apologize to Rory?
Also, apologies if that plot synopsis sounds a bit like nonsense. I promise I'm...
It sounds like nonsense because it's not what's fucking written in the game.
He promised? What is he promising? What?
Explaining it the best way I possibly can.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sure you are. I'm sure you are. And that's what's sad.
But if Alex somehow brought his friends into the final scene with him and finally listened to what they had to say and took their advice on the fate of the universe,
then that would be a completely different story. That's not what's being told here.
Then that would show any kind of growth for his character. But the only person he takes advice from in this scene is just another Alex, another facet of his own personality and self-importance.
Interesting.
Even this has the potential to be an opportunity to look at Alex's flaws head-on, exaggerated in the alternate universe versions of himself, but the flaws the game centers in on in its final moments are simply not the ones the game itself is about.
Interesting.
I wonder why that is. I wonder if there's a story reason for that.
Well,
Interesting.
we already know the writer was just trying to cram as many interesting ideas as possible. They weren't thinking about what they were writing at all because,
Zingus? Yeah, I agree.
The player faces 4 evil Alexes in the final dungeon, dubbed Fat Alex, Pretentious Alex, Shady Alex, and Tella Alex. These are representative of some of his flaws, sure, but they're all very surface level things that the game never spent much time on.
So, like, there's one thing I want to point out here. It says finish Chromophore here. And this is the leading evidence into saying Alex never finished playing Two Brothers. I'm pretty sure he only played the beginning of the game. Anyways.
Some of his flaws, sure, but they're all very surface level things that the game never spent much time on.
Yeah, he considers him not being a video game as a flaw.
Oh, I wonder. That's saying something.
Tella Alex is representative of
There's... What's this thing called that people talk about sometimes? It's like, show, don't
What's
tell.
his consumer nature, desperately wanting to consume more products and media. Shady Alex represents his sexual desires, and Fat Alex is sloth and laziness. These are all fine flaws to call
Sounds
out,
like you're
the
just
game never
describing like the 7 deadly sins, and you're saying that that applies to Alex, and that like, oh, that these are flaws it should have talked about. No, these are just Alex self-deprecating. Look, guys, look, okay, I can admit I'm pretentious, and like I only ever talk about video games whenever we're around, and like I reference video games too much, and I also am like fat and haven't worked out in a while. I know, and I'm like really lazy, and I jerk off way too much, guys. Like, oh my god, guys, I jerk off so much. But I think I'm willing to move past those things about myself. I think I'm gonna get better. I'm gonna be a better person for that. Look, when you say that out loud, do you realize like what's happening here?
Yeah, I was gonna say, I was watching this streamer play the game. I was like their only viewer, and they got to this part of the game, and they said the thing like, "These aren't representative of Alex's faults." And I just said in chat like, "These are like the things Alex thinks is the problem." And once he read it, he's like, "Oh, that makes so much sense." Like as soon as you say
It's that easy.
it's that easy. And
that easy.
Like I think it's fine if you're like let's playing the game and like you don't understand everything. Like that's fine. You know, you're playing it for the first time. Part of my frustration is that all these video essays are like service level takes that you would have after a playthrough, but they're written down and they've looked over the footage and they've actually thought about the game, quote unquote, critically. So like it's insane, right? Like they just don't think about it at any other level at all. They just think about what they thought the first time they played it. Even with the first time I played it, I was like, man, I don't get what's going on in this game. It's very interesting, and that's why I want to talk about other people about what this thing is about, you know? I had an intrigue about it. And obviously all these video essayists do, because, I mean, if it wasn't interesting, you would be making a fucking video about it.
Right. Yeah, and it's also really frustrating here, because it's like, there's so many times where I'm writing things. I'm writing the summary, like I said, in my script. And I write something, and I'm like, I'm just describing what's being shown to you. And I go, I don't understand how this isn't fucking blatant at this point. Like, I don't know how you missed this. I don't know how. I just recounted, like Zingus is doing here, recounting what happened, and go, oh yeah. Like, that is directly what is being said there. It's not even a question. Like, if you didn't write it out, you didn't write out this whole script and like talk about it specifically, sure, whatever, like you might miss something, it's cool. But when you do and you write it out intentionally and you're like this close to fucking getting it, it is bizarre. I think there was one part in the script for the next video that I had a whole like, I was just like, oh my god, like just writing out what is literally happening is the most telling thing about the entire narrative of this game. And I'll read that excerpt real quick if I can find it. It was in one of the mine dungeon scenes. Cause
Yeah, while you do that, I'm gonna go to the restroom really quick. BRB.
So, here we go. Here we are shown a puppet that suspiciously looks like a lot like Semi-Pak, a literal artificial version of her that exists in Alex's mind. Characterized as a librarian, here she says, "I want to have met you before," pointing out what we already know. Alex never met Sammy. And that isn't like me adding to it or anything like that. That's just like literally what it says. That is like literally me summarizing the thing, and that tells you essentially everything that's in my first video. And part of what's in the 6th video. That's like most of the story right there, and just summarizing one scene and saying what's happening, what's being shown to you there. And that's what's insane about this example here, where he's talking about these supposed traits. It's like you write it down and you immediately realize that these aren't his actual faults, and you go, oh, yeah, you know, he's kind of projecting new faults onto him. I am going to take a break as well. I have to pee, so
Oh, I am
all
back.
the water I
But
drank.
yeah, it's a good idea.
So we'll be right back after these messages. I don't have any ads.
Damn.
Okay, we're back. We're back. Shout outs to my dude Frail Dog. He's in a Bomb Rush Cyberpunk tournament right now, and he's doing pretty good.
Oh, sorry, I was not paying attention. What was going on? Huh? What?
I was just talking about Frail Dog.
Oh, yeah.
Playing Bomb Rush Cyberpunk tournament. Saying he was doing pretty
Oh,
good.
yeah, I can imagine. He's pretty good at that game.
Kind of a god gamer. I hope he does it. Damn. Let's see. How are we doing on the YouTube? I'm really excited to hopefully get this. Oh, fuck yeah. We're getting a bunch of new subscribers. Let's go. I'm really hoping that the next video gets us closer to 1,000 subscribers. Because I really would like to make money off of making YouTube videos. It would be really cool. Not that I need to, but it would be really nice. And would make me put more effort into actually releasing a video like once a month. Which is funny because somebody like Zingus who gets 5,000 subscribers or whatever isn't putting out a video every month, but I doubt that the ad revenue on those videos are very good when he's not getting a lot of views.
Yeah, no. The hype train kind of died down. I don't know why.
I have a theory. That'll be the next live stream whenever I do that.
Oh, shit. Zingus 2?
No.
I do have a suggestion, by the way. Hashtag
What's
suggestion.
that?
Could you change the playback speed to 1.25?
Because it's the 1.25 version of the game?
Yeah.
Yeah, and plus we'll get done with it quicker?
Yeah, just a bit quicker. It can't be 1.5 because IV's not out yet.
That's true.
Addresses any of these things or even really showcases them in its entire runtime up until this moment. These are flaws the player is barely even aware of, and are far from the chief concerns people have with his character. The only one that comes close to criticizing an actual flaw of the character is pretentious Alex, and even then...
Is that an actual flaw, or is it a surface level thing? Does his pretentiousness, or do you hate somebody because they're a bit pretentious?
Well...
I'm very annoyed by people that are very pretentious and tell me to watch video essays about stuff that they can't just talk about themselves. But,
the
I don't hate
truth
them.
is, I'm not original. It's great he has his part in this video.
Then he feels more like the developer is giving a nudge and wink to the audience about their own overly drawn-out writing style. This could easily...
What?
No.
In fact, pretentious Alex is not talking about his verbose language. I think it's talking about how he will steal concepts from other people for his own story, like he does with
Oh,
Autism.
because he does that several times. He says something Vela said to him. Listen to the whatever in my words or whatever. Remember that scene?
Yeah, he does say that, and but yeah, I mean, like the character is clearly not talking about I use verbose language. It's clearly I repeat things smart people things have said. It's about stealing
Bruce Lee
concepts.
quote?
Yeah. And he steals the concept of the Essentia to do it to Alex.
Yeah. It's not about being verbose. That's not what pretentious means, Zingus. I'm sorry, you got the definition wrong. It's another mark off your...
Yeah, Alex self-inserts himself as Claudio's brother. Like, there's so many examples of it happening. Like, Sammy's whole story in the beginning of the game is taken from Autism.
Mm-hmm.
Showcase of Alex's character development, demonstrating how he's come to rely on his friends in order to overcome the worst aspects of himself. But instead, you're just left wondering what the game's even trying to go for. Is it a...
You're left wondering. Don't say this to me. I understand what the game's going for. You're left wondering because you failed your reading comprehension earlier. Sorry.
About Alex's flaws? Is it about him being self-centered? Because the game proves him correct. The ending is left...
You're right to kill all your friends and tell people to go fuck themselves and tell them that you don't care about their dead sisters.
Yeah, because like the whole thing is, if you take it literally, with what Essentia tells him, like that about him being the center of everything. Technically, he doesn't say that. She says he'll destroy everything. Is that Alex is like, I wish I was important, and Essentia's like, you are important. You're gonna kill everyone. And like Alex is like, wait, no, I don't mean that way, right?
Yeah.
Like, that's what it is.
So thematically confused by this, just like the rest of the game, as it pretends it's about self-improvement and development, while once again failing to show any of that
You pretend that it is about
development in a way that feels relevant or makes the player care. Alex is a
who's the player?
character born from a good idea. Taking
Man, I just hate this so much. The player. Dude, just say I care. It doesn't make me care. It's easy.
a shitty person with flaws the player may dislike and having him gradually break away those flaws and become a better person that the player themselves wants to engage with is a good, compelling hook to a
That I want to engage with. Zingus. It's not hard. You don't need to pretend to be somebody else. Just say I. Say me. This is how I refer to myself. Fucking pronouns, man.
with story.
Pronouns.
The game, with all of its ideas that it throws out, feels almost afraid to acknowledge or follow through on this kind of narrative, and it leaves
Zingus also seems to be afraid to actually state anything meaningful in this video because none of this. What is this? What is this garbage? You failed to understand the narrative. You failed to understand what the basic fucking thing it was doing. You failed to understand that it was, hey, here's a guy who needs to improve, who needs to become a better person, but doesn't, who avoids all responsibility throughout his whole fucking life. That's it. That's who he is. We see it. We've seen it for 6 chapters straight. Him do it repeatedly. You have been shown this over and over and over and over again. And for some reason, you think this is about him getting better at the end. No. Does he do that? No, he doesn't. Then why do you think it's about him getting better at the end? They show you that he doesn't, and now you're saying that he's supposed to. Well, maybe he's supposed to, but that's not what he does. That's not what the story is about. Because, like, look, I can forgive you. I can forgive you. You go, okay, look. If I'm playing through the game, I'm assuming that he's supposed to get better, right? I forgive you for that. But you are writing this post hoc 2 playthroughs. You're writing it afterwards, and have seen a bunch of footage of people playing this game. You're starting to run out of excuses to notice this thing.
Unless you're just ignoring
If he's supposed to get better, and he doesn't, maybe that's something. Maybe there's something being said there to you. And you recognize that he doesn't get better. Why are you assuming that he's supposed to get better? That the function of the story is him getting better?
Alex and overall the themes of the game feeling half-baked and never emotionally resonant.
Oh boy.
Unlike a lot of games.
Okay, we're going to end the poll here. 69. End poll. Do I actually get the numbers of the poll?
Oh, look. No. 69%. Yes. 30%. 68 votes. We should have one more vote from 69. We're that close.
No. But then it would also throw the percentage off.
So, yeah, we'll see if we're right.
YIIK wears its intentions pretty directly on its sleeve. From the game's cover art to its Steam page to its title screen, the game makes absolutely sure that you understand that it's a work of postmodern art.
Okay. Well, okay. Well,
Now,
let's
in terms
go.
of video games, what does that word even mean? Some define postmodernism as a kind of art that is innately distrustful or dismissive of classic ideas of what art is.
What?
What?
Supposed to be. And other times it's just seen as any art released after the modern era of that medium.
No. What is the motto? I have a tiny request, Hellcry.
Can I listen to this again?
Let's listen to it again one more time from the top.
Its title screen, the game makes absolutely sure that you understand that it's a work of postmodern art. Now, in terms of video games, what does that word even mean? Some define postmodernism as a kind of art that is innately distrustful or dismissive of classic ideas of what art is supposed to be. And other times it's just seen as any art released after the modern era of that medium. For the most part, we can mostly rule out that second definition.
What?
do they mean by this?
What? What? What does this mean? What is... No. You're just wrong. That is just not what that means. Linguistic, did you have a request?
I did have a request, a very specific request. Could you go on Google.com, look up postmodern, and look at the first result on Wikipedia, and that first sentence, what it says?
Okay. Oh, postmortem modern. Okay, let me do this real quick.
In fact, the chat can do this too. You can do it yourself. Look up postmodern on Google.
This is
look at the first result.
Hey guys, this is a fun thing you can do at home. You can go on to www.google.com and search up postmodernism. Let's go on to Wikipedia. Postmodernism. Postmodernism. Postmodernism is an intellectual stance or mode of discourse characterized by skepticism towards the grand narratives of modernism, rejective of epistemic certainty, the stability of meaning, and the sensitivity to the role of ideology maintaining political power. So I could see where you read this and then you get it wrong. So postmodernism is an intellectual stance. Okay, so like it's a thing you think or mode of discourse. So you can have postmodern discourse. You can talk about things with postmodernism, right? Characterized by skepticism. That means, you kind of doubt certain things, right? Towards the grand narratives. Okay, grand narratives. What is a grand narrative? Oh, I feel like we talked about one like meta narrative, one grand narrative, the hero's journey. That we'll use that as an example. So we're going to be skeptic towards the hero's journey, sure, of modernism. So we're talking about specifically, the traits of modernism. And as I discussed earlier, two things that were born out of modernism is like minimalism or brutalism, which are things they serve their purpose and they're made for their purpose and nothing else. So if we're being skeptical of those, we're criticizing them, we're thinking about them, we're going, maybe things can be more than just minimalism. Maybe things could be more than just the hero's journey, right? I feel like that's a pretty decent, like, I feel like I just read this, really?
Yeah.
And then I explained it again.
Look at what the definitions mean. And what's frustrating, too, is that Zingus even comments about how the game is plastered with this word. And the game is basically telling them to read it. And then there's all these people who, when you tell them, like, oh, you're supposed to be skeptic of, like, what Alex's story is and his meta-narrative that he's trying to sell to you. And he's like, well, the game should do a better job at explaining this to me when it's...
Skepticism towards the grand narratives. I think Alex would say his narrative's pretty grand. Maybe we should be skeptical of that. Oh, maybe that's what it means with postmodernism.
it's really that easy. And, like, if you don't understand what postmodernism is, as if, like me, I didn't, it's fine to miss that. But, like, to be so confidently wrong is a whole thing. And basically, since we know that Zingus doesn't have the right correction of postmodernism, we could as well just skip the chapter. I mean, we're going to watch it. But, I mean, like, he's just wrong about the definition. So everything he talks about is just incorrect, right? By definition. There's a person I was arguing with in the comments of this video about this. I'm like, no, since he's wrong about this, his entire, like, 15-minute segment is wrong.
It's just wrong. Like, the entire premise he sets up, hey, this is what this is. Well, when you're wrong about what this is, there's no point to it anymore. You've lost. No, sorry. That's just not what that is. You're wrong. So everything you say based off of this premise of something that you think it is, and you're not right about that, none of it makes sense.
Seeing as it being specifically marketed as a
simple English version of the postmodernism page.
Something I want to mention, too, is that later they will show YIIK IV footage, some of which I believe is from the streams. And in the very first stream, they did, Andrew talked about postmodernism and how YIIK is postmodern, which Zingus does not bring up at all, probably because they didn't watch that part of the video, because they don't actually care about looking at interviews. They only care about the popular ones that all the fucking videos talk about, because they don't care about research at all. They just want to talk about their stupid thesis and support their stupid fucking video. Sorry, I got a little mean with that one, but I do not like this video.
Let's see. Tools. Where do I see if there is a simple English version of the Wikipedia
Replace the EN
page?
with
I don't know
simple in the URL.
Oh, okay. For those simple-minded folks? Oh, there is one. Here we go. We can talk about this. Postmodernism for the simple folk. Postmodernism is a way of thinking about culture, philosophy, art, and many other things. The term has been used in many different ways at different times, but there are some things in common. Postmodernism says that there's no real truth. Oh. There you go. Like, even just this, I think this is a really bad way of phrasing this. That's not really what postmodernism is about. But even with just this, you're not right, Zingus. It says that knowledge is always made or invented and not discovered, because knowledge is made by people, and a person cannot know something for sure. All ideas and facts are believed instead of known. This other part here, this next sentence, it's a lot better. People believe that they know what the truth is, but they will think that the truth is something different later. That's very good. That's really relevant to this game. This is the opposite of objectivity. Ooh. Which says that the truth is always there and people have to discover it. Great. Since postmodernism says that the truth is a thing that people invent, people can believe different things and that think the truth and all be right. Postmodernism says that one person should not try to make another person believe what he believes, because it means nothing to say that one belief is right and the other is wrong. Postmodernism says that if somebody has a belief and tries to make somebody else believe so, it also means that they're trying to have power over them. Damn. This is a pretty good article. I think it doesn't entirely, like, I don't think it illustrates what postmodernism means.
Yeah, the simple thing is
as a concept
for people who are learning English, so they're not familiar with the English language.
Yeah. It's getting across the idea, I guess. It's very. This is like what I would expect a middle schooler or even like low-level high schooler to know about this kind of topic. Because this is kind of like, oh, you know, you're kind of brushing into the topic, but you don't really know what it means. But you have like a vague idea of it. Pretty solid. I'll post this in the YIIK cord real quick. And I'll post it in server meta because that's the appropriate place to post this. I often do that. I don't know if anybody has ever noticed this, but I often just post things in server meta, regardless of if they're relevant or not. I know the last thing I posted was that scam links thing that people can do, and it was mostly just because I thought it was important to inform people about it.
Postmodern game implies that not every other game falls into that same category. So we're left with the idea that YIIK is purposefully abandoning the conventions and tropes of RPGs in order to do something new and comment on the state of that genre.
Where's the comment part come from? Even his own definition.
So, does YIIK actually do this? Kinda? YIIK is absolutely loaded with references and allusions to the things that inspired it, mainly classic RPGs such as Final Fantasy and Chrono Trigger, and many anime series. Regardless of how much sense
I think the only anime series it actually brings up is Sailor Moon.
Yeah, it does bring up Sailor Moon, and then I don't remember any other ones other than the fictional ones.
Yeah.
That makes in universe. Michael describes Chrono Trigger as a game from his childhood, despite it releasing only 4 years before the events of
Undertale.
Yeah, so for a while here, I've had a great example, which is Undertale. Hey, do you guys remember the Undertale 5th anniversary event? Where a lot of people said that they were very nostalgic for Undertale? Okay.
The game, YIIK clearly has a lot of respect and love for RPGs as a genre. Earthbound in particular is referenced all over
Cyberwave
the
doesn't
place
think
in
so.
What?
I think, what was his name? Viperwave or Viperware? I don't remember. That guy on Twitter who we all got blocked by him recently, but he was talking about YIIK and how the game's over rewrite and blah blah blah. He had an interaction with me on Twitter where he was like, saying the statement like YIIK is a game made by people who hate RPGs. And I'm like,
oh yeah.
Why'd you think?
A lot of people say that.
And then they said I played the game, and they didn't elaborate on what they mean by that. So.
Damn. Oh, I played the game too, and I thought it was pretty good.
I'm happy that Zingus noticed that aspect, that they care about RPGs, because why would you make an RPG if you don't like RPGs? Well, actually, now I know Bug Fables. Never mind. Go on.
And while the quirky Earthbound-inspired indie RPG moniker gets thrown around a lot of these kinds of games, I definitely feel it's applicable in this instance.
I always love how people, Omori fans specifically, do this thing where they're like, oh, they're being mean to these indie games, and they're saying that they're all Earthbound-inspired RPGs, and they're so quirky. Well, they're really talking about Y2K, a postmodern RPG. Fuck off, you fucking hipster fuck. Fucking cringe. I hate it.
And to say that the game is inspired by Earthbound isn't incorrect. Oh, by the way, Chip to Goat, I've never played Bug Fables. It's just funny. That's all. That's why I say it.
I think Bug Fables is a bit mid.
So
Fables.
It's just, I'm doing it for the bit. I think it looks fun. I like Paper Mario. But I mean, like, the game is inspired by Murakami and all these other things that they mentioned, but the only thing they focus on is Earthbound because it's the only thing they know.
Perked up Earthbound-inspired game. Yep.
Feel like they were ripped straight out of Earthbound, just without Shigesato Itoi's perfect comedic timing and succinctness to their writing.
Succinctness. That's a pretty big word for you to use.
It's like he was like next to a thesaurus or something, dude. What is this? Yeah, I think that's a more complicated word than maybe not more complicated, but like as complicated as some of the language Y2K uses occasionally.
Yeah.
Like, I've never heard of that word, actually. I'm LinguisticSpaceship. I've never heard of it, so it's pretty obscure for me, obviously. So,
I think this is such a pretentious way to do this too. Shigesato Itoi's perfect comedic timing.
Even though
perfect?
It's like translated, so not all of it is him.
You didn't read Japanese, my dude. But also it's like, man, the other thing that's weird about this is I saw everybody on Twitter complaining about the bike when it got released on Nintendo Switch Online.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
So how far does that perfect comedic timing go?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm an Earthbound hater, to be honest, so.
Damn.
So I'm not into Earthbound at all, but.
Even little things, like how you get money and items directly out of the trash can, is pulled straight from Earthbound. In addition, towards the end of the game, it adopts a time-sensitive calendar system that is almost identical to the ones used in the Persona series.
Persona? Sorry. That is almost an insult to Persona, the way that Persona.
Although lacking the variety of activities and choices that make the time mechanics work so well in those games. Even on the overworld map and loading screens, party members resemble old-school Dragon Quest sprites. And I think it's important to say that these are all fine things to pull from. When making an indie game, especially one that's supposed to comment on a genre and its conventions,
not supposed to comment on it, but
ideas or mechanics from famous and iconic games that will service your idea is perfectly welcome. However, YIIK's idea of genre commentary is, well, inconsistent.
That's because it's not doing genre commentary.
Yeah, it's not. It's more so doing commentary on RPG fans and RPGs.
Yeah.
It's clearly not some kind of takedown of RPGs, as it has a lot of reverence for them, but it rarely comments on their tropes in a way that feels like it's actually saying anything. The intention seems to be for characters to act in a more realistic way to strange occurrences and paranormal happenings than they do in other RPGs, but this only happens sometimes. Alex and Michael absolutely lose their shit and start screaming like I imagine most of us would upon seeing their first Soul Survivor, but wandering just 10 feet outside of town can result in random encounters against giant rats and ninja turtles that nobody seems to pay any mind to.
Except for the Onism post talking about it.
Oh man, you read Onism? I couldn't read more words.
Well, yeah, Zingus would never read Onism.
Oh, okay. Well, he'd have to play the game.
So,
normal
yeah,
people are
characters
able to
do
swing
talk about
records,
it.
hula hoops, cameras, and guitars like they're swords and axes. And this is once again never commented on. And this is all perfect.
Never commented
Someone
on,
on
even
a
though
post.
Bella also mentions it. She mentions out directly how she does combat. Okay.
Perfectly fine if the whole game had this unserious attitude
He thinks postmodernism is when meta commentary?
towards combat. The Mother
Yeah,
series specifically features
that's
party
the
members
thing. He
using
confuses postmodernism for metafiction. Once you do
Bottle
that,
rocket.
his criticisms make more sense.
frying pans, gigantic state bowls, and broken sticks.
But that's not what it's doing. Oh, well, when you don't understand the intent. So, like, this whole criticism here, like, he's criticizing it, right? In the terms that the internet you would use. He's complaining about it, but he's being nuanced and he's giving information on it and telling you how to improve. Sure, criticism, right? But he failed to understand what it's actually doing in the first place. He thinks it's doing a meta commentary. He's doing a metafiction thing. But that's not what it's doing. He completely missed what it was doing. So, again, all of this, based on his wrong interpretation of what the word postmodern means, ends up making it all useless. This isn't criticism. You have to understand that it was supposed to be postmodern. You have to understand what the word postmodern means before you can criticize the postmodern RPG.
As deadly weapons, but those games are set in an obviously heightened version of reality, while YIIK attempts its best to stay grounded in some form of character realism. The extent of YIIK's genre commentary seems to just stop at "this would be kinda crazy if it happened to real people," without challenging any of the deeper aspects of the medium. Another actually postmodern RPG, Undertale,
Yeah, shut the fuck up.
What about Undertale is postmodern?
Because it talks to the player.
Well, let's see what he
uses its
says.
projection of genre tropes to completely change its tone and gameplay,
But that's not what postmodernism means.
and asks the player to re-examine how they view beings in an inherently less powerful position than they are.
But that's not what postmodernism
And
means.
YIIK does something similar too. Right? Like, it doesn't not have a rejection of tropes if it's you doing this minigame stuff, the same thing Undertale does. I mean, even it has the talk mechanic. It's actually very similar to Undertale with sparing enemies. Roy's a whole character where you don't have to attack anyone.
Yup.
YIIK certainly tries to take steps in that direction, but instead you just keep wondering, what is so postmodern about this? There's an aspect of
What? My boy, you didn't understand what postmodernism means. What is postmodern about Undertale?
It's so cringe because he's so confident he's right. It's so cringe.
postmodern writing that I think far too many indie devs seem to find themselves trapped in.
Postmodern writing? What other indie games are postmodern? Katana Zero? Let's see. As far as enemies that you have to beat, you only have to kill the bosses. That's what I did throughout the level 5 playthrough, because what's the point of fighting everybody else when you don't need experience points? Let's see. Do I have a list of postmodern games? Put them all in the YIIK likes. None of them are indie games, unless you count Killer 7 as an indie game.
You count Beginner's Guide as postmodernism?
What?
Do you count Beginner's Guide as postmodernism? I slur my words there.
Beginner's Guide is complicated. I think Beginner's Guide could fall into the category for sure.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, that game is amazing. Wonderful game. But yeah, that's probably the other indie game. There's that and Katana Zero. Maybe Hotline Miami, but I haven't played Hotline Miami yet. I'm actually going to do that soon.
I've heard people say that it is, but I don't know how I feel about it.
Well, if it's people like Zingus saying it, I don't trust them.
Yeah, that's true.
And that's the idea of meta-narrative. Breaking the fourth...
Oh, now we're talking about meta-narrative. Oh, breaking the fourth... Oh.
Metafiction.
See, part of the problem here is another line from my video that I just read the script for earlier today actually covers this. So Hell yeah. This next video that's coming out is quite a banger and really relevant to this video. So, a common belief is that meta-narrative is a story that makes reference to the fact that it's a story. This is not a meta-narrative. This is a narrative that is meta. A meta-narrative is something like the hero's journey. This is a narrative about narrative. That's where the meta comes in meta-narrative. Look at it like this. The guy gets the girl, the hero saves the day. These are pretty common meta-narratives we recognize. So where does postmodernism come in with this meta-narrative business? If you have a character that believes in these meta-narratives and acts in service of a meta-narrative, but then you show how this narrative has failed them or made them worse, now you're in the realm of postmodern narratives. So there you go. Like that's kind of the simple thing there. It's that simple. And it's like, I get that it's kind of complicated to like on first blush, like first idea that like, wow, that's a complicated thing to say. But as soon as you understand that a meta narrative is not a narrative that is meta, it's not something that's commenting on the fact that, oh, I'm a video game. It is a concept of a narrative that exists and changes the way that we talk about things. That's a meta-narrative. And when you accept and you start acting in service of these meta-narratives, you do the things that they say. Oh, yeah, I'm going to, like, hit on this girl at this bar because, like, obviously, like, I'm a handsome guy. I'm going to be able to smooth talk this girl. And if I say all the right things, it's just going to go well for me, right? And then you go, well, man, no. And that's a weird thing that you assume. Well, that's a postmodern narrative there. You question the meta-narrative that I established. Don Quixote, you know. It's pretty easy to understand. If you need examples, I give you examples. If you need examples of postmodern video games, there's like Killer 7, Metal Gear Solid 2, Spec Ops: The Line, BioShock Infinite, Metal Gear Solid, The Phantom Pain, Katana Zero, The Beginner's Guide.
Wall is so common in indie games at this point that it's lost a lot of what made it surprising and special, and it's often more against. Let me clarify that fourth wall focused narratives in games can be done exceptionally, but they need actual purpose and development across the majority of a game's length.
Okay, but you're completely wrong about what a meta-narrative is. You're saying a narrative that is meta. Gotcha.
In order to be done properly without just seeming like a cheap and easy tool for shock value. I actually really enjoyed the vast majority of last year's Inscription, but man, would it have been more satisfying without any of the fourth wall stuff it pulls towards the end. All of this is prefaced.
I still haven't played Inscription. I'll play it eventually. I'll probably end up playing Hotline Miami first. But I saw that YIIK was doing a live watch of this and had their, I think it was their boyfriend. They talked with them about it, and they were like, no, that is the stupidest thing.
Yeah, I don't know. And like, especially when a game like Y2K, it's kind of blatant about it from the beginning. Like, the very first conversation is him talking directly to you, and he's staring right at you. So,
on April 4th, 1999.
To saying
it's clearly not meant for shock value.
The fourth wall in its final chapters in ways that I both like and dislike. As mentioned previously, every reality in YIIK's universe contains an Alex, but also a version of...
There's several scenes throughout the game where he directly points out that he's talking to you. I'm floating here in space with you. He directly refers to you so many times.
Each member of the rest of the party. So in addition to each reality having an Alex, it will also have a Rory, a Michael, a Vela, and so on. At the very beginning of the game, YIIK gives you, the player, a questionnaire that asks you to input your name, as well as the names of several of your real-life friends, based on personality prompts the game gives to you. And you can probably already guess how these are going to end up getting used. In the game's final act low point, where Alex has lost all hope and his reality has been destroyed by the Alex meteor, he reaches out to one last surviving reality. Yours. The real world that you, the player, live in. The big final act twist is that you are the Alex of your reality.
So, I want to discuss this real quick. I understand where people can come across and say that this is pretentious, that the game is assuming that you're an Alex. That's not true. That's not what it's doing. This is Alex saying, hey man, you're just like me, right? Dude, you totally get it. You saw this shit. You know I'm right, dude? Can you help me out? You totally agree that I'm not a total asshole and that I don't want the world to end.
And the Alex in the game is calling upon you for help. If you agree, then your version of the party comes along with you, represented by new versions of the characters bearing the names of your real-life
Zingus.
friends.
Why is he Claudio?
Zingus?
You in the lead up to the final
Why
battle.
would Zingus name himself
Now,
as
honestly,
one of his friends?
I kinda love them.
Kind of interesting.
Also, yeah, it's also weird that this is so late in the game and we see Zingus's name.
Real-life friends who aid you in the lead up to the final battle. Now, honestly, I kinda love this. It's an attempt to tie the game's themes directly into your real life, into your experiences as a person. You, the player, may be living with aspects of your personality that you may find less than ideal. It makes you re-examine how you viewed Alex this whole time, and possibly even reflect on how you personally treat others. But, together with your friends who have been at your side the whole time, you can overcome those negative
wait,
traits,
pause,
forms
what?
of the evil.
What does that say?
Lex's party?
Who's
Lex?
Yeah, I mean, that doesn't sound... Have we heard that name before?
Yeah, so wait, are you telling me Zingus didn't play the game?
Yeah, some other person named Lex? Who's Lex?
Oh, isn't that guy that told you that you didn't play the game?
Oh, you mean the thing we mentioned at the beginning of the stream? That one random interaction I had on Twitter who was telling me that I didn't play the game and they were enforcing their opinion and how it's offensive that they had Lisa Lam's depiction in the game? They're the one playing the game the whole time?
Huh. Interesting. It's also interesting that this is the only footage we've seen that isn't from somebody else's video.
Evil Alex's, and make the same journey of self-discovery that Alex did. The very ending of the game even has Alex wish the player good luck, as if imparting the knowledge and self-improvement that he's gone through onto the player. This is how the game attempts to be postmodern.
No! That's not what that word means, you idiot!
Uses the tropes of video games and RPGs to tie in with its own themes and reflect on your personal life. To some people, this may genuinely be an emotionally powerful, self-reflective moment.
I mean, sure, but like for us people that are fans of the game, that's not what it is. Just to be honest.
It's funny that Zingus thing doesn't apply to him.
Like, this is something I hate. I hate this about this game and several other things. So what he's doing here, when he says this, he's giving you an out. He's saying, oh, some people might be really emotional and really attached to this narrative because of this moment. And they're stupid because they got really attached to Y2K, right? It's more or less what he's saying. Because he's saying how bad Y2K is. But he doesn't understand what's going on here at all. And so he's just given you a weapon to insult the person that you might be talking to that is completely irrelevant to anything anybody feels about this game.
However, the game's sudden involvement of the fourth wall does lead to a couple caveats in that moment's quality.
Sudden involvement. It's there from the beginning, my buddy. You even pointed out how you had to insert your name and all that junk.
Even earlier he
sudden.
talks about how the game is Alex is talking to you, so he recognizes this.
For one,
The
there is
language that
zero
the game
hint of
uses.
any other fourth wall meta narrative throughout the entire rest of the game.
Zingus, my boy, how do you contradict yourself?
So players who remember inputting the names at the beginning are basically just expecting this kind of thing to happen as the game nears its end. Secondly, this is really assuming a lot about the person holding the controller. If the player doesn't have the same kind of self-doubts that Alex does, or
when you completely misread the scene, yeah, completely reads differently. That's great. Cool,
finds
man.
the game's insistence that they're similar kind of disingenuous, then this moment loses all of its weight, and at worst, can even seem kind of patronizing. I wrote this purposefully unlikable character, so you must be unlikable too, is an understandably tough pill to swallow for some people.
Is that what the game says? You're not seeming very likable yourself here, Zingus.
The questions the game asks at the beginning are also a bit too vague to get an accurate...
No assumptions for Zingus. Please, that's his job. You're right. I'm sorry. I don't want to make assumptions about Zingus.
...read on your friends. Most egregious is the question the game asks to determine who your universe's Rory is, simply asking, who is the opposite of you, which can be different for every kind of person. There's also the fact that, as covered a bit too extensively in the last section...
I want to go... I thought about putting this in a video, but I was like, man, this is fucking stupid. But, like, what happens with all the entire questionnaire is after you realize who each character is, and then you look at that and try to compare those to the characters that you see in the game, you realize that there's some weird things about that.
They're all service level and kind of attributed to Alex's ego of how he views these people.
Yeah. Like, whole of Chandra's is crazy because it's not how Chandra acts in the game. That's not who she is to him. But who's telling you this? Oh, it's Crow. Like the Crow that's in the mine dungeon? I wonder if that has a narrative significance.
Alex doesn't really undergo enough character growth to parallel a real-life journey of self-discovery. A couple people have called
a real-life...
I don't know.
It's real.
I feel like what Alex goes through is something that a lot of people go through, just not changing, right? I mean, that's part of the reason why it's
Doubling
called
down.
Y2K, because of the New Year's resolution and how nobody does it.
Yep.
Alex shitty, and he's monologued a lot about how much he's learned, but equating that to a person's real, actual struggle with parts of their personality they dislike is a pretty bold move. And
it's pretty correct, actually.
lastly, if you weren't taking this game seriously at the very beginning and just inputted funny names for these prompts, this scene completely loses its emotional weight, but absolutely skyrockets in comedic potential.
Okay, cool.
And you think that's a problem? Like, I think that's fine. I think that's perfectly
I mean, yeah, the game tells you to do serious stuff, and like, I'm not gonna do serious stuff, and then, oh, it's funny, okay. Well, I mean,
great, cool. That's just how that is. That's how things work.
So what is it in the world, huh? Serious? Man, I've always wanted to do that.
Maurice! Oh, he just morbed on all of them! Oh, let me all 5 of my friends in this Discord call. Let's all scream.
Yeah,
Oh, Maurice!
You know what's awesome about this? So for one, this footage isn't good. It's not playing. He's Claudio, right? But also, they're in a Discord call while they're playing this game. So don't you think that kind of affects the experience in some way? Whereas all this text that's coming on the screen, and you can't read it because your friends are talking over it, right? Am I wrong?
Morbius!
Oh, Morbius!
Beat the
They
tower!
posted a clip of them with the going on Packer scene too, and it's just screaming the entire time. Like, how can you pay attention to this? I mean, it would make sense if this was, there's another way of Zingus experiencing it, but as we'll come to terms with, this is the first time Zingus has experienced the game since the game released. Was this way?
There's also this thing where it's like, I'm not saying you shouldn't do this, that this isn't fun, that you don't have fun doing this. I'm saying that this is the way you should enjoy the game as your critical take is what an asshole move. What a bold choice. And then to assume that you understand anything of what they intended and what they meant when you're in your call screaming out, Morbius! Oh, Morbius! What a fucking prick.
And yeah, any game where you can input characters' names can have the dramatic tension ruined by someone inputting a goofy name. But YIIK asks you 9 questions at the beginning, making it much easier for the player to get bored and just...
Oh, it asks you so many questions. I just had to put something funny in.
Yeah, I don't understand. It's really weird to me because when I did it, I'm like, oh, this is funny. And like, I did it, like, I don't know, it was pretty easy.
Input whatever, as opposed to most games which tend to only ask you 1 or 2. However, even despite all of that, I still admire...
I think Mother 3 asks you a lot of questions, too.
This is an actual, almost successful attempt to say something about how we live our lives and see other people, and expresses a seemingly genuine desire for people to improve themselves and live their best lives. It's the only time the game actually feels like it's utilizing being postmodern, in a way that captures both the strengths and...
You are stupid because you don't understand what this word means and you're using it as if you do. Oh! What is that called, linguistic?
Pretentious.
Yeah.
Some of the weaknesses of other games' attempts at meta-narrative. It's the closest this game gets to actually saying...
You don't know what a meta-narrative is. You think that it's a narrative that's meta. Pretentious.
Something with its story. although it definitely isn't the only genuinely good or interesting thing the game does in its runtime. So, for a video supposedly about why I kinda love this game, this has been pretty negative so far, right?
Yeah, and pretty like inflammatory and completely misrepresenting the game and wrong and also plagiarized. And I thought you said you had your video corrupted and that's why you didn't use any of your original footage, but conveniently on one of the funny scenes you had it.
And don't get me wrong, that title isn't just clickbait. I genuinely both love this game and think it's the worst game ever made. That second part is just a pretty bold thing to say, so I think it's just important to establish all of the many, many faults in basically every aspect before diving into what makes me appreciate it so much. Because while a lot of my enjoyment of YIIK is admittedly ironic and stems from the game's failures, plus another aspect of its design that we'll talk about pretty exclusively towards the end, there is some genuine good to be found here. Specifically,
kind of like the whole fucking game.
I want to start with the titular Y2K, an event that occurs towards the end of the game's 5th chapter. At this point in the story, multiple realities have started to collide with each other, and the rules that
That's not what happens.
govern how this universe works have started to fall apart. Different
There's a lot of fan fiction here. You're really misrepresenting the game, but okay, yeah, totally can tell why you dislike this game.
versions of the party seem to shift in and out of existence, and the visuals take on a genuinely cool, otherworldly aesthetic. When Alex first leaves his house and the entire world seems to be drawn with crayon, it genuinely feels alien and like things are going wrong in a way that isn't explicitly explained to the player. Sure, Essentia's monologue literally immediately after robs a lot of the mystery and surreal vibes from the scene, but things are still weird enough to be interesting. The visuals when you get to Times Square
I thought
are
it
also
added to it because of Essentia just being a creepy character. Do you not get disturbed by them? They're weird.
AI generated YIIK review. It feels like that sometimes.
genuinely really impressive, especially for an indie.
Yeah, I get what you mean. I think it's interesting because even at the end of the day, the whole scene is oh, they're flanderized, they're broken down to their most base character traits, and it's okay, why would she do this? That's what she's done the whole game anyway.
Budget. And I'd easily call this one of my favorite scenes in the game just because of them. It really does feel like a surreal apocalypse, made even stranger by how the rest of your party seems to refuse to acknowledge that anything wrong is even happening, especially after an entire game's worth of freaking out over the supernatural. The game's flat character writing actually even works to its advantage here, purposefully portraying the characters as one-dimensional caricatures of themselves, as if these are the core traits of these characters that are supposed to be elaborated on through the alternate reality versions of themselves. Overall, I actually think the game's visuals are pretty great. Most of the character sprites used in dialogue are actually illustrated pretty well, and mostly accurately convey the emotions they're supposed to represent, except for Michael, who is mysteriously cursed with having only 2 dialogue sprites for the entire game. A lot of the overworld 3D models also look pretty good. The character models are perfectly fine, but I think the art especially shines in some of the surreal locations the party visits, with the visuals often conveying the atmosphere far better than the dialogue can. The visuals also convey the 90s setting better than anything else in the game, feeling retro without sacrificing visual clarity in what you're supposed to be looking at. And as the dungeons get more creative and surreal, I think the retro 3D aesthetics convey that vibe pretty damn well.
I also don't understand the retro 3D aesthetics that he says here. What retro game looks like this?
So retro.
So retro.
While not requiring a ton of extra budget to realize. This might run the risk of being another controversial opinion, but I also think the voice acting is pretty decent throughout most of the game. The game gets a lot of flack for characters screaming their lines or becoming extremely emotional during scenes where it feels inappropriate, but I think that more comes down to poor direction rather than being the actor's faults.
Damn, you really gonna hate on Brittany Lotta like that? Damn.
Yeah, that was a roast. I mean, I don't know. Those scenes are great. What are they talking about? People like
they have
this place is the bomb bit.
Because despite what Zingus might think, it's barely even low poly though. But despite what Zingus might think though, Andrew Allenson did not direct the voices. When you hire voice actors, you also have to hire a voice director, and that person is usually a professional in that field. And if you looked at the credits of the game, which you do whenever you beat the game, and also if you're doing any amount of research on anything ever, you would see that the voice director was Brittany Lauda, a professional in the field. Cool. There you go. Your kind of shit take on this is a little... you could criticize the voice direction, but you're not criticizing Andrew Allenson's guiding hand of the voice direction, you're criticizing Brittany Lauda. And that's important to know, and it's important to make that distinction, but I know you didn't. And nobody's going to acknowledge that you didn't. But hi, I will, as I'm criticizing.
Specifically, Vela and Claudio's voice actors kinda steal the show whenever they talk to the others. They're the only two you ever really buy as genuine people because of this, and they have a ton of actual...
Not Alex.
Me, when I listen to the game through a compressed voice call with all my friends' voices talking over it. This voice acting sucks.
Yeah.
That's so real,
And
Chella.
like Vela's like the whole phone call thing is insane. Everyone loves that voice acting. I think even Zingus says it's great. So like I don't know. I think Vel's pretty alright. Michael's pretty good. He's super fun. And I mean Rory's amateur. Rory is a kind of an amateur, obviously, but that really adds to his character. It fits extremely well.
And Alex is great. All the voice acting is great. I love Michael. Michael is one of my favorite characters in the game, and his voice acting is peak.
Actually fun line deliveries. Even when the script for their scenes is bad, you can really tell they're trying to salvage this material and come out with something good.
Salvage this material! All of them said they liked the material. What the fuck are you talking about?
Claudio's rant about
This scene
shoujo
is
anime
hilarious. Oh,
is
what are you
pretty
going to say about
annoying
the
just
rant?
because of how it's written, but goddammit, you can tell the voice actor is trying to make it sound as convincing and charming as he possibly can.
What about it's annoying?
I don't get it either. It's just funny because he was just geeking out, right?
Amazing blend of
like how they all
punk,
sound.
jazz, and Japanese pop blows my mind every single time.
I'm even going to give some real credit to Alex's voice actor here, because he tries so hard to carry this game's script on his back. Sure, not all of his line
Oh my
deliveries
god, fan fiction.
I think it would be better if you actually understood what the script was saying before you make judgment calls on how people are carrying the script on their back.
And some are pretty meme-worthy, but others come across as surprisingly natural for a character who's supposed to be kind of unlikable. I don't think the best voice actor in the
What does
world
that
could
mean?
deliver some of the lines in this script with 100% sincerity, but the guy goes really hard on his deliveries when he needs to.
We could live alone in this island forever. You and me. What do you say, pal?
I also just think it's really impressive that for a game with this much dialogue, the vast majority of it is voiced. A lot of indie games don't go that extra mile, and YIIK really doubles down.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Now, I want to talk a little bit about the music. YIIK has a surprisingly large selection of songs, and they're pretty all over the place in terms of quality. A lot of the
How many full-length indie RPGs have voice acting? Y2K? Okay, I think we made the list.
Yeah, I got nothing on that. Usually it's all text.
battle themes sound kind of like songs from the Lisa games, just without understanding what makes those songs work, and can
What? Explain what you mean. Elaborate. Also, Andrew Allenson hasn't played Lisa, so how would he mock what the Lisa games are doing?
often kind of come off as meandering and even a bit unpleasant because of it. However, there are some notable exceptions to this. Alex's theme can
Give me an example. Explain what you mean. Elaborate. This is what you're supposed to do when you make points in a video, in an essay of any kind.
come off as a bit annoying at first,
Gotcha.
but I think it genuinely sums up the character in a way that a good character theme should. The kind of clueless and sad instrumentation at the beginning feels pretty spot on for a character intended to be pretentious, and the off-tune whistling to a more coherent chorus summarizes Alex's inherent patheticness and inability to appreciate the finer things he has in life. I genuinely think this piece of music summarizes Alex's character better than multiple full-length monologues. There are also, kind of hilariously, 2 songs provided by Bowen and Toby Fox, who respectively would
Two songs. There's
I'd also ignoring Michael Kelly, and I actually forget the name of the guy who composed Secret of Mana, but I mean, there he is.
There's Kikuta. There's 3 from Callan Boehm. 1 from Toby Fox. 2 from Michael Kelly.
Oh,
Grode.
Jummy D said, 90% sure I saw the take on Alex's team in the YouTube comment section.
Yeah, that's something we pointed out during the. I think Rope Snake pointed that out.
Yeah, the Rosex talk about something else. I actually have the screenshots for it ready when he talks about it, but there's another time where he's talking about the music, and it sounds similar to YouTube comments on the song. Like the top comments.
Yeah.
composed and had composed.
And okay, so I want to get over. There's something about this I want to talk about. So like, The defense that people use, and Zingus's friends will gladly use this whenever you accuse him of copying and plagiarizing, is, well, we're all talking about the same thing. And there's only so many ways you could talk about the same thing. And my answer to that is, fuck you. No, there isn't. Look at my fucking videos, you fucking retard. You can say something new. It takes effort. You have to try to say something new. You have to recognize what's been said by others and go, I'm not going to say that. And then you can write something that's completely new. But Zingus, as he points out in this video, gave 3 examples of videos that he watched and recommends. Didn't go, I'm not going to make the same points as those people. He went, I'm probably going to make the same points as those people. And then continues to just take those words and then put them on his paper. And then looks at other stuff and goes, oh, and then I put those words on my paper as well. And all of a sudden, what the fuck is Zingus's point?
The far better received indie RPGs, Omori...
Something else I want to point out is also due to the Lex person at the very beginning of the video, who was now revealed to be the one playing the game. You know how they were saying all these very intense statements about Elisa Lam and how Alex is writing the game and how they understand it and I don't, and they question if I even played the game, right? Yeah. And they're all in a voice call. So what are the chances of when Zingus is experiencing this game, Lex is reading out a YouTube comment on Alex's theme and like, oh, I thought this was pretty cool. Or one of the other friends is like, man, how about this? And that's something they got from Buddingshine video.
Oh, or like we were discussing earlier, when you're talking with some people on your funny Discord call and they go, yeah, you know, and then they just start repeating.
Yes. And Lex is this person who's very clearly just bought into the video essay nonsense, hasn't thought about it at all. So I wouldn't be surprised if they were the main person for this playthrough. I mean, they're the one playing it, of course. So as they're talking through the game, they're like, yeah, this character Sammy's based on Elisa Lam, and they're basically educating everyone through these essays they saw. And this is the problem. They're parroting this, and then Zingus sees this, and then just copies it for his YouTube video. So it's incestuous, as we've talked about before.
Yeah. He telephoned his way into writing the same video as everyone else. And maybe you think that telephoning is creative license enough. But it's offensive how many things he gets wrong and says so confidently wrong. And the way he asserts his opinion and objectifies himself and how he's saying, yeah, this is how this is, when he's just wrong. All YouTubers only play like 3 RPGs. Omori, Undertale, Lisa, and they don't check out any actually obscure RPGs. That was a poor reference to Vox.
The work they bring to the table here is pretty reminiscent to the styles they utilize in those games, and Toby's Into the Mind specifically feels like a precursor.
It's also funny, he just goes, Omori for Callum Boehm. Callum Boehm did work on Pikuniku, Lovely Planet 2, and I think also Lovely Planet Arcade, as well as Winnows, and oh man, there's another one I'm trying to remember. Either ways, hey, look, there's a whole list of games that Callum Boehm worked on. His music sounds like his music in all of those games. Yeah, and it's great, and I love it. It's just sad that the only games you recognize him from is Omori, and then you go, oh, he did something in Y2K. This isn't as good as his stuff in his stuff in Omori is more well respected. Okay, cool. Michael Kelly obviously did the soundtrack to Valhalla, and then also Yuppie Psycho. Amazing shit in both of those games. Love his work. But again, not respected here for some reason. And Toby Fox, yeah, he did music in Undertale and Homestuck, Deltarune. But those are more so what people know Toby for and not Y2K, because he had a tweet and deleted it. So
to a lot of the music he'd go on to make in Deltarune Chapter 2. And then
Zingus is about me, indie game connoisseur and funny little guy.
Why did you say it's reminiscent of this music going and making Deltarune Chapter 2 and it just sounds like an Undertale song? Or, sorry, not an Undertale song, just a Toby Fox song, because it's all the same. Sorry. I don't want to get too spicy.
And then there's the two endgame lyrical songs, Puzzle Pieces and Little Eyes. Well, I can't exactly call these songs...
Man, I love Little Eyes. Little Eyes is a banger. Puzzle Pieces is iconic in its own right.
I've listened to both of them an embarrassing amount of times at this point, so they're clearly doing something right. Puzzle Pieces is clearly going for an endgame emotional final boss kind of song, kind of like Rivers in the Desert from Persona 5.
Has... damn. Anyways. So funny. I've only ever played one game, Persona 5, that has music in it.
While the song's actual audio quality is shockingly poor, I think it mostly achieves what it's trying to do.
What is... I can tell you what's bad about the audio. What is bad about the audio quality? What is it, Zingus? Can you describe it for me? Tell me. Give me an idea of what you think is bad about this.
Yeah, I like it being recorded in a trash bin. It sounds great. The mastering, I like it.
Well, it's not just the mastering. The huge problem with the song overall is that Jose Alfaro asked Nico Salakalakos to sing at a key that he's not used to. He had him sing out of his range, basically. And so that affects the way that the song sounds. And I think it still all works just fine, but I don't understand what's wrong with the quality of it. Like, what quality aspect of it is wrong? Because the only thing that I can, like, offhandedly tell, like, the mixing and mastering maybe is not great, but it's passable. The only thing that's noticeably, like, wrong with it is that Nico was told to sing out of key. It's also sped up right now, but...
The middle section is honestly kind of great, and the parts that are out of tune or offbeat honestly feel like 90s punk music in a way that I wish more of the soundtrack actually attempted to do.
Look at the second comment I posted.
The second one?
Yeah,
okay.
I don't know about the first part, but you can show both if you want, but this is the more notable one.
I think the people's problem with this song and a large portion of the OST is some parts of it, songs are out of tune, which is perfectly a 90s grunge punk thing to do. Wow. Despite all my problems with the game, I have no problem with the OST when it comes for something risky and memorable. Well, that's a weird one. What was the other one? Okay.
Beat. Little Eyes is similar, contributing heavily to the atmosphere during the Y2K segment and actually having lyrics that fit the overarching narrative and themes of Alex's character. And then we get to my absolute favorite scene in the game. Throughout Alex's journey, he has been accompanied by a creature called Panda who talks to him while he's alone. Panda helps Alex...
Creature?
I know you love that one. Creature named Panda.
Yeah, I think this might be the moment where my mind was broken.
Creature called Panda.
Fuck you mean creature?
In the morning or at night, and helps him process his emotions.
Zingus is a bit of a creature.
Scenes. However, after Alex's reality is destroyed and he's left alone floating through the space between worlds, he and Alex have one final conversation. And I'm just gonna let this scene play out in its entirety.
I'm so lost.
Like, does he think Panda being a plushie is a plot twist?
I'm terrified.
Is that why he calls him a creature?
My family.
Creature.
Creature?
What the hell am I gonna do out here all alone?
Creature.
Alex, I don't have any answers for you. I'm sorry.
You mean you don't have answers? You always have something to say.
Alex, how am I supposed to know what to do?
I'm only a stuffed panda. Hey, don't come back! I don't care if you're a toy! I need you!
Creature.
I now need to bring up my own personal experience with this game. I have played YIIK.
Finally.
Well, why did it take 40 minutes or 50 minutes for us to get to your own personal experience with the game? So, finally. Okay, we're back. We're past him plagiarizing everyone else, right? We're over it. We've gotten past it. We had 50 minutes of plagiarism, and now we're gonna get to his actual opinion, his personal experience with the game.
The
Okay.
ultimate self-report.
Let's see what is Zingus's actual point.
2 times now. The first time I played by myself in March 2019, about a month after it was initially released, and the second time I played it was about a month ago. When I first played it, I was interested, but I wasn't.
Do you think that's true, guys? Chat. How much do you believe Zingus' story?
I want you to question the meta narrative. Hey, well, not Q&A. Let me start up a poll.
Yeah, I mean, Zingus could have played the 2019 version. I think that's true, but I don't know if he beat it, and also I don't think it matters much because it would be more important to like play it kind of recently. And the only footage he shows is from his friend's playthrough. It says Lex is playing the game. He's kind of feeding this they're feeding this meta narrative to everyone else, in my opinion. It's my speculation, but I feel like it's highly likely by that thread they made. And what was I gonna say? Man, I forgot. Damn.
This is the most replayed part, is the part where his friends are laughing.
Yeah, but I mean, like, notice the way he talks
the
about...
one thing that is from his own footage?
Like, he talks about 1.0 and 1.25 at the same time. He doesn't mention affinities, but he does mention beatdowns. He talks about Yuzu, but he talks about Yuzu being a poorly designed boss fight and doesn't talk about the healing bot at all. You know, why does he do that? Why does he not talk about the simple QTEs? You know, Wilhelm.
We'll move this down to regular speed, and then we'll start from the beginning here again.
Up my own personal experience with this game. I have played
YIIK
2 times.
Getting into his personal experience.
The first time I
2
played by
times.
myself in March 2019, about a month after it was initially released, and the second time I played it was about a month ago. When I first played it, I was interested, but I wasn't enthralled by it. It was a perfect storm of bad, and I thought it was funny, but thought little else of it. Upon playing it again 3 years later, however, that's when I decided I had to make this video. Well, I technically didn't play it, but I got a...
Oh!
Damn, 15 votes. What's a 80-20 split on 15? Well, you know, some of you guys were right.
Similar experience. This time I was watching one of my friends, who had extremely little knowledge about the game, play it for the first time.
Are you guys sure? So do you see that thread I posted in the beginning where they made this huge statement about the game? What do you guys think about that?
We can bring that up.
Yeah,
man.
show it. Look at what they said.
Let's see. The end of the game's very clearly real. Even the final act, even if it's masterful criticism. Where's the other one?
So I do apologize, though, because I did want to get the full thread, but their account's private right now, so I can't show it. But it's one of those threads where they talk about the game's flaws and Lisa Lamb and stuff. You can kind of get the context from the rest of it, because they talk about these women he barely knows and stuff like that.
Have you played this game? Well, Zingus may have played it, but he didn't play 1.25, which is what the video is about? Question mark?
Yeah, what do you guys think this video is about? 1.0, 1.25. They kind of mentioned both of them at the same time. Their account isn't private right now. Wait, send me the thread. Holy shit. Hold on.
Also, I thought Vomit Water was leaving. Also, base Vomit Water's still here. Yo, poggers?
Oh yeah, hold on, I'll send it. Here's the thread. Can you read it? We're in luck.
YIIK is a very interesting piece of art. It's awful, but in all the correct ways. The combat is atrocious. The writing is god-awful. The graphics are inconsistent and messy. The soundtrack is downright offensive. But I can't bring myself to truly hate this game. The only things I truly hate about YIIK is the combat, boss enemy design, and the weird fetishization of a real-life death of Elisa Lamb. The weird racial conversations, along with every single woman Alex lays his eyes on loving him. That's just gross and has zero excuse to exist. When the fuck does that happen?
Yeah, I don't know.
Everything else about the game is really bad, but shows a level of earnest that a few games really do. This game thinks it's the best shit ever, and it's gonna let you know that every 2 seconds. It makes everything excel above just being bad. It becomes a whole new level of funny.
So yeah, I make that statement like, what makes you say that? And I just get a meme response from someone else. So, you know, I would love to have my opinion challenged by these people. The issue is that they're just not going to even offer that. Which makes it pretty easy for me, because I can just be based and correct all the time, and all I have to do is do memes like earlier in this chat. Remember, guys, the guy that came in and said YIIK, the guy who was like, oh man, blah, 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 blah. So, you know.
Why don't you guys get a hobby?
Yeah, that's all they have to say. They don't have to say anything in defense of their, I don't know, you don't have to defend your friend's opinion, you don't want to, but they're wrong, so.
In pure concept, I actually really like the overall story the game is trying to go for, but it's bogged down by so much padding and meandering. The game doesn't really start showing its true colors until 15 hours in, which just fucking sucks no matter what. Literally everything you do gameplay-wise in this game does not matter. You just grind for 8 hours just to fight 2 bosses you can't beat. It's like Deltarune, but lame. But there's like some kind of energy that this game has. No other piece of media I've ever seen has. It's fucking awful, but I kind of love seeing this game through to the end. I'm genuinely excited to see what YIIK IV has. Adds, because it seems to be more of the stuff I liked. I feel there's a lot of potential with YIIK. I know I say potential doesn't mean shit, but everything has the potential to be good. But a lot like YIIK is so close to breaking that barrier of good ideas, it hurts. There's some cool shit in this game that's ruined by association. IDK what the point of this thread was. Me either. I have very complicated feelings towards this game, and I haven't really found the way to express them properly, unlike Alex at any point in the game. 1 out of 10, I love it. Can't wait to see it.
So,
YIIK IV.
you know, I have this narrative I was talking about earlier about how they were leading the charge, I guess, of this playthrough and kind of filtering some of the opinions. I feel like this thread is pretty similar to what Zingus says, isn't it?
Yeah. I love it so much. I hate it. The self-insert character has a crush on her throughout the entire game. Her infamous camera footage is recreated frame by frame, so the creator can write fan fiction about what happened to her. This is fetishization. This is not debatable. So you guys can write fan fiction about what happened. The game never brings into question Alex's love for Sammy. Vela calls it weird kind of once, and they just move on. The game indulges his bad habits until he acts like he changed overnight. This isn't a criticism of people who do this. It's a weird fantasy. The game brings this up once, and it's never touched upon, even though you just brought up another example of it happening. Like, Linguistic literally just brought up a second example of it happening. The game brings this up once, and it's never touched upon. No growth comes from this moment. It's a throwaway line. Self-awareness does not absolve anyone from anything. Even at the final act of the game, he's still obsessed with finding these women he barely knows. It's weird and creepy. When did Elisa Lamb get kidnapped by star creatures? I don't remember when Sammy walked out of the elevator and was like, because that's what I remember from the Elisa Lamb footage. Not being drug out by star creatures. I remember her going out of the elevator going. Damn.
So yeah, cool thread, right? I think it does kind of...
Oh, good link, Jella.
Alongside about 10 other people. And if I'm going to be entirely honest here, that was one of the best experiences I have ever had with a video game.
You know, I've had better experiences with a video game than sitting in a Discord call with 10 people screaming over it. And I'm not going to talk about any of them. Hey,
This is going to
Lamau.
sound like such an exaggeration, especially after all the time I've spent saying how terrible the game is. But believe me, I mean every ounce of it. YIIK is such a fascinating game to pick apart and to truly attempt to understand.
Then why didn't you do that?
Yeah, like what the...
You didn't do either of these things. Pick it apart or attempt to understand it. You didn't do those things.
Everyone says this and no one does it.
You've got people along for the ride with you. I genuinely do not think I can over-exaggerate how frequently and how hard we were laughing at every bizarre line of dialogue or unwinnable boss fight or
So they're not
insane
picking
new
it apart,
plot
they're just being a dick about it to riff on it, right? And like that's
Yeah, what they say, pick it apart as if they're analyzing.
But like it's I mean,
but what they're doing is they're shitting on it. They're talking shit about it.
like if you're talking shit, like I don't get why you would pretend. Like just say that you are. Like why are you presenting it in this way as if like it's intellectual, you know?
Even any clips I can show here can't even really encapsulate how much of
And I assume this might actually be his footage, isn't it? Because it's purple.
This might be mine. I'm gonna check. What is this? Chapter 4?
I think so. Double check that, because like this is the thing that I find fucked up is he says that his footage was corrupted, so he had to supplement other people's footage.
Yeah, I use green. So I don't know if this might be actually his footage. We discovered it. We found the original content. He was right. Like, I'm done talking about other people. Here's my stuff now.
of a genuine joy riffing on this game was. I've talked a lot about the game's negatives, and I still firmly believe they're all there, but these negatives all transform into memorable and hilarious positives if you go in with the right mindset and the right group of people. There are so many scenes in YIIK
This is my
that are
footage,
simply
though.
unlike anything else in video games as a medium. Scenes that, on paper, could come across as incredibly cringy or uncomfortable somehow become the funniest things you've ever seen, such as when the option to try and kiss Rory unceremoniously appears in a conversation at the diner after literally zero build-up to it.
Yeah, it's funny, right?
Oh, here's his footage again.
It's purple, too.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, everybody kiss him.
No!
Do you think that is a a really good way to engage with a piece of media?
Probably not.
Kiss him. Kiss him.
Oh my god.
Yes.
No.
So Zingus says he played the game 2 times,
This is
right?
where one of you.
And the second time, it was more like he was watching it, so he didn't play it. So he played it once in 2019. Who knows for how long? Who knows how much he actually remembers it? And then he watched his friends play it in a Discord call, which is insane. And that's his experience with the game. And he wrote an hour-long video essay about this.
Yeah. Well, because I didn't enjoy it the first time, but when I played it with a bunch of people, I really enjoyed it.
That's what YIIK VCs feel like sometimes. It's fine, but like it's insane that whatever. It's obvious at this point. I don't need to say it.
It's just, man, like, cool, great. You had fun with your friends. That's great. This is not a genuine way to appreciate anything anybody's made ever. This is not a good way to earnestly go about this. You could even criticize me and say, well, you're doing the same thing now, but with my video. But motherfucker, you started this. And even then, I don't have 10 people in this call going, he should do what you do. We don't have a bunch of people laughing at how fucking stupid you are throughout this fucking video. No, it's just me and Linguistics saying, hey man, that was a little stupid of you. That's not what that word means. Oh, I'm sorry. You thought you knew the intent of the author. No, you didn't.
I'm losing it.
Motherfucker said I played the game 2 times. The second playthrough. It's also different with a video because I pause it and I go, "Hey, let's talk about this." I'm not. Yeah. Hey, I want to be fair. I may have spoken over Zingus a couple times in this, but I tried to let him speak with his own voice in this thing, and I've also reached out and given him the opportunity to come on, and I'll talk to him and let him speak all he wants. I would not even interrupt the motherfucker. But those are your words, man. I'm in a call with a friend right now, live, laughing at this guy along with y'all. It's great. Yep.
YIIK's biggest problems, the previously mentioned misunderstanding of setup and payoff, becomes one of its strongest highlights, because you literally never know what the game's going to throw at you next. It is a non-stop, no-holds-barred thrill ride of the craziest shit you have ever seen. That panda scene I showed you earlier, it's got a genuinely good voice performance and is a pretty interesting conclusion to a character, but the second that panda starts floating away into the vastness of space, and Alex's voice actor screams his lungs out, I started laughing harder than I have in months. I cannot overstate how every single flaw YIIK has somehow loops back around to being fascinating and hilarious when viewed this way. All of Alex's shittiness towards the other characters turns it into this absurdist sitcom starring the worst man of all time. The truly...
BoJack Horseman. And yeah, I think that's intentional. I'm pretty sure that that's what they were going for, because it's funny, because he is funny.
Yeah,
Motherfucker
Frankson is the Seinfeld logo.
Yeah,
full house set in the main room. You're getting it, dude. You're this close. Almost a caricature of a pretentious college student.
He's almost Zingus is almost a caricature of a pretentious video essayist.
Yeah, almost.
Terrible story pacing is constantly keeping you on your toes, and throwing new plot developments out of literally nowhere to keep you laughing. Even the terrible combat became increasingly hilarious as moves hit for absurd amounts of damage and button inputs became increasingly and comically cryptic. It is extremely difficult for video games to be so bad.
Absurdist sitcom starring the worst man of all time is literally BoJack Horseman.
Why didn't he talk about the gameplay being cryptic? What does that mean? I don't know what he means by that.
I don't know. It's
like, what do you think? Like, what's your hypothesis? Like,
he didn't know that he used status effects to stun Yuzu.
Yeah.
Oh wait.
Well, I think he was talking about the button prompts or something.
Oh. Maybe Bushido? But I feel like that's pretty deliberate. So what I'm saying is Zingus equals pretentious Alex? I wouldn't say that. I would imply it. I would say that Zingus probably makes a good argument for himself being pretentious and like Alex, more than I ever could. Mothman gameplay. Oh yeah, that's a cryptid. That's close, man.
Yeah, I'm struggling. I wish Zingus could use their words to explain their opinion in this hour-long video essay, which we still haven't. We're kind of getting to the thesis of, but
like I get the thesis. The thesis I understand it at this point. I think game bad, but I had fun playing game with friends.
And and the thing is too. Remember the very opening of this video about bad art can be such a wonderful thing. Do you think that's going to come into play?
No, how did it tell us what not to do?
Well, it's about to.
Oh, okay. And wait, are we going to get on how other characters are not well developed? We're like almost at the end of this. We got like 6 minutes.
There was a joke I missed actually because I thought they would say it later on in the video. But when they talk about the characters and they describe them like Vel is this goth girl and blah blah blah, right? It reminds me of the level 70 Bind Dungeon scene.
A teenage goth girl who slept with a man twice her age.
Yeah,
who the fuck are they talking
where
about?
The dungeon master is describing these characters in like the worst way possible is the exact way Zingus does it. I find that so funny.
Because the dungeon master is Alex. Oh, wow, weird. No. Ooh. Anyways, yeah. We haven't got a resolution to anything, and half the things we kind of even have pointed out have proven how it just doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, they're saying, I wonder if that's where they got the goth girl bit from. I think that's Chell, isn't it?
Yeah.
And I feel like it's possible, but who knows, because they don't talk about the mind-judging cutscenes at all, like all video essays. So I don't know. And judging by the amazing research Zingus has done, such as joining the YIIK Horde and then saying YIIK then leaving, and knowing my channel exists and ignoring some of the other videos where I talk about the story in any way, and just ignoring basically anything that's not the most popular thing you can find about this fucking game that's on a Wikipedia page, yeah, it would make sense if he didn't know about it. I mean, I don't think he knows about KNN, really.
It's good. Movies that are bad sometimes become funny due to their low production value, failed attempts at action, bizarre pacing, or awful performances.
Or that they're just funny.
But when control is placed in the hands of the player, these things usually come off as just annoying rather than amusing. It is extremely, extremely rare that a game as bad as YIIK on so many levels comes even close to being a genuinely amusing experience.
I've been genuinely amused for Y2K for over 800 hours, so you can go fuck yourself, you pretentious fuck.
Lots of games that sometimes get the so bad it's good label.
Resident Evil 5?
Why is he showing Resident Evil 4? That's Resident Evil 4.
Never mind.
4 is recognized as one of the greatest games of all time. And yeah, it's cheesy, and it's funny because it's cheesy. But that's not so bad it's good.
They're often just...
The writing isn't even so bad it's good. It's just funny.
Good games that have a cheesier tone. I've heard this...
Oh, so he's saying it's cheesy, and that's why it's so bad it's... No! It's just fucking good, dude! It's not so bad it's good, it's just fucking good. It's recognized as one of the greatest games of all time. For, like, ever. It's been that way since the fucking GameCube. We're like... What, 22 years since the launch of that game, and it's been regularly recognized as one of the greatest games of all time. Never questioned. It's been at the top, bro. It's not been at the top. The top has always changed. But you know what I mean. It's been up there. It's been recognized. It's been respected, well respected. But it's ridiculous to go, it's so bad it's good, or it just has a cheesy tone, but it's a good
said about
game.
some of the earlier Resident Evil games, and even
Can we
stuff
say
like
happy
Metal...
birthday for this person in chat? Is it, how do you pronounce it, C or Psy? C?
Yes, give us a pronunciation. We'll sing a happy birthday song. Pronunciation. This birthday is my gift, a gift to me, yeah. Literally a birthday of all time.
The best birthday ever, and why I love it.
And you see, Zingus wouldn't give this to you. This is only something you can get from the Hellcry channel. See.
Happy birthday. Aw, man. Don't wanna...
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
It's your fucking birthday. Happy birthday.
See.
Happy birthday. Woo! No, Resident Evil games are all respected. Earlier ones are a bit rough because people don't like tank controls, but what do you want, dude? No. Stuff like Metal Gear, all of it is all fucking well respected. Best video games fucking ever, dude. What are you talking about?
Rising.
Oh, Metal Gear Rising. Yes, the meme game. Ooh.
No comment.
I fucking hate this Metal Gear Rising bullshit. When this game came out in 2013, I was like, man, this game's pretty fun. I like how like it has, you know, platinum combat, but also like integrates the mechanics of Metal Gear in a way that seems meaningful and like neat, even though like you can do stealth, but stealth isn't the best way to approach anything. But and I thought it was cool, and the story's mid. Like, it's good. It's fun. It's fine. It doesn't reach any of the potential that any of the other Metal Gear games have as far as story goes. But post hoc, we could say 10 years later, because it's been about almost 10 years later, people have decided this is a meme game. Nobody likes, or it's like questioned why people didn't like it. It's this weird cult classic thing where it's like there was a reason people didn't like it before, but now it's ignored. And now it's all, oh yeah, but this game's great. And this is actually better than the entire Metal Gear series. And it's like, you are smoking crack, my boy. Where the fuck did you get that? I need some of that because that sounds like some good ass shit.
You are smoking a blunt in the thumbnail.
Man. I was smoking a blunt in the thumbnail. Sadly, I've not been smoking any weed this entire time.
No fat doobies.
No fat doobies.
Games rarely, if ever, achieve this level of reverse quality. But this is why YIIK is so special. It is bad. It is
you pretentious asshole.
But every single bad decision is
So every single bad decision Zingus has made throughout this video is so fascinating because all of it is like plagiarism. It is repeating the same thing other people have said. Every turn, he gets so close to understanding anything that the game intended and then goes, I'm going to take this in the most bad faith ways possible because this game can't be good. I can't recognize anything that they're doing correctly. But I love it. And you guys are going to say, oh, but it's mostly positive. No, you're being an asshole. You're misrepresenting the game for a fucking hour straight. You didn't understand what the fuck postmodernism meant. You redefined it as something that it fucking isn't. You didn't understand what a fucking meta-narrative is, and you redefined it as something that it isn't. And then you go, yes, this is my criticism on those aspects of the story. Well, dude, when you build a straw man, it's really easy to break down that straw man. When you go and are fighting something that is not even remotely similar to what the thing is that you're talking about, what the fuck is your opinion on the thing to begin with?
interesting or comes so close to actually saying something that it keeps you glued to the screen. You need to know what insane shit is going to be behind that next corner.
Yeah, exactly. That's how I feel this video.
Close to being genuinely
Zingus is
on
describing
so many occasions.
That's the fucked up thing about this video, and it fucks with me every time because like we did this one like recording where we both were watching it.
Yeah, we did this like 6 months ago. Maybe we have an 8-hour recording of this where we did this exact thing but in private, right?
Yeah. And it's just so insane because everything he says reflects exactly back on this video essay. Almost everything that he says, I'm like, no, this is just how I feel about your video. I don't understand what you're saying. Everything you say is something insane compared to the last thing. You're contradicting yourself constantly. So to get why I love this, we'll have to finish the video and then I'll talk about why I love it. I'll give my personal opinion on
sometimes
the video.
Rarely even is. But every time it's blocked by confusing priorities or the game's bizarre writing and themes. At every step, you can tell something is wrong, something is incorrect, but it's so fascinating and so funny in its badness that it sticks with you long after you finished it.
I agree, Zingus.
YIIK has something.
I've thought about this video forever. I wanted to do this forever. We did the recording 6 months ago. I want to make a video about this video. Like a response video type of thing. Like, I have not stopped thinking about this. I think Zingus did accomplish that.
Yeah.
So many other bad games seem to lack.
Now my body is filled with that overwhelming feeling.
Oh, and this is where he goes, it has heart. And I go, what the fuck are you talking about, you fucking loser?
I hate this bad narrative.
Here's a list of what I consider some of the worst games I've ever played.
Okay, the worst games you've ever played.
Poppy Playtime.
And this point I want to bring up. Poppy Playtime. Poppy Playtime I find to be, like, I think the gameplay of it is cool. It's a cool little puzzle game. I like puzzle games. I love first-person puzzle games. Detroit Become Human. Sure, you might not like it. That's fine. I liked Heavy Rain. I haven't played Detroit Become Human. Hello Neighbor. Yeah, Hello Neighbor sucks, but there's like really cool secrets that it has. And I don't mean like the MatPat secrets. I mean like there's a whole thing that you can do at the beginning of the game. That's insane. Resident Evil 5, I don't understand how Resident Evil 5 is a bad game. It's just okay. Plants vs. Zombies 2, yeah, okay. Y2K, cringe. And Mass Effect Andromeda, yeah, okay, sure, whatever. I didn't even like Mass Effect game I have played. I haven't played that either. But if we go to his backlog, we can look at some other games.
Oh, Security Breach.
Security Breach is up there as one of the worst games he's ever played. I don't find Security Breach to be that offensive, to be honest.
Doki Doki Literature Club is 1 star.
What else is there? Lisa the Wise, Ape War. Really? You really think that this game's quality, like, range here are insane?
Man, I feel like I know exactly what his opinion on Aouni is for being a 1 star, but fuck people. I think that game's great.
Tunic is a 2-star game? Hello? I mean, we can even look at his reviews for stuff, but we're going to go to... What are the best rated games that he's played? Omori, Mother 3, Lisa, Sekiro, Dark Souls,
Pizza
3,
Tower!
Chrono Trigger, Pizza Tower, Hi-Fi Rush. This is the most Reddit soy list I've ever seen. Katana Zero? Like, dude, you played a postmodern game. You should understand what actually postmodern is, but you don't. You don't. His reviews are also, Luke Streets is real and he's my gym buddy. Yeah, it's all really Reddit. I feel like if I bought this for $60, I'd be mad, but since I got it for $8, it was fine. Resident Evil 3 is good.
Super Lesbian Animal RPG. I'm blocked by that person.
At first, I thought my life was a super lesbian animal tragedy. I now realize it's a super lesbian animal comedy.
Another thing about DDLC is that I think the review of it is also just pretty bad if you can find it. But they talk about another video. I think it's like their top 10 games of the year or something. They're like, it's like almost like an ongoing joke kind of thing, the way they set it up. And like, yeah, DDLC or whatever.
This is one of the stupidest games I've ever played, and it's fucking excellent. Bro, this shit is boring.
That's a base review.
I'll have one Travis Scott burger. Let's find that. God, I wanted to like this, and it has so many good ideas, but the combat is one of the most horrendous and unfun things I've ever played.
6 likes. Hate backlog.
You ain't from Michigan if you haven't done this before. Great, cool. This, by all technicalities, is a quirky indie RPG about depression.
Oh, look, they're probably playtime opinion.
This isn't even a game. It's a scheme that an unfortunate amount of people have fallen for. Okay. Oh, yeah, we should check out this Final Fantasy. I totally get why people love this so much. At the time, it was absolutely revolutionary. And a lot of passion and vision is still super apparent today. The story that I played was interesting, and the characters all had distinct and fun personalities. But man, actually playing this feels like a chore nowadays. I generally like turn-based combat in older RPGs like Chrono Trigger and Earthbound, but the 3D graphics make everything so slow and clunky, and the lack of distinct character classes makes it feel like it doesn't matter which characters you have in your party. What? Plus, the sheer amount of random encounters is absolutely insane, and I found myself constantly turning them off in the Switch version. Even the overworld game feels clunky, with the limited movement and stiff character models being so hopelessly outclassed by the pixel RPGs it came after. I can absolutely understand why so many love this game, but it's really hard to find that love for it nowadays. Where is this DDLC review?
Maybe we're just imagining it. It's a...
This is the fucking game ever. I love those. This has the same ending as Omori. Okay, man.
Then that should be a 5 stars. Why is it a half star?
gonna lose my gamer license, but I didn't really enjoy this. I didn't find the gameplay all that engaging, and the story is basically non-existent. Cryptic in the least interesting way.
Oh my god!
I can understand why people like this, but it just ain't for me.
Okay, I mean that's fine, but oh my god, that game's story's great.
More like a Doki Doki Shinichi Club.
Yeah,
now got
that's the
him.
review. So you're welcome, guys.
Nier Automata, it insists upon itself, Lois. Look, I'm a Nier Automata hater. And by that, I think I gave it like 5. I don't think I gave it 5 stars. What did I give it? Maybe 4.5 stars. Yeah, I gave it 4.5 stars. Man, what a fucking loser. And I feel bad because like I made a couple of meme reviews myself. But I'm gonna brag here. Crush. I need to update this. I have more hours than that in the game, and I just think that that's funny. That's my review. And then Goddess of Victory YIIK ass. I don't think there's anything else to say about that game. Everything's summed up with just that review. But all my other ones, I actually like gave my thoughts in a meaningful way about what I liked about the game, what was cool about it, whatever. I hate meme reviews. I hate fun. Yeah, I mean, it's just rough when I'm like, oh yeah, let me go see Zingus's opinion on a game, and then a Doki Doki Shinichi Club. Well, why is it bad? Well, he couldn't even tell me why YIIK was bad in this video. Maybe he did on Backlog. Did he review YIIK on Backlog?
I think he did, but I think if I recall, it's just one sentence.
Oh, yeah, that sounds about right. Let's see if we can find his review real quick. Because I'm not getting his opinion here. And I really want his opinion. That's why I watch a video in the first place. I want to get your opinion. That's why I'm here. Right? Let's see if we can get it. Let's see. YIIK, a postmodern RPG. Reviews. Sort by likes. Maybe. Yeah, there it is. Oh, did he update it? Because it's more stars. Or that was at the original time. He says, I love this game. Thanks. Okay.
It's not comprehensive or anything. I haven't played every game ever made. But among these...
Zingus has played, not to brag or anything, he's played 284 games. I've played, on my backlog, I've logged 987 games. So yeah, I kind of agree with people that are like, oh yeah, the guy on Reddit's only played like 3 games.
YIIK sticks out as an experience.
I have 447
when I think
in my
of the
backlogs.
vast majority of these games, the word that comes to my mind is soulless. A game with no passion behind it. A game that didn't need to be made. A game with no new ideas to bring to the table.
Does anything need to be made?
As he chose the hardest scene in fiction ever.
Right. No new ideas to the table? You punching a boulder, dude? Like, come on. I think Resident Evil 5 justifies itself with the boulder punching scene alone.
A game you can tell that nobody really wanted to work on.
Wow, that's pretentious as fuck.
Did you know Poppy Playtime had a Kickstarter? I think people want to work on it. They want to get a budget for it. They're already making quite a bit of money from their animation project. Why do they need to make a video game? Probably because they're interested in making a video game.
Wanted to? That, and they went back recently and improved on Poppy Playtime 1. Went and did a bunch of improvements and graphic improvements on this. So if they didn't want to do that, why did they bother? And if they didn't want to make Poppy Playtime 1, why did they make Poppy Playtime 2? And if they didn't want to make Poppy Playtime 2, why did they make Poppy Playtime 3?
It's all because of the merch button. They see it as soulless when it's like, yeah, they want to make money off their game. They want to show you that they have a Twitter. So not Twitter, a merch button. I mean, like, there's so many Flash games I played that have a Twitter on their main page. It's like, okay, I never had a problem with that. Never heard anyone have a problem with that. What's the issue with showing your social media, showing your merch? on the front page of a game. It's this really weird thing that everyone accepts as like bizarre and insane. When it's like, is it though? Like, is having merch a sin? Mario has merch. Is that wrong?
Yeah.
Is it wrong for
It's
indie
also-
devs wanting to have money?
It's also weird to me because, like, oh, there's no new ideas. Dude, this whole, like, puzzle system that Poppy Playtime has is that I don't know of any other game that does that. Like, the way that specifically works, whether you're pushing this and then you have to do a puzzle where you're moving around and connecting things with it.
And they also made something.
What other fucking game works like that?
Like people are trying to copy the premise of. Well, there was this plagiarism controversy, but let's just ignore that. But Garno Banban is very clearly trying to like basically copy that same premise. And I do think it does something
You know
different.
what's fucking insane about this? What the fuck did Zingus bring new to the table? What was the point of this video?
Oh, I don't
Did
know.
this video need to be made?
Well, I think this is a very soulless video, actually. I mean, it does need to exist. Where's his opinion?
Soulless is when the indie dev wants to profit from their work.
And shockingly, absolutely zero of those things apply to YIIK. Every single aspect of YIIK's design was created by two dudes with a strong vision for what they wanted their
Not
game
entirely
to be.
true.
They truly believed in what they were making.
It's great that you recognize more than one of them.
But Ian was
Appreciate
a guy,
that.
and Jose and Tony.
And we're looking at Bridget's artwork right
Mhm.
there.
Brittany
You can
Lotto
see
was the
this
voice
even
director.
outside of the game, in their sheer passion
Yeah.
they demonstrate in loads of interviews leading up to its release. These guys really
Oh, did he read them?
Can I get an example of one?
I don't think he read them because
We thought they
the
were
only
making the next
references
Undertale.
is the.
They thought they were
Oh my
making
god! Reverse that. Oh my fucking god! Sorry.
I need this bass boosted.
Yeah, we do need a bass
game with
boosted.
no passion behind it. A game that didn't
I'll
need to be
even-
made.
Oh, I can't boost it
A game
anymore.
with no new ideas to bring to the table. A game you
The
can
most
tell that
egregious
nobody really
statement.
wanted to work
One of the most
on.
egregious statements in the
And
whole
shockingly,
fucking thing.
absolutely zero of those things apply to YIIK. Every single aspect of YIIK's design was created
Here
by
it
two
comes.
dudes with a strong vision for what they wanted their game to be. They truly believed in what they were making, and you can see this even outside of the game in their sheer passion they demonstrate in loads of interviews leading up to its release. These guys really thought they were making the next Undertale.
Vomit water jump scaring me with fucking laughter. That's so funny.
The most soy statement ever made in any video ever. What the fuck do they mean? They thought they were making the next Undertale. They were making this game before Undertale came out.
Yeah.
I mean, unless you didn't know when the game was being worked on, right?
Yeah. Right.
So you're talking about like all these interviews and like all this research, but do you not know when the game was first being made?
Anyways, they really thought they were making the next Undertale. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Another
What kind
actually
of pretentious asshole bullshit is this? No. Like, Everhood. Everhood, those guys think they're making the next Undertale. Because they're inspired by Undertale. Y2K is not fucking inspired by Undertale in any way.
They thought they were making the next big thing to dominate the indie scene.
Source?
Really? Because I've talked to the motherfucker, and that's not how he talks. He doesn't think he's going to make the next great game. He goes, even with their new game that they're going to make later, he goes, I'm just trying to make something different. I think it could be really big, but what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to make something different. I'm trying to make something new and cool and different and see if people like it. No, Zingus, people aren't like you. They don't go out there and they don't rip off a bunch of other people and then try to say that they're the next video essayist. They think that they're the next Running Shine, that they're the next Snakerer, that they're the next YIIK salad bar. They don't do that. I don't do that. Linguistic, do you do that?
I think it would be the next Hellcry.
I don't think I'm a person that leads by example. I kind of try to do everything everybody tells me not to do because I know I'm right.
Yeah, it's just
That's a funny
this
joke.
it's just an insane statement. That's blatantly insane. I mean, fuck. Like,
I wonder what the indie game world would have been like if Amoria and YIIK came out on time.
Like, why would you assume the intent is to just copy Undertale when it's very clear, when it very clearly said in those same interviews what their inspirations were, right?
Look, we could talk about Bug Fables. That game wants to be the next Paper Mario. We could talk about Outbound Ghost. That game wants to be the next Paper Mario. We could talk about all these fucking Vampire Survivors clones. We could talk about that Spark the Electric Jester guy. You know, he made Sonic fan games. They're Sonic games. We could talk about his new game, which is just F-Zero.
It's
like,
so...
they're good. We could talk about Bomb Rush Cyberpunk and how that's just copying Jet Set Radio Future and, like, everything.
It's so
yeah, those games
crazy.
want to be the next this. Y2K is a completely different thing than Undertale.
Like, Y2K is so brimming with creativity that to say that they're just trying to copy Undertale is fucking ridiculous.
It's offensive. It's an asshole thing to do. But you know, other people are like, yeah, that's what they're doing.
And not in a cynical way, like a lot of those YouTuber bait horror games. There was actual driving passion behind this game's creation. None of this is a quick cash-in. None of this is...
Also, I find it really funny that his what he points to as cynicism within indie games is he's talking about mascot horror games. I've seen more cynicism in these RPG Maker games. I feel like I've played so many RPG Maker games that are really cynical, and that's why I made My Mundane Life is Threatened by the Tropes of an RPG, because I wanted to make a parody RPG Maker style game that wasn't cynical, that wasn't satirical, that wasn't, you know, that.
Lacking heart. There are so many little moments in YIIK that just come across as so personal and significant to the developers that even if those moments are bad, I just...
To the developers, how do you know what is personal to the developers? Wendy's Nacho Cheeseburger wants to be the next Big Mac. Thank you, Milk Throw. That's a great comment.
Can't bring myself to hate them. One constant point of mockery towards YIIK is the ongoing mentions of...
Which that is actually a great statement to say, because the Big Mac is not even McDonald's best sandwich. Their newer chicken sandwich is a lot better, but their best sandwich is the Quarter Pounder.
I like the double quarter pounder. Oh yeah,
Quarter Pounder all day, every day. They had the the jalapeno the jalapeno Quarter Pounder. Wow, that was hard to say. And you know what? Maybe Wendy's Nacho Cheeseburger is trying to be the next jalapeno Quarter Pounder, but it's better than the jalapeno Quarter Pounder. It is way better than that. Also, something really disappointing about the controversy of YIIK was the musicians that contributed to the game started deleting their tweets as soon as some people said they didn't like it. There's a lot of weird things. There's also a weird thing where the composer for Celeste, Lena Raine, said that people weren't properly credited as far as composing goes the game. But no. They were properly credited, they were properly paid and everything. On the Bandcamp, in the game itself, all of it, properly credited. Even when Andrew uses Debussy and makes his own little mix of a Debussy song, it's credited as, hey, Debussy made this. Which is a thing you can do with classical music like that. When it's, you know, it's public use, you can remix it. Flower, Sun, and Rain does that too. I'm kind of close to making an RPG Maker game, and I think more about how it would make a good story people would like, or I would like. I don't understand why people are so cynical, unless they saw too much of one piece of art they never liked. I don't know why, because like there's so many RPG Maker games that people have made where they're kind of like parodies on RPGs. They're making fun of RPGs, and they are always in the satire, cynical. And I always find ones that are like really depressive and really moody, and it's all so exhausting. Actually, I see these and I'm like, this is boring. I don't understand why we're gonna do this. Why is every one of them going to be this edgy story about how I can't make rent or something?
Starblue was talking about the controversy of Y2K and about Elisa Lamb, but I don't think that was it. It was the transphobia, right?
That's where it starts. It starts with the transphobia, and that's probably why Lena Rain popped on to go, oh, well, they didn't credit people even though they did.
Yeah, it's funny because the transphobia angle is not something that really sticks anymore, but back then it was a huge deal.
Huge.
Of Two Brothers. Two Brothers was the previous game by the developers, themselves a pair of brothers, and it was a critical and financial failure. Just like YIIK, they clearly poured.
Ooh, that's a spicy meatball. Oh, where's your sauce for this? Well, actually, what's funny about Two Brothers is a lot of reviews on Two Brothers are really positive, even when they're talking about the glitchiness of it. There's a video by, I feel like I did this last time.
Yeah, you did.
By fucking extra credits. And they're like, oh yeah, it's a bit buggy and whatever, but it's actually really cool and blah, blah, blah. And they only kind of talk about the surface level of the game that you only see at like the beginning of the game. And then you go and look at other reviews of it and they're all generally positive. And that's kind of part of the joke with Alex, is that a lot of people who reviewed and talked about Two Brothers didn't actually play much of it. And so he also hasn't, and that's kind of funny. That's what's funny about it.
If you look at the older reviews, it's like most of it is just, if they are negative, they're usually just talking about the bug. It's not like on a gameplay or a story level. It's usually the newer ones that do that because of the Y2K controversy.
Yeah. And then there's another aspect of this where it was a Kickstarter game. So they didn't have a lot to lose, really. And then it did sell, and then they put it on a Humble Bundle thing, and it sold, and it came out to be a financial success, actually.
A very successful Kickstarter campaign where they delivered everything they wanted.
So where are you getting this information? You made it the fuck up. The meatball sauce quote. What meatball sauce?
Poured their heart and soul into it, only for it to go nowhere, and I can totally...
No, I don't remember what the Puppy YIIK transphobia tweet was. It was deleted a while ago.
I really understand being crushed by that. Throughout YIIK, Two Brothers is mentioned a bunch of times. Alex describes it as being a classic game he used to play as a kid.
No, he doesn't. That's not what he says. Michael is describing the games he played, and oh yeah, what was it? It was specifically like the holy grail of his youth, which Michael is also characterized as being the most youthful person. And 4 years earlier than 19 is 15. I feel like that's good enough to say that it's his youth. Alex has said, hey, you ever play a game called Two Brothers? He doesn't say it's a game from his childhood. So there you go. You're wrong again.
A statue of the game's protagonist exists right in the center of Alex's hometown. And if you lose to the final boss, a character from Two Brothers appears.
That's not the protagonist, isn't it? Isn't it the loving wife?
As far as in the center of the town?
Yeah. There's a Jane. Yeah, whatever. Okay, whatever.
Talk.
The Jane Gorder Memorial Park.
Alex's shirt is even adorned with its logo for the entire runtime.
That's not the logo of Two Brothers.
This can certainly come across as self-indulgent.
That's a picture of Roy throwing up after he eats a heart.
But they're clearly coming from a sincere place.
Alex,
they wouldn't just reference a game that nobody's played for no reason. The developers
Nobody's played for no reason.
Cared about that project.
Nobody played Two Brothers? Hi! I played Two Brothers! I didn't play it before I played YIIK. I played it after. I think I played it like last year or something. It's a great game. It's really cool. It has a lot of cool story moments. And it's also crazy because it came out in 2013 and there's specific things that it does that like a lot of people weren't doing at the time. It was actually the first game Shovel Knight appeared in.
You were talking about how a lot of the aesthetics are kind of like YIIK, what YIIK does.
Oh yeah, like there's a whole boss. There's a lot of bosses that are actually 3D models, and then they're put into a 2D engine and like presented as if they're 2D, kind of like what YIIK does. Many years before that, it does the whole, hey, we're gonna do a town that's based off of the idea of creepypasta, missing no style storytelling. And it's way before like most of the creepypasta like storytelling stuff like that is done in actual games. Like there's still like small art projects here and there, but like not an actual release title.
Yeah, and Two Brothers is having its 10-year anniversary on 11/11.
And what we're going to do to celebrate is we'll be playing Two Brothers live in the YIIK. Join discord.gg/YIIK, and you can join us for the Two Brothers 10th year anniversary. Damn, I fucked up all of that. Discord.
They pulled it from Steam because they weren't happy with the state of the game because it was too buggy.
Too buggy. Yeah, and it's because it was made in Multimedia Fusion 2, an earlier version than what's used in FNAF, but probably might be pretty close to what was used in Spark the Electric Jester. I think Spark the Electric Jester is actually newer than that. And what's funny is Spark the Electric Jester is given a lot of leeway with how buggy its engine is. No, Spark the Electric Jester is 4 years later, so no. Spark the Electric Jester is given leeway with how buggy its engine is, which is the same engine Two Brothers is in, Multimedia Fusion 2. Except for Multimedia Fusion 2 is way earlier version of the engine that they used versus what Spark and FNAF uses. So, okay. It's also like, hey, you talk about the bugs that this game has. Well, it's using a way earlier version of Unity than like any other game being released around the time it was released.
Just like they cared about YIIK. And I think we can all understand wanting to honor something you worked so hard.
And you also don't understand the story aspects of how this like plays into Alex's character about him being a hipster, which is told to you literally on the website, but okay.
This same passion shines through every bad decision in the game. The combat's bad, but you can absolutely understand why the developers would want to try and make RPG combat more skill-based and interactive. The pacing is bad, but it's partially because the developers had so many ideas for what they wanted the story to be. And that story is undoubtedly unique, with no other game I've ever played even attempting to tackle some of the subjects and ideas
It's just trying to be like Undertale.
Alex's character and the themes are muddled and confusing, but you can absolutely tell that the developers wanted to say something profound about self-improvement and the flaws we all see in ourselves. The fourth wall breaks aren't that well thought out or developed, but they desperately try and resonate with the player's real-life experiences. And even some of the game's worst moments.
Worst scenes, you could even say.
Why is he so pretentious?
Like Rory's death scene,
I don't know.
come from a simply misguided attempt to discuss darker, real-world issues. And this is why, despite all of its many problems...
And then this footage is weird. This is like beta footage, if I remember right. Because that's not the way this looks in any version of the game around release.
I still love Y2K. It's awful, but it's the kind of awful you can only get from pure, unrestrained creativity. Most AAA games are never allowed to be this interestingly bad, because they have a baseline of mediocre quality that they're not allowed to dip below, but are often not allowed to reach above.
Me, when I just talk out my fucking ass. Alright.
Indie games, and independent creations in general, allow people with ideas to express themselves without any creative limitations.
Taken footage.
And that allows things like YIIK
it's like
to even
Undertale
exist.
genocide playthrough
This
or
game's
something.
quality
It says
is
Jamie
simply
as well,
the byproduct
player
of
name.
creativity running wild.
So here's what Zingus is trying to say. He's saying that the creators of this game are incompetent, and that's why the game isn't good. That they really wanted to try to do something special and unique, but they just couldn't because they didn't have the ability. I think he even says this later. The skill, the ability, or self-awareness to do it or some shit like that. And this is what's really funny, because motherfucker, you don't understand any of this. And you're just being the most pretentious fucking asshole right now. You're literally being like Alex. And you're going, wow, man, these guys just didn't know what they were doing. They're so fucking stupid. I'm so much smarter than them. I had fun because I made fun of their game instead of realizing it, instead of taking it seriously.
And as deeply
Man, I hate
flawed
this
as the
shit.
game is, I wouldn't have it any other way. Games
I want it to be bad because that's just the way I like the game. I don't care if there's something other to the game that I'm missing out on. It's the bad game for me.
like YIIK deserve to be allowed.
I'm allowed to just be an asshole to these publishers and creators and punch at them and tell them how they're pieces of shit and how they're incompetent and they don't understand how to do anything.
allowed to exist. They can teach other designers lessons, help us understand what other games did well, or simply be appreciated as works of unintended comedic brilliance that
Unintended? Motherfucker, nobody writes vibrating with motion and thinks that that's not funny.
Or this scene is showing.
Nobody writes, my grandma died because of singing, like in Trolls, and doesn't think it's the funniest fucking thing in the world. Who the fuck are you?
occasionally get.
Honestly, I think they thought they were making the next Undertale was unintentionally funny. If I'm being honest, I don't think you intended that to be funny, but it is fucking hilarious. I don't think you intended this video to be as, well, I wouldn't say funny, but as disappointing, annoying, and unsubstantive as it is.
Get close to being something
Did
more.
they use the Rory Kiss scene as an example of like unintentional comedy when like
funny.
dude, come on.
It's clear.
Dude.
That is just funny. Oh yeah, you're having this emotional moment with this dude. I'm gonna kiss you. Oh. And the fucking pose that Alex is in.
Yeah. Oh.
How is this how is that unintentionally funny?
YIIK isn't noteworthy despite its flaws, it's noteworthy because of them. Every bad choice, every terrible scene or frustrating mechanic came about from a flawed but deeply passionate driving force. Would YIIK be...
Andrew Allenson would never describe Y2K as a passion project. Just gonna get that out of there. Passion projects are fucking gay.
Based?
Be better if it was genuinely better made. I certainly wouldn't be making this video if it were, and no game would have filled the role it takes up in the way I view video games. If it was only marginally better, it would, by now, have fallen into obscurity.
This video makes Running Shines look like a masterpiece. That review had so much more effort than this. All of them do. And yet this is one that people latch on to and like parade around and say, oh, but it's like kind of positive. No.
Yeah, it's kind of positive.
Dude's just an asshole the whole time. Well, he says he likes it, so you should be happy. No. The dude's fucking lying. He's making shit up. He's misrepresenting everything. And he's being a fucking dick the whole time. Why the fuck would I like it?
That pisses me off too. I don't get why people think like, oh, they like the game, so that's great. Like, no, the issue isn't that that they like the game or they dislike it. It's not the issue. I don't care if you don't like the game. It's just when you're talking about your opinions on it, you probably shouldn't, be pretentious, lie, all that stuff. Plagiarize. I'll throw that one in too.
He likes to shit on it, actually. I think that's another great one right here. Death Enhancer goes, hey, fella, you want to watch me jerk off? Which is a Running Shine joke. That's why all the other ones are better. That's why Running Shines is better. That's why To Snakerers is better. Because they actually make jokes. They're trying to be funny. They're trying to, like, add something to it to make it, something beyond just, here's why this is terrible. Let me repeat everything everyone has ever said.
Yeah, didn't they talk about...
And also,
Sorry,
here's these videos.
Yeah, didn't they talk about the dungeon design at the beginning? Like, the dungeon design's bad. They talked about how it has a horrible cast of characters, but we're 58 minutes of video. Didn't talk about it.
Didn't talk about it. Running Shine's video mentioned the dungeon design. This one didn't talk about it. It just said, it's bad. Okay, how?
Security. Simply another indie RPG in an industry overflowing with them. It's misguided, but deeply creative.
Also, in an industry overflowing with indie RPGs, sorry, most of those are Paper Mario or Undertale or Earthbound likes, and I guess now they're Undertale likes. I don't think YIIK, like, it's inspired by Earthbound, but it's not an Earthbound like game, in my opinion.
Creative flaws are what make it special. The unbridled.
No, you're just a fucking loser, and you missed it. You missed what cool things exist in the game.
Creativity that indie games are allowed to explore
Nobody
makes
said it.
them
It was
my
so bad it's
favorite
good.
kind of art. And YIIK is genuinely a good example of why. The negative reviews against YIIK have been pretty unanimous. From IGN.
From IGN?
Have they?
No.
Have they? Let me bring up here's the one that I think is really funny. Y2K. Well, actually, I bring up this one, and I'll also bring up another one, because there's a game I recently played that has another review on the same website. So look, Y2K, a postmodern RPG on Nintendo Life for the Nintendo Switch eShop. So this is the Nintendo Switch version, which has, bad, what is it? Bad loading and junk. Some stuff doesn't run quite as well. I've read it. It's all right. 8 out of 10. Now, there's this other game I played that I thought had pretty good combat. Outbound Ghost. Use game rating. So let's look back up at the user rating. This one's like 3.4. But this game's 8 out of 10 by the reviewer. 7.3 up here. But if I go down to the review, it's a 5 out of 10. IGN gave it a 6, right? And IGN Japan gave it an 8.
Yeah, IGN Greece gave it a 9.
So unanimously bad? No. You're just misrepresenting the situation. It's bad because video essayists say it's bad, and then people repeated that on Twitter. So that's who says it's bad. Except for Red Bard. There was a Red Bard video before the game came out, or the day of it coming out. She released her video about the game, and she had a positive review of it until everybody bullied her and told her to delete her video and talked about how transphobic the developers are.
YouTube critics, everybody has taken easy shots at this game and the people who made it. Hell, this video might just be another one to add to that pile. And after all this, after 3 years of constant ridicule, you'd expect Axe Studios to simply write the game off.
Why? It was a financial success. Why do you expect this of them? But do you know who these people are?
To declare it a failure before moving on.
Declare it a failure. It was a financial success. In its first week, it made its money back.
On to bigger and better things. You would expect YIIK to be another Two Brothers. However, in those 3 years since the game's release, they haven't done this. In fact, they've done much the opposite. The 1.25 update for the game released in January of 2021, almost exactly 2 years after the game's initial release. This update fixed some of the problems with combat and altered a few of the more maligned cutscenes to bring them closer to the developer's original intent, as well as adding a few accessibility options. It was certainly appreciated, but then they announced the 1.5 update.
Oh god.
Manuel, YIIK for me was an 8 out of 10, but the soft locks during battles made me lose progress, sometimes lowered to a 7. I think that's perfectly reasonable. I think the game is better than that. I think 1.5 will definitely give it all the polish that it properly deserves. And I think, if you... I will always rate them as 10 out of 10s on every website because fuck everyone else. And I think that they're solid, and I think that the game's good. I think it's, good. It's not just mid, it's good, right? Story-wise, I think it's great. I think it's fantastic. The story, 10 out of 10. Presentation, 10 out of 10. The combat and some of the earlier level design, like 1.0, yeah, not great. 1.25, mostly better combat, and it fixes a lot of things, and I think it's fine. But Ivy, I think, is a 10 out of 10 game. And I think that it's completely fair to go, yeah, you know, this game is like 8, a 7. I think it's even fine to say it's a 6, you know. But the way that like all of these reviews go on, and they're like, it is a 2, it's a 1, it is the worst game I've ever played, it is so garbage. I'm like, dude, motherfucker, you have not played video games. Because I've played really bad games. I have a habit of just like, friends buy me games for like $1 on Steam, and I'll just play it. I'll play. The other day, I played a game I played when I was a kid called Penny Racers. The game was a little hard to figure out what the heck is going on, and I still don't know. But, you know, just playing the game. There are far worse games than Y2K. Gorilla Unco. Yeah, I was playing Gorilla Unco the other night. Gorilla Unco was really funny. I think it was a fine. It would have been a great WarioWare game. Like you take Gorilla Unco and you insert it in WarioWare, and it's just one of the random mini games. It would be fantastic. For a $1 game on Steam, that's cool. Has he heard of the Cheetahman?
Analog girl in a plastic shell.
A complete overhaul of the combat. Tons of new writing and a further fleshed out story. Tons of new music
I hate
tracks.
the way he says this shit. Oh my god, it was like grimace my teeth.
So it's like, it's also, yeah, he's reading a list of like features here, but it's also so cringe because it's like, you don't even know what it is.
Visuals that look genuinely amazing and further accentuate the surreal atmosphere of the game, and a late 2022 release date. Even after everything that's been said about their game, the developers
I mean, it's been a bit longer, but it's definitely worth it.
are still trying to make it the best it can be. They refuse to leave a game they cared so much for behind.
That's not why.
Yeah, who do you think is getting all the feedback for this update?
It's not they cared so much for. Like, yeah, they cared about it. They just didn't think that it was a great thing to have a game that everybody like you just shits on in their thing. They felt that it was a disservice to their publisher, who has a lot of great games under their belt. And they were like, okay, let's see if we can do something here and do something interesting with it. Not necessarily because they cared really deeply about the game. So I read it take.
And are moving past the overwhelming criticism in one last attempt to realize their ideas.
Overwhelming criticism. Realize their ideas. That's all fan fiction.
Death Enhancer, I think a lot of this stuff you can just get from the streams if you just kind of watch them. But he's not reading the list word for word. He's actually kind of paraphrasing it, which is a unique trait. That's a joke, obviously, but...
That undeniable heart and passion that lies at the center of Y2K, that makes it so interesting to play and so fascinating to talk about, is still pushing the developers to keep improving. And I can...
Yeah, I don't, you're just making shit up, dude.
We need a timer for this part. I can only wish them the best in 28 seconds. 28 seconds.
Them the
28
best.
seconds.
Here, let's start.
They refuse to leave a game they cared so much for behind, and are moving past the overwhelming criticism in one last attempt to realize their ideas. That undeniable heart and passion that lies at the center of Y2K, that makes it so interesting to play and so fascinating to talk about, is still pushing the developers to keep improving. And I can only wish them the best. YIIK is a bad video game.
3,
Very
4,
bad.
5,
Easily
6,
one of the worst of all
7.
time.
Oh,
But
there
a
it
game
is.
that is so bad in such consistently interesting ways is an invaluable thing to have in this medium. A consequence of the open-endedness of indie
gets
development that still shines through with all the passion that makes indie games worthwhile. I'm not even sure whether I
Oh, there it
want
is.
1.5 to be genuinely better or to somehow be worse.
So yeah, he contradicts himself in like the span of 30 seconds. It's a great statement that he just made, right? I don't know if I
The
want.
new update
yeah.
has so much heart gold and soul silver. It's great.
There's so much heart in this update. I hope it sucks more. Dickhead.
He's trying to make it sound so triumphant. It's just great. They're coming up from they're gonna rise from the ashes like a phoenix, and they're going to realize their destiny. Make YIIK the great game they've always wanted it to be. They're gonna really put their hard work and like really pull it up from the trenches by their bootstraps and really just make it shine like the brimming example of what great indie games should be. And I don't know if I want it to be that beautiful masterpiece or absolute dog shit.
The elevator began to
What a
shake.
fucking
by my
asshole.
emotion.
But
Yeah.
I will absolutely
I care about indie devs, but I think the game should be worse though for my entertainment, so I can riff on it.
So I can make another video and make more money.
absolutely be there to play it. Because even with all of its flaws, I just can't help but love it. Thank you all so much for watching. I put a lot of work into this, and I'm very happy you guys stuck around till the end. I'm definitely going
Me
to try
too.
and get some more videos out over the summer, so please subscribe if you want to see those. I want to real quick thank a few people who helped make this video happen. I want to first thank my good friend Zach, who made the amazing thumbnail art for this video. He makes great art, and
Oh,
his
that
Twitter
was
will
the
be linked in
guy
the description.
that came in here.
I also want to thank Mossbag, who helped me with some technical problems during the video, and I'll link his channel in the description as well. Lastly, I want to thank all of my friends I played the game with this last month. Without them, this video would certainly not exist. So, huge shoutouts to Lexi, Doodle, Sammy, Hora, Davey, Irene, Scrap, Fletcher, Ari, and Goose. And make sure to subscribe and
Zach's
follow
here
my Twitter, which I'll
for
link
the
in the
after
description
party.
if you want updates on the next video. Thank you all, and I'll see you next time.
Hi, Zach. Good job on the thumbnail, buddy.
I like my thumbnail more.
Okay, so now I got to give my opinions on the Zingus video, right? Because that's how the video is structured, and I want to be a little cheeky. The problems are, and here you go, and you can clip this and send this to Zingus whenever you would like. The problems is that a lot of his video is just what other people have said already. And what's crazy about that is he says, hey, you should check out these videos, and then continues to repeat them. He also contradicts himself constantly, and he doesn't fundamentally understand what the game is saying. He seems to completely misrepresent and not understand at all what the word postmodern means. He functionally creates a new definition for it, says how the game fails at it, and then creates a new definition for the word meta-narrative, and then says how the game fails at that, without understanding what either of those words originally meant to begin with. And then I guess the only thing he actually says is that he enjoyed his time playing with his friends, just dunking on the game, talking shit and laughing about it with his friends.
But also love and passion.
But yeah, saying that there's a lot of love and passion put into the game. So, cool. I didn't need an hour-long video for you to explain that to me. I didn't need an hour-long video of you getting a whole bunch of things wrong, borderline and maybe even literally plagiarizing from people. We found a comment that we showed on screen that he says almost word for word what this person says about.
And the YIIK the worst scenes, which he words in a similar way that video presents it and takes footage from it.
How he takes a bunch of footage from other people. It is egregious, but very basically it is lame. It is almost every other video that exists about Y2K except for without any opinion other than it's fun to play the game with his friends and dunk on it, which is like, okay, that's cool. You can make a video about that. It doesn't need to be an hour long. Yeah, you could dunkaroo with the homies. Yeah, like I don't have a problem with you doing that. I'm just not sure you would understand the story of the game if you do that. It's kind of hard to understand the story when, you know, a character is saying something and what you're hearing is the whole time.
And the gameplay too. How can you focus on that?
It's also weird because he really misrepresents the gameplay. The way that he talks about the gameplay is not anything like how it works. He completely misrepresents it at every level. He complains about one boss fight, and that's the one that's on screen, which is insane because something he said earlier. He said, "Oh, you have status effects, but why would you do the status effects?" That boss fight's a great example why you want to put him to sleep so he doesn't stun lock you constantly. He didn't play the game, but claims that he did play the game, you know, for the second time for 1.25. He uses all kind of jumbled up footage everywhere from all kinds of different versions of the game. And even some of the things he says about the development history are just inaccurate and wrong. So there's so much about this that's just egregious. It's disgusting. It's wrong. It's gross. So that's why this is the worst video essay ever written.
And why I love it.
Why I love it is I don't actually love it at all. I'm lying. That's clickbait. There's no reason I like this video. I don't like this video. I'm annoyed anytime anybody brings up this video to me. This is a stupid video. This is a terrible video. Nothing about it is redeeming whatsoever. And it's more or less it. You think I missed anything?
I think that covers it. I think that was a comprehensive, what was this going to say? A critical breakdown of Zingus' YIIK video.
I think that one other thing that's very important is that the Wendy's Nacho Cheeseburger is really good.
Yeah, you have to give it a try sometime.
Except my thumbnail. Yeah, I did like your thumbnail. Your thumbnail's very funny, Zach. I think actually, in some regards, your thumbnail is just the most redeeming piece of the entire video. Like, the thumbnail is really funny, and it's the only thing, whenever I look at it, I'm like, well, the thumbnail is funny. And I'm not just saying that because you're here, but because it is funny. I love End of Evangelion, and making a reference to that is great. Well, Linguistic, do you have any fun things to say?
I do. I have a challenge. I have an ice bucket challenge. If you have any questions for me, I'll send my Twitter. I'm also going to send my Discord. So if you want to talk to me ever about Zingus's video, you may. This is my Twitter. I think my Discord changed the thing. How does this work? Yeah. Oh well.
I guess I
YouTube
should
kinda-
plug the thing.
Yeah, you can plug it.
Well.
But I mean, like, if you ever want to talk about this video, maybe you're upset by something I said, or if you just want to talk about it, you can. Because I mean, it'd be cool to talk to Zingus themselves about this, right? We've always wanted to.
And you can also come into the Y2K Discord. That's discord.gg/Y2K. This is a fan-run Discord. Andrew and Brian don't have any involvement.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to, Andrew might join the VC, and you can talk to the guy who wrote the game yourself. It's a thing you can do on the Discord.
So other than that, I have a Y2K video that's coming out soon. This will be the 7th video in my analysis of Y2K, a postmodern RPG. We're talking about 1.0, the original release of the game. I just recorded the audio for this 7 hours ago. So I just have to edit it all, edit in the new dialogue, get video, blah, 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 all the stuff that makes a video, score it and all that shit. But it's coming out soon, hopefully at the end of the week. I can't make a promise on that because life is life, but I'll try. I'll try really hard. The other thing I want to show is, wait, if you don't want to wait till then, you can actually read the script for the video. And you can do that by going on patreon.com/helpcry. and you can give me like $1, maybe some more dollars if you're really cool and want to give me money. But there, and from now on, what I'm going to do is every time I'm making anything, especially like Y2K videos, any video I make for the channel, when I am going to go record the video, when I go, this script is good enough to go record it, I post that script. There's all kinds of stuff in there that'll be cut from it. Like, there's a gag in there I'm probably not going to do. But I will edit the gag and I'll post it to this, so it's like a little cut scene. You can just check it out. But you can see all that before it comes out as a nice little preview. And then, like I said, later on when I'm actually editing the video, you'll get all these funny little cut scenes that I decided didn't fit the tone of the video. And I'm always doing stuff. I'm working on video games. I'm working on YouTube videos. Every month, at least one post. If there's a video, you'll get 2 posts. You'll get that and any things I cut from the video, if there's anything. But there's always going to be at least 1 post every month on that Patreon. So you can go there, pay me at least $1. You get access to that. You can pay me more if you're super cool. But if otherwise you're like, man, Hellcry, I'm really burning a hole in my pocket. I really want to give you money. You can also commission me. And I'm going to read this out because I made this insane thing. Ooh, that is low quality as fuck. Let me open this in a different tab. Now you can make me draw your junk. No, I don't mean your genitals, you freak. I mean characters like you like. Your OCs, your friends' OCs. Hell, I'll do characters you hate too, all with one easy step. Just give me your money. Here's how this works. You DM me on Twitter, Discord, wherever, or you can email me at thecommissionbox@gmail.com. Tell me what you want, and I'll tell you if I can make your deranged ideas reality. And I'll tell you where to send your hard-earned dollars so I can sit on my lazy ass and make you artwork. So we have like chibis. Chibis start at $10. Headshots start at $15, and bust-ups start at $20. That's not really a bust-up. It's a lot more, but I don't want to do full-body artwork. It's pretty intimidating. But if you have a chibi and you want it to be done with simple line art, that's plus $5. That makes it $15 total. Now, I know this is a tall ask here, but I'm going to ask you to do math. Now, I know I'm flexing my Asian privilege, but I believe in you. Take the number of the price up there, so if you want a chibi, $10, and add it to the style price below. So if you want it to be like a classic anime style, there you go, $15. And that's how much it costs. What I can do, I can also make logos. I made the logo for a Sleep On Stream. I made the logo for my game. I've made logos for events, for Smash events, for fighting game events. I can do simple background stuff. I can upcharge you if you want to also use the commission commercially. What I can't do is I'm not doing any AI shit. Fuck off.
Yes.
What I shouldn't do is NSFW stuff. I don't draw a lot of NSFW stuff. But if you want me to, I guess I can. And I'll also make fun of you for the weird things you like. If you have any questions about that, you can DM me or email me. What else we got? I think that's about it. Oh, we could talk about the next stream. I will show the thumbnail for that. It's not in here. Let me see if I can find it real quick. I will spoil this. The next stream, I don't know when I'm going to do it, but it is this. I want to be... Oop, that's not it. The indie games guy. There's a lot of guys that want to be the indie games connoisseurs. The people that know of all the things about indie games. Really, what this is about a very specific video made by this guy here in the middle, Yakko CMN. There's a specific video he made that I don't like, but I'm also going to make fun of him for some of the other videos he made. You might recognize some other faces here, like Zingus, because Zingus definitely wants to be the indie games guy. Northern Lion, because Northern Lion is the indie games guy. He kind of started this whole thing. Nitro Rad here, I'll mention it a little bit in the video, but some people get annoying about Nitro Rad. Like, I saw this game called Subway Midnight on Twitter.
Oh man, yeah.
I really liked it. I just saw it was a really popular tweet, and it was like blew up on TikTok and all this shit. And then they ended up getting a publishing deal off of it. And then Nitro Rad made a video about Subway Midnight, and a lot of people just keep talking to me like, "Oh yeah, Nitro Rad blew up the game." No, and they're like, "Well, but like I could watch him and get like." I could see what games are cool that I want to check out. And I'm like, yeah, but you could also just like go on Twitter or Steam or itch.io and find those. And then there's these other guys that also talk about indie games and are a little bit cringe. I'm not actually going to talk about them. I just wanted to add a bunch of people. Anything else?
My mundane life is threatened by the tropes of an indie RPG made by Hellcry.
I guess I could bring that up again. Ugh. Hey, if you like video games and you like games that aren't cynical and lame, you could check out not that thing, this thing, my $5 game.
Published by Larson Soft, a respected publisher, creator of Cross Impact.
You guys can go be my negative reviews if you want. That'd be cool. Sorry. But yeah, you know, $5 game. It's pretty nifty. I'm not reviewing it because I'm not a loser who reviews my own stuff and makes it look better. But you know, you can like it, you can hate it, you can do whatever you want with it. You can make a whole video essay about how garbage it is. That's cool. Shoutouts to Frail Dog. That's another great one. We're getting killed by the chaotic sounds of Katamari right now. Bro turned into Rick and Morty to talk about his game. So real. No, it's mostly like I have some mucus in the back of my throat and I just can't get it out. And I'm just like, my voice, my throat's dry and everything. And it's just like, fucking dying here. I don't want this song. I don't need to repeat. I think that's it. I think that's the whole stream. Wow, I can't wait for people to complain that this video is 7 hours as well.
Yeah, I'm excited for that too. The Roaring Shine comments are hilarious. By the way, if chat, if you haven't read them, I'd recommend going like latest comments and reading them. Are extremely funny.
Also, if you think I'm a hater and that I just hate Zingus, maybe, I guess. I don't know. I talked with the guy a little bit and he just kind of pussied out of it. But, yeah, I just think he's a loser. And I don't think that that's a real problem. Everybody's a loser sometimes. And if you think I'm really that mad about this, this is kayfabe. It's a show. It's for entertainment purposes. If Zingus doesn't like Y2K, I don't fucking care. That's awesome, dude. You don't like the game. You like the game. You like it, but ironically, that's awesome. I'm going to live my life just as happy as every day, knowing that you ironically like the game.
I ironically like his video.
I don't care. It doesn't affect me in any way. So, cool. And I think that's it. Bye.
See you guys.